I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
And now, your mama knows.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What are you, fucking nuts? You thought? You just...
Subscribe to the most epic channel on YouTube for live streams every week. Daily videos. Subscribe. Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon. Cowboy King of Entertainment. I'm back with another video and another live stream. And guys, today it's crazy, but today is the day before Election Day. And so tomorrow we will be casting our votes or tallying our votes, or tomorrow is the last day to cast your vote to see who will be the president of the United States of America. So make sure you vote on the poll. Again, no one needs to know who you're voting for. You might not want to vote at all. No one cares if you like Trump. No one cares if you like Kamala. No one cares. However, it would be cool by the end of the night. I'll keep the tally and running the whole show. And at the very end, I'm curious to see who's going to have the top votes. Me personally, I haven't really been following it. Last time I looked, I think it said Kamala had like 52% over Trump. That was like maybe a week ago. And I don't even look for it, but I was on something that said it. But I just always felt like Trump would definitely be president again. I feel like his showmanship, his ability to turn anything into press on him, whether it's bad press or good press. So, you know, I think he, got some good ideals that he want to do for the government. And I haven't really seen what the hell Kamala want to do for the government, really, to be honest with you, because I don't follow it all. Personally, I don't care. I told you guys before, if you see my video recently, in the history of me being an adult and able to vote, and all the times I voted, I can only remember one thing that changed that I actually personally noticed that affected me personally. So that's why I don't really care to vote. I almost feel like it's the same thing, in and out. Kamala's gonna win, Trump's gonna win. I'm not gonna notice a damn thing. And maybe it's because I'm not in a certain tax bracket, right? Maybe I don't make enough to notice. Maybe I don't make as little to notice, right? But either way, tomorrow's election day, and it's gonna be cool, I guess, for the people who are into this stuff. It's like sports. I want the Cowboys to win. I want the Eagles to win, right? I want Kamala to win. I want Trump to win. It's like gaming. I want Xbox to win. I want PlayStation to win. So at the end of the day, I think some people who are super into this stuff, kudos to you, because you guys should be excited that one of your favorite times of the year, one of your favorite times of 4 years go by, and you get a chance to get excited to see what's going on. So I think that's always cool. It's like a movie coming out that I couldn't wait to see, and it's finally out. I'm excited, right? So I think you guys should be excited. Now, on the flip side, we got people like FCAT and Mr. Urban World that's talking about anarchy and chaos and genocide. Well, they didn't say that, but anarchy and chaos, and it's going to be the end of the world as you know it. And oh my God, did you got a bunker yet? Did you start digging in your backyard to hide and get away? It's going to be the purge. And all those people, I think you guys are just pretty much, I don't know if you're being paid, but you guys are pretty much pushing anarchy and chaos into society, right? By spreading all that. People say that all the time. Like, oh, when Trump wins, it's going to be the end of the world. Oh, like, we've heard it, and nothing changed. Yeah, sure, there's going to probably be some crazy people doing some crazy stuff. Yeah, the White House got stormed once. But I think the thing is, on a mass scale, to actually affect the United States, that's not going to happen, right? Now, it could happen, who knows? And maybe they might finally create a dinosaur, too. And make the whole world change. They're gonna get the guys. I'm gonna grab a chair. I hope you grab a chair. And like I said, if you're not familiar with the content, go to the homepage, scroll down, and see everything I do between vlogging, the game, and the podcast, movie reviews, product reviews. It's all there. Check out the 100+ playlists I got. But with that being said, this stream is gonna be. And that's for one reason and one reason only. Because I'm a cowboy. Oh, man. All right. Let's get this show on the road, baby. All right. So grab a chair. Hope you guys grab a chair. Let's do it. First things first. Bang out a couple of these. So guys, I use 15 pounds, right? Which is really light, but if you use them and move slow, let the fibers and your muscles just start twitching. It's almost like you lifting something really heavy. All right, now, so let's see what you guys are talking about. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Super Show, where we talk about everything, not just gaming. So, all right, let's see. Mr. Irwin's in the building. He said, Cowboy, will I end up with a PC this Christmas? I think you will. I think you're going to find the right PC for you, and you're going to buy it. Let me see. Will it be a cloud PC, laptop PC, gaming, handheld, or desktop? I think you're going to probably buy Ooh, I think it's between a laptop or a desktop, but I got a feeling you're probably going to get a good, sweet deal on a gaming laptop. You need to take Jeff off your intro since he dislikes us. It's all good, man. You know what? The thing is, I don't like to, I'm not part of the cancel culture. So let's say somebody did something bad to me, right? I don't want to cancel them, right? Maybe I might disassociate myself with them, but I don't never want to forget the good times I had with Jeff. Me and Jeff was like this at one point in time. So while he don't like me anymore, I don't want to put that same energy on him. I don't need to make him disappear like it never happened. Let's get rid of the Confederate flag and let's Christopher Columbus never existed, and all the stuff that's considered bad. It's history, right? So Jeff is part of my history, and I would never want to erase them. I had some great times with the guy. So, and now your mama knows. All right, so buy a robe that fits to LOL. My robe do fit, man. I voted for me, us. Okay. Puerto Rico is not trash. Cowboy Links is messed up. Oh, is it? I was wondering where you went. Somehow I think I might have sent you the link to not being in the show. FCAT, bring us some quick last minute cloud news before the stream ends. Yeah, let's talk about cloud, man. I used to love talking about cloud. I would love to bring some of that conversation back. Okay, now watch if Kamala wins, the mass events that will happen. Oh, so you think if Kamala wins, the world will go crazy because they're crazy? Okay. Just wait on it. I can't wait to rub it in your face. You're going to rub it in my face that the world gets tore down? That's crazy. Mass events is rated G. Code term I created. If you can decipher what I mean, it's simple. So rated God. Let me see. While you're hating, you should announce live that all your beloved PS5 exclusives are coming to PC. Are they? Is that a real thing? All voting booths will contain a playable Meta Quest VR game. Still wouldn't vote. LOL. Need a new link. All right, I'm gonna get you a new link. Let me see. But even if Santa doesn't bring me a PC this Christmas, I can still play the same games Cowboy plays on the Quest via browser through cloud gaming. Dang shame. I get everything you do for less. I mean, you're poorer than me, so you need it for less. So I'm very happy for you. Matter of fact, let's give a shout out to all the poor people that find deals and discounts. Yeah, man, I'm glad they have stuff like that. Poverty is real. You know what I mean? And so I'm happy for you. I'm the king of Christmas, not Jeff. And don't take me off the intro. All right, so FCAT, let me send you the link. Matter of fact, I'll put the link in here for everybody. Oh, wait, before we go to the link, let's check the poll. So the poll is pretty simple one today. And the poll simply says, who will be the new president of the United States of America? And 33% says Donald Trump, 67% said Kamala Harris, and that's with 6 votes. All right. All right, so to join the show, here's a link right there. I'll be posting it again for some people because I won't be linking it because I'm gonna have the poll link the whole show. All right, let me make sure I'm using the right microphone, and I am. And it's weird. My screen keeps like dimming, right? It's like bright and then it dims real quick. That's weird. All right, so let me know if that works for you, FCAT. All right, coming in red hot is none other than F the Cat. Let's give it up.
I
He
can
was
hear you. Oh,
yeah,
there you go.
I can hear you. So what's up, man? What's going on? Talk to me. Let me talk to
Hang
you.
on, let me fix my volume right quick.
All right, cool.
Just
So
keep talking.
Epic Games is trying to get me to take a survey. I mean, all I really play is Fortnite, so I don't really know how much I could
All right, there we go.
add to a survey. Man, speaking of that, too,
Yeah,
speaking of gaming,
I told you the poll to put up was, would you accept the results of the election? Either way it goes.
would you accept the results of the election? What the hell is that about? You don't got no choice to accept the
Is
results.
there,
What are you gonna do if you
well,
don't
there's
accept
some people out there that won't accept it.
that? You know what that's called, FCAT? That's called a personal problem. Okay. So whoever can't accept the results, that's a personal problem. They have to go off in a little corner and cry to hopefully somebody who cares. The world moves on. Like, it don't even matter if they are mad and they destroy something. Oh, I'm gonna break my radio, my boombox from 1992. The world's still gonna move on. Like, nothing stops the world, right? We get over everything. Like, we had a global pandemic, meaning the whole world. That's crazy. And here we are. Almost forgot it happened. Nothing
Well,
stops the world.
they did say that don't expect the results like so soon.
Okay.
They said it could take days to weeks, possibly.
I get it. I ask my wife because she works for the Division of Elections. She would know. At least Division of Elections in New Jersey. But I want to bring something up though. Before we get started, man. Something that I'm a little bummed out about. And I had a feeling this would happen, you know? And not that I had a feeling this would happen, but I knew this was gonna happen. And so it happened, and it's a sad day in gaming for me. Bam! Fortnite had uh their new thing. And wait, this ain't it. Sorry about that. Hold up. Wrong video. I was like, wait, that looks similar. All right, here we go. No, that ain't it. There we go. All right. So Fortnite, they give credit to Fortnite because I feel like, man, every so often they reshape they self. Here, I'll put the little trailer. So every so often they reshape they self. They like kind of rebrand everything they were doing. And you guys know I've been playing Fortnite for like the last 2 months. Every week for 2 months, I've been streaming it, and I even play with my wife. Man, we've been having a ball playing Fortnite. And what they go and do? Well, they change it to Fortnite Chapter 2 Remix. And what does that mean? That means what I fell in love with Fortnite was the Avengers stuff, and it is gone. So all the cool weapons that I had where you could get a jetpack, fly in the air, shoot rockets, got guns blasting out your hands,
Yep.
all of that is gone. They even changed the whole map. Nothing is the same on the map. And now they had some cool stuff. They got the low riders and all that bouncing, and Snoop's running around. And Eminem, I think, is coming next week or something. Now his Gatling gun looks cool when he shoots, it raps or whatever. But man, it's totally not the same. And I said a while ago, I was like, what's gonna happen when they get rid of the Avengers stuff? Like, the game for me is gonna feel totally different. And I know somebody was like, nah, it'll still be Fortnite. And I gotta say, it's not the same for me. So I don't even think I'm gonna stream it tomorrow, to be honest with you. Well, my wife would be, matter of fact, I might not be streaming at all. So my wife would be working the polls for a while. So wow, my wife will be working the polls for a while. Okay, that sounds crazy. But anyway, it actually is cool. When he shoots, it actually is him rapping. But long story short, it's a little sad day for me because I became a Fortnite fan, and to be fair, I only really got hyped for it because because of the Avengers weapons, and I would buy. I mean, I probably spent $40 in characters since I started playing 2 months ago. My wife she spent more than me. She bought Venom recently, the whole big pack with Eddie Brock. We've been really invested in Fortnite, but unfortunately, nothing stays the same. So just wanted to put that out there. That was my first my sad gaming topic. What about you, FK? You don't play Fortnite at all anyway, right?
No.
All right, gotcha. So you wouldn't even notice the difference if you turned it on. Let me find we found Snoop Dogg's spot. So we end up finding his area. So this is Snoop's area right here. The dog pound. Bow wow wow yippee yo yippee yays. Hold on, let me see. Is this? Let me back it up a little bit. When we actually came to the dog pound. There we go. So we came up to the dog pound. I mean, what's cool is the boats wasn't in the last one. So it's kind of cool that we got the wave runners or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, Snoop Dogg, dog pound. I had to jump into one of the low riders. My wife and I was, trying to rob his cars and all that. But yo,
Right.
see him. What's up? But anyway, what they did do though, I will say is cool. They actually made the circle button the NOS button, which makes so much sense. I was trying to figure out, like I was trying to change it because it was always clicking the left analog, and it wasn't going, like it just didn't work properly. But now you just hold down circle, so that's probably one of the things I noticed. But anyway,
Right.
that's my Fortnite little story I could cry about. So Dodge Man's in the building. What's up, Dodge
It's
Man? Sound
chilling.
like we start on Black Ops 6. Hey, listen, that might be a thing. Play some zombies. CMG in the building. Oh, SPG in the building. So no matter who wins the election, America public will lose. Yeah, I mean, unless you're me and you just won't even notice who won or lost. PS5 Pro specs are looking weak, son. Yeah, we got to get into that. That will be something we're getting to. CMG said it's chilling. But all right, so you ready for me to pull you up, FCAT?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yep. Who was that?
All right, somebody was calling me. I didn't know who it was. It looked like it could be a real number, so I was trying to answer it, but I was a little too slow.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So we got jumping ship from PlayStation to Xbox. Got some good news.
So what's
And
the
we
deal?
saw a
Well, you'll
little.
start where you want to start. I was going to ask you, what's the deal with Concord? Like, how is that still in the news? Oh, CMG said he's
I
about
don't
to play
know.
that right now.
The news wasn't very much of a surprise. I mean, I can pull it up if you want.
I mean, I guess. I mean, you want to, it's part of your thumbnail, so why not? So Concord isn't coming back, and the developer is done for too. Sony says it's considered its options, and apparently the best path forward is to permanently sunset the game and close the studio. So can I just say, I told y'all, I literally said there's no point to bring the game back. If you brought the game back, you would have to spend money to bring it back. Because if you make it free, people are going to expect you to actually give something because it's free. And so as your progression, you want to earn stuff or buy stuff or get whatever. So literally, I feel like they would have brought it back and it still wouldn't have made any money. And then it would have been worse. It would have been a laughing stock. It's already laughing stock of gaming. So it made no sense. All the people who wanted to come back is free. Sorry, Rudigs. You guys wasn't using logic. I just feel like that. I said it. It just made no sense to bring a game back that you pulled off the shelf after only 2 weeks of its launch. Like, what can you do to make people like the game? People are just going to still not like it. Now in the day of
It's like
the cancel culture, people are going to boycott it, and then it's going to really look terrible. Like that, you just wouldn't do that. Like as a business,
it's
would not do
it's
that.
just like bringing back Stadia. Like they already slapped you in the face. It's like you. It's like why
But
would you want it back?
I mean, it would be kind of the same thing if they brought back Stadia. If one, you wouldn't be able to trust it. You wouldn't trust Google, right? It would just be bad. Like it would be like I feel like you will bring it back and you would get less attention than the last time, and that would be worse, right? So same thing with Concord. I felt if they brought Concord back as a free to play game, it wouldn't have got as much traction as before, which was small. And then still, they would have. People don't realize you still have to spend money on a free to play game because that's the hook. You offer something for people to purchase,
Right.
so it's not just 100% free.
Right.
Anyway,
So yeah.
but the other part of it is they closed the studio. Wow.
Yeah, I'm assuming like Herman Hulse and Sony walked into Firewalk and they were like, "What the hell are you doing updating Steam files for this dead game?"
He said must be right to write off 300 million. Yo, you know what's crazy, SPG? I actually said that on this very show. I said the thing is these companies have money that they can lose, right? It's a business. Even my YouTube, right? My first year of YouTube, I wrote off $7,000, right? Like what? That sounds crazy. So the thing is, the more you write off, you could kind of reset some of the money that you're spending, right? And these people, they make so much money that they're never going to be able to break even or never going to be able to get a refund. So the best they could do is just write things off. So it's nothing for them to write off, as you say, 300 million. You know what I mean? Unfortunately for the company, it means more to the studio that closed, but for the big entity, they're like, "Oh, didn't work. Let's move on." You know?
Yep, and we got refunded, just like how we got refunded with Stadia.
And still had not deterred Sony from making live service BS. I mean, listen, what they realize is live service needs to be in your portfolio somewhere, right? Live service, if you get that hook and people keep playing it and you make stuff that people go purchase, and then that's the hook, right? People keep buying, keep buying, keep playing, keep buying, keep playing, keep playing, keep buying. So unfortunately, in 2024, I think they do need that in their portfolio in order to make extra money, right? But you got to find that hook. You got to find a Call of Duty. You got to find a Fortnite. You got to find, something that people are going to consistently play. Now, they did find Helldivers, right? And Helldivers is doing its thing, but nothing can stay on top forever. So it's interesting, Tell me about it. I was only able to write off $23,000 SPG. And then Crossfire X needs to come back. Wait, never mind. And all you got is a PS5 and a monitor. LOL. 8 Gs. No, that was before I got a PS5. Remember when I got monetized in for YouTube, that was before I even bought a PlayStation 5. That was back when I was doing Stadia. I wrote off my Stadia Pro prescription. Helldivers 2 is successful, but we still keep talking about Concord. Hey. Joking, by the way, about $23,000. I am poor, and usually people only write off 10K or less. Oh, damn, that's right. Yeah, man. I didn't get it. Remember, I didn't get way back. I didn't get a PlayStation 2 to 2 years after it came out. I mean, a PlayStation 5. But all right, what are we going to next? FCat, unless you got something else you want to say about this. Any of you guys got anything in the chat left to say? I mean, can we finally put Concord to death or to bed, or is we going to have another topic about it next week?
We could finally let it rest in peace. They should have let
I
it
think
rest
so,
in
right?
peace in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know what else
It's
we
like,
will be.
it just
have
keeps
to
coming
say.
back like Stadia. We're gonna be talking about this game 10 years from now.
I do miss talking about cloud though. The other day we was having a good conversation, me and Purple, about cloud gaming, and it kind of made me miss those days, man. I even watched my Doc Dark video where I did cloud gaming versus remote play. I watched that yesterday.
So I only have one cloud gaming news,
Okay, you want to get to it now?
and that is apparently Activision Blizzard games are actually coming to Ubisoft
Okay, so they
Plus.
are coming to Ubisoft. So what are they going to come to
Yes.
Ubisoft Plus?
No, so you'll purchase Ubisoft Plus and you can cloud game through the Ubisoft launcher on PC. Kind of like
Oh,
how
so
what
you
they did
would.
with Avatar.
Okay, so you will. I didn't even know they had a
Cloud
launcher, but
game. You will
okay.
cloud game stream off of Ubisoft Connect, the PC launcher, and basically play Activision Blizzard games because
Okay, so but it's only on
they own
PC.
the
You
rights
know,
for the
you
cloud.
can only
They
do that
they
on
own the
PC,
cloud rights. That was
huh?
a part of the. They own the cloud rights. That was a
Oh
part
yeah,
of the
yeah, we get.
Activision
Yeah,
Blizzard deal.
I think we all get that. But I'm saying, um, the fact that they are coming, they are doing it is cool. You know, people say stuff and they never do it, but it's only on PC. Their launcher.
Yeah, so it would only come to the launcher because kind of
Okay.
like I think a couple months back reported that they were doing cloud get streaming on their PC app, and it was Avatar,
Hmm. That's
and it
cool.
was basically just like Luna quality kind of.
Hmm. I think you just cut out a little bit.
I said it was Luna level quality.
Okay. I only ever played
Yeah.
Luna once was when
Now
Ryzak did that thing where you could like bring
it,
somebody else in. So I don't
it's
really
also
know.
possible. It's also possible, Cowboy, because we know that Ubisoft also owns the Stadia White Label tech. It could be
Right.
that also.
What was that called again? Stadia. What was it? What was that white label
White
called
Label
again?
tech.
No, but it had like a
White.
name to it. I actually forgot, but yeah, it was like a name. I don't remember what it was called.
No, a lot of people thought it was the Assassin's Creed Infinity,
Oh,
whatever cloud
yeah, yeah.
thing.
Well, you're talking about Scalar, right? I'm talking about no, what was the Stadia white label called? Remember, it was
I
like called
forgot.
something. Yeah, I forgot too. But you know what's crazy?
Seriously,
I've been using Gemini on my phone. So hold on, let me see if Gemini knows. Gemini, what was the Stadia white label
50
company
years
called?
from now, we're gonna be like, oh, what did Concord? Why did Concord die? I don't know. I forgot.
Oh, let's see what Gemini say. All right, hold up. Gemini say Google
Yeah,
white label cloud
let's
gaming
move on.
technology was branded as. Oh yeah, it did it. It says Google's white label cloud gaming technology was branded as immersive stream for games or Google Stream. It wasn't a separate company,
Yeah,
but
immersive
rather a
stream.
service offered by Google Cloud. Man, so yeah, lately I've been using this Gemini thing. I've been talking to it like it's a real person. But that's okay, cool. Yeah, it's like I guess the Android AI that's like hooked up to my text
You
messaging.
ready to move on to the next thing?
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right. Apparently, Lionsgate is talking about Outlast the movie.
I will say this: Outlast is probably the scariest game I played. Part one, man, that game had jump scares for days. Oh look, Holtz is in the building. He said I would have said immersive stream, but you got there before me. Haha. Yeah, the AI, Holtz AI. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely go watch this, obviously, because I'm a fan of um horror movies and suspense thrillers and stuff. I never did beat this game, but it was pretty cool. I remember it was going to spinning back bikes, etc. Yeah. Holtz, I was actually gonna write you. Holtz, I am moving next week, Friday, to Florida. So We will be in Florida about it when you get there, unless something crazy happens. I just got to not destroy the house. So when they come to do a walkthrough of the house, I got to make sure I don't put holes through it or something crazy. But yeah, next week Friday we'll be moving to Florida. I already rented a place like 3 weeks ago, so we already got a place to go. And as soon as we get there, we actually have a number one house we want to get. So when we get there, that's going to be the first house we look at. And I don't know, my wife wants it so bad. Who knows? We might be putting in an offer. So
You know what
yeah, I
other
will.
game ain't
I'll shoot you a
coming back,
call on Discord.
Cowboy?
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So you know what coming back
What's that?
the day before?
The what? The
The
day
day
before.
before.
How's that coming back?
Fantastic. The day before studio is up to their old tricks, asking people to design maps for free in a contest whose lucky winner will get their work in the game, a free copy, and no money whatsoever.
Wait, what? The day before studio is up to his old tricks, asking people to design maps for free in a contest whose lucky winner will get their work in a game, a free copy, and no money whatsoever. I mean, that's not bad, right? You get to say that your map made it into a game. Isn't that a good thing?
I don't. I mean, I wouldn't trust this studio, but it kind of sounds like the same thing as Halo Forge. Because Halo Forge, you can make a map and you don't get paid for that.
Well, same thing with Fortnite, but Fortnite you could actually get paid. I mean, as a gamer, I would think it's cool just to be able to have something that I made inside of a game. You don't even have to pay me. So I would think gamers would get excited for that. To be like, "Yo, look, that's my map." I mean, that alone is
Then they
that's
shut down
worth
the
it for me.
game. Then they shut down the game.
Yeah, I don't really think they're ripping people off with
Yo,
that
that's
one.
my map. Bye.
But what
There
game
goes
is it
my
going to be
map.
for? Do you know what game it's going to be for?
What game are these people making? They're making the like even before day before came out. They were like people thought it was a scam game,
Mhm.
and now they're just continuing the scam stuff.
Well, I don't know. That company is weird.
The company's a scam company. I mean, they don't stop. Like
Mm.
they just keep going, doing what they doing.
And they're trying to, I don't know, just to get themselves out there.
But also in the news, apparently
The gift that keeps. All right, where are we going
Ubisoft
next?
launched a fully blown NFT game.
So what is it called? It's called Champions Tactics.
Yeah.
It sure look like something.
Is
Is
a
there?
fully blown self NFT game.
Wait, is there any gameplay?
Let's see.
Okay, hold on. Let me look. Champions Tactics.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, you got gameplay? All right, let's see. Let's check this out. Now, in order to buy an NFT game, you gotta what? Have Bitcoin. I don't know anything about this stuff.
NFT game is like, I don't know, they sell you something in the game that's in the game, it's yours, and
No, but is like
you
the
guys take
game
and
free?
trade it and stuff. Like,
Is the game itself free or like is it like a free to play game and then you just buy stuff in the game?
I don't know. I don't know if it's free or not.
Mhm. But like, do you have
Oh
to
shit!
spend? Do you have to spend? Like, is it Bitcoin?
No, you spend. I think you spend actual money, and it converts it to that.
Yeah, I'm so see. I'm like the NFT things. That's like over my head. Like I don't know.
Like
I don't even.
grid, like game to get that subscription thing where we can get into the NFT market.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't even know. Um. Well, here, let me do this. So I want to show you guys something. So the other day, I did a first impression stream of
Can you hear me? Can you
Transformers
hear me? There we go.
Galactic Trials. And so it is like a kiddie game, right? It's made by that company OG that used to make a bunch of the Stadia games. And I'm a big Transformers fan, right? It's my favorite IP, bar none, right? So I'm a sucker. And but I will say it started to grow on me at first, like so it's a racing game, but then it breaks up in the race, and you come to a point you got to run and shoot and fight. And so it was really weird. But then once I started to upgrade my weapons and I got used to it, I was like, oh wait, this is actually kind of cool. So yeah, there go the fighting part. So look, you're fighting, you're shooting, you're jumping, and you got a special attack and everything. And then eventually,
Is it
uh
better than War for Cybertron?
well, it's a racing game, to be honest. So it's not you really can't compare it to War of
I mean,
Cybertron.
like I understand that, but you said you're fighting and shooting stuff too.
No, it doesn't like the controls. I mean, you could turn full all the way around, but it's you can't transform at will. You know what I mean? So I can't really compare it to that. You know what I mean? Because War for Cybertron, you could just run around,
Yeah,
transform,
you
drive,
could
whatever.
switch back and forth from
Right.
robot to car,
Yeah.
like
See, when you
any
get to
given
this
moment.
part, yeah, when you get to that part, it automatically makes you transform, and then you're back into the
Ah,
race. But
so there's no choice.
as I got better at it, I was like, oh wait, I was liking the part where it transformed because I would end up once I got better weapons, I was able to kill people in that mode, and that would get me to jump place ahead. So like it was a point in time where I was like last place, and then I got to the part where you transform, and I just was once I got a better gun, I was just blasting everybody, and then all of a sudden when I transformed back, I was in first place. I was like, oh snap! So it actually it was kind of cool. But the downside to it is it's no online multiplayer. And that yeah, I
Yeah,
can't
might
that's
be a little too
can't
late.
forgive that. Yeah, you can't forgive that in this day and age. So so it was cool though. I actually did enjoy it. I got more and more into it. I definitely will be playing it more. I couldn't buy it because, I mean now it does have split screen, which is cool. So my wife and I, if we want, we could play each other. But I just like the option to be able to play people online. So so I want to tell you guys about that. Transformers, Galactic Trials. It was cool. They had a lot of game modes too, or at least it had an arcade mode, it had a championship mode, and then it had the Galactic Trial mode where if you could make it to the end, you actually go against Nemesis Prime. And you gotta like battle and find these like artifacts in the universe. So I didn't even get any from my time playing, but it was cool. You start off like a regular game. It got all the good controls that you would want. What's cool, it kind of remind me of Road Rash a little bit because you could actually have circle make you slam to the right and square make you slam to the left. So you could actually ram into people or slam into people left and right. So that was actually cool. You got a button that make you you restart yourself. So let's say you're flying off the edge, you can hit the button and it bring you back. This was when I was looking at the tutorial. But you could unlock different outfits. That really not outfits. They're like more just different color schemes. But yeah, I mean, all in all, was giving it a 6, and then when I played it a little bit longer, I was actually into it, and I gave it a 7. like if you're a Transformers fan and you like arcade racers, I think this is a fun game. I don't think it's if it had online multiplayer, I probably would have bought it. But for I think for a kid or something, they probably really would like it if they were into Transformers. But it gives you that itch if you like a Mario Kart type thing, but you want something different. And because, like I said, when you could transform and start battling, that's different. And you can lock on to people, use your special ability.
Is it made from Outright Games?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's Outright. Yeah, that's what it's made by.
Yeah,
I thought it was OG. It was called or something, but yeah.
it's only
But
made
anyways,
good games.
but yeah.
Pull up the link that I sent you and
Okay.
check the poll.
Oh yeah, damn. Let me check the poll. All right, so the poll, good people of America. So the poll has 11 votes, and it's who will be the new president of the United States of America. 45% says Donald Trump. Sorry, 42% says Donald Trump, and 58% says Kamala Harris, and that's out of 13 votes. A new vote just came in as I was reading.
Wait. I don't.
What?
We have to subtract the one if Holtz voted. If Holtz voted, because he lives in.
Oh, no, it's all good. It's just your opinion. That's all. He can vote. Oh, you gonna show this? Oh man, let's see. All right, check this out, guys. This is pretty funny. Let me refresh the stream, my thing actually, because I see it's running slow. Let me.
Oh,
All right, so let's reload it, and then let me share. This is funny. Here, I'll turn it on so people can hear it actually.
Believe me, this will be tremendous. We've got guns, the biggest guns.
I've always been against the death penalty, but in this case, I'll make an exception.
America didn't become the most powerful nation
Yeah,
on
this
earth
is
through
crazy.
debate, diplomacy, and being afraid of hurting people's feelings.
He's down. So much winning, folks. I'm getting tired of winning. I need a new right arm. Make sure it's not made in China.
Looks like a 1%er to me.
It's crazy because they're
People
using
always
like
say I could have been in SEAL Team
all their
6.
lines and everything, and
joint right now.
This November,
like I don't know.
red versus blue.
It's kind of crazy.
Unarmed and vulnerable. I feel like a Democrat.
Choose your team and fight to save democracy.
If you got something to say,
I mean, I
say
guess
it
you
to
can't
us.
really get in trouble with this,
I
right?
wonder if murder's okay with this.
Party system.
Oh, I hit him up, and he was like, "Well, it's not the same thing." I was like, "Is it not?"
Oh, that's not the same thing. That's what?
Yeah, I mean, it is politics and gaming.
These goalposts
Be honest.
shifted. These
But
goalposts.
that's actually kind of creative, though. I'll have to say.
It's the same thing
Guys-
as in Fortnite.
If you guys tuning in, yeah, definitely better than the thing in Fortnite. You guys tuning in, make sure
It's the
you
same
vote
thing.
in the poll.
Did you play the Kamala level?
No, you know what? I don't even know how you get to it, and I didn't look it up either. So. It's nowhere in Fortnite, so I'm assuming it must be like I was thinking it was gonna be like a code where you go to a thing, but he said it's definitely the same thing. Yeah, I think it definitely is the same thing, Urban. He said politics has no place in gaming. So what is
It's
this?
his favorite game off the grid.
Well, that's the thing. I think the problem is sometimes we have our biases, right? Like if you do it in your game, I could have a problem with it and ridicule you.
Because
But if you do it,
told me he bought the subscription for 1 month and he got a whole bunch
Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, he likes the game, right? Just because they decide. That's my point. People complain about a lot of stuff, but you can't change anything, right? You don't have control over this stuff. So why just be quiet, you know what I mean? Because now when they come to your
Right.
favorite game, then you look silly. Unless you're gonna be like, I'm not playing my game.
Well, that's the thing, Cowboy, because that brings us into our next thing. It is coming to my game because we got to talk about Destiny Rising.
Okay.
So Destiny Rising isn't gonna be a NFT game, but it's definitely
It's not
a
on the screen.
gotcha
It's like
game.
there we go.
It's a gotcha game, Cowboy. You know what a gotcha game is?
It's out yet or no?
No, so this is kind of like people got invited for the
Okay.
test or play test thing, and they've been kind
And
of
and and make no mistake, this is
putting out what the game's like and stuff.
I just voted D. Have you saw the latest Flash Glitz video with the fire and Sonic?
So do you know what a gotcha game is?
I have no clue. Flash Glitz, the vote does I don't even know what that is, Holtz. Here's my question. This is a mobile game, right? Why is there so much talk about this
Yes,
mobile game?
it's a so it's got the Destiny gameplay, the
Yeah,
marvelous
but who
Destiny gameplay, but like as
okay,
you're playing and you progress for some point, like it hits
okay.
you with these screens where it's like buy something, buy something, buy something. You know.
It's a mobile game, dude.
Then once you
I,
buy
so
something, you can't stop.
so
So they
listen.
got you.
So listen, I've been playing this game, and it's called. And dude, I'm putting like hours into this game. Like on the weekends, it's called Screw Puzzle, right? Dude, it drives me crazy. Like every mobile game now, you play a little bit, I beat a stage, and then I gotta watch a commercial. I'm like, yo, then if I run out of lives, I gotta watch commercial. Like you know what I did over the weekend? I
Right.
put my phone on airplane mode just so I didn't have to watch the stupid commercials. And then eventually, when I ran out of lives, I was like, okay, now I gotta turn airplane mode on so I get more lives. But yeah, I mean, it's to be they make money off of ads, right? If I'm a YouTuber and I make money off people watching my ads, you think they want to not have ads? You know what I mean? It's a mobile game. It's to be expected. So who's ever mad about any, and that's not even a gotcha game because it's a mobile game. The game I've been playing, I was playing the original version of it, and I got annoyed with it, right? Because there's so many ads. So then I Googled or I searched puzzle game, and I found pretty much the same game. And it doesn't
This is
have
what
as
it looks like,
much
Cowboy.
ads as the last
This
one, but
is
it's still got a bunch of ads.
yeah. So this is what it looks like. So you're
Okay.
spending what looks like microtransactions.
Yeah, it's
Looks like
just like the
a bunch
game
of
I'm playing.
microtransactions.
Just like the game I'm playing. They ask you, do you want to buy
Right.
lives? Do you want to buy these hammers that you could break the puzzle? Do you want to buy a screwdriver so you can screw out the screws in the puzzle? A mobile game, typical,
There's your season pass, battle pass thing right there.
right?
They like they announced today that this game's gonna bring back sparrow racing.
Oh, we got to get into that because I was going to ask you about the Sparrow Racing League. Is that a real?
Yeah, it's real. Sparrow racing will be available in Destiny Rising.
Oh, I thought it was going to be in
Confirmed.
I thought it was coming back to regular Destiny.
No, it's coming to Destiny Rising.
Oh, it's not the same.
that's, that's the thing. It's coming to the phone game. Now
I mean,
your
it makes
phone
sense,
should
right?
be
It's
able
kind of
to
cool
handle.
to
Your phone should be able to handle Destiny Rising like
Oh
no
yeah,
doubt.
I'm sure I'll be able to play it. But I'm trying to find this
But yeah,
Flash
the
Flash
gamelplay,
Blitz
the
thing
actual
Coach is
gameplay
talking
is
about.
just like plain Destiny. and you can go third person.
Well, I mean, you know, I got that controller and everything I could put on my phone. But I mean, my wife plays. She plays Fortnite mostly on her phone and not even on the TV. And I played my Portal. Like I played so much of the Portal this weekend.
You think
So
Jersey's gonna
Flash
play
Blitz. Huh?
this? You think Jersey's gonna play?
Oh, you said Jersey?
Yeah.
No, I doubt it. I don't honestly, not to be funny, but I don't think regular gamers take too much to we don't really care too much about mobile games, to be honest with you.
That's the
I
thing.
don't think mobile games is moving the needle at all.
That's the thing. We want the people for it. But they're
We were just talking about hosts. Hold on,
play it
FCAT.
through emulators like
Oh, hold up. You're really low right now, FCAT.
oh, my bad.
Yeah, let's break this up a little bit.
Background news. Feels good being the coolest, fastest hedgehog around.
You're so goddamn cool, Sonic! No one's cooler than you!
I'm the coolest.
Who the hell is that?
If Sonic is so cool, then why has Green Hill Zone been going downhill? Downhill Zone, more like.
That's Donald, the Trump hog. He's in the race to become president of Green Hill Zone.
Race?
Yeah, they
I've
wild.
never lost a race in my life.
Sonic, wait!
All right, so I'm not gonna play the whole thing because I think that is gonna you know, mess me up. But I will definitely go back and watch it. Urban, at least you watch it as it includes Sonic, and I feel it's funny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be funny. I'll definitely check it out though. I am actually getting pretty hungry, so FCAT just popped off. So let me do a little quick pump. Guys, 15 pounds. I'm telling y'all, 15 pounds is all I've been messing around with. And I haven't been this lean in a long time. And I just do stuff like this. Like, I just kind of let it like yank on my joints a little bit. So it's like tension. So like I'll let it hang, right? Like gravity is pulling the weights down. And then I'll pull back. Good stuff. All right. So FCAT is back in the building. He's invisible. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me? There we go.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So yeah, riding zero.
But I think your thing is invisible.
Here.
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me try to close it off and bring it back.
Looks like it's fine now. Yeah, so wait, flashing.
Oh, he's gone. All right, so anyways, let's check the polls as FCAT tried to come back. So the polls, out of 17 votes, guys, we got 17 votes. And we got 41% says Donald Trump and 59% says Kamala Harris. You know what? I didn't think Kamala was that popular. You know, I guess if you're a Democrat, she's a Democrat, right? I guess that's all you have. But I didn't know, you know, I don't know. I don't be following it, so. But let's see. My man Michael, I call you cowboy. And now your mama knows. Break it down. But guys, thanks for tuning in. Definitely make sure you hit that you tune into the vote, and also hit the like button. I'm terrible with that. I'm not the average YouTuber, so I don't do the YouTube stuff where I should be telling you guys this like, comment, and subscribe. Join the membership. I'm terrible when it comes to that. But all right, guys, coming back in the building is F the Cat. Let's go.
What happened? I don't know.
I don't know. You were sounding a little pixelated, and then all of a sudden you were ghost. You were like, I'm out.
All right, it's working now.
All right, but it's working out. It's not a problem. Bam. All right, here we go. Some Sony news, huh? Or is this PC news?
So yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster came out. I bought it on PlayStation 5. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
You said it's beautiful. It's beautiful on what?
It looks better than Horizon the Forbidden West.
Oh, okay, I got you. Wait, so Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. So this came out only on PC, or is it also on PlayStation?
Yeah, so on PC right now it's doing bad.
Oh, you said it's doing bad.
Mostly because of the PSN sign-in.
Okay.
But yeah, there's been crashes and stuff on PC.
It's crazy. I barely even followed this because
A lot more people are playing the old Horizon Zero Dawn PC.
Mm-hmm.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean that's cool. I mean I beat the game way back when, 1,000 years ago, so I kind of had no interest. But I think this is cool, right? So you have a game that people love who didn't play it, then they get to play it now. It's like
how better it looks than the PlayStation 4 version. Like it looks way better.
That's cool.
It's like 100 times better than the PlayStation 4 version.
You said the remaster is for PC. Oh, so the remaster isn't for the PlayStation 5?
Yeah, it's on for PlayStation 5.
Oh.
It's only $10.
Oh, it's one of those upgrade things?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I never bought it. I just game flagged it.
Oh, you game play?
Yeah, game flagged it. I'm not a fan. I mean, it was a good game. I wasn't that into the game. I thought the ending was really good. I thought, the gameplay was, mediocre. It was nothing special. And the graphics was decent. So I thought it was a good, legit game, but it was not one of my favorites. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Horizon. And then I feel like Horizon Forbidden West dude, this game, I feel like the first one was definitely better. My wife and I, we beat the first one, but we got halfway through the second one and just stopped playing it. So I gotta go back and finish it eventually.
You gotta play Burning Shores.
Play what?
Burning Shores on
What's
Forbidden
that?
West, the DLC.
Oh, yeah. I heard that Burning Shores it was really amazing looking and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta beat the game first before I even care about playing Burning Shores. I probably wouldn't play it because I won't own the game, so I'm not gonna buy the DLC.
So yeah, so this also comes with the Frozen Wilds DLC that comes with it.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't play that either. Oh, you meant PlayStation. Okay, got you. See, I thought you were saying PC. Gotcha. Yeah, FCAT cleared it up.
Yeah, I hope so. This game is freaking gorgeous, Holtz. I don't know if you saw it on PlayStation 5.
PS5.
Like this and with the HDR on. Whoo.
That's cool.
It's like, god damn, this game can't stop looking good.
That is cool. I mean, it's a cool game, Did you ever play it before?
No, I had them and I never really like jumped into.
Okay. Yeah, the ending is gonna be pretty cool.
Like I got the first one for free,
Mhm.
completely for free, and it was like the only game I had for PlayStation. And when
Yeah,
my
see,
friend gave me his PlayStation 4, this
mhm.
was like literally the first game I was able to
Yeah, see,
download.
Holt said Forbidden West was boring, but the DLC was great. Yeah, it really was boring. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. Like we just didn't want to play it anymore. What about the PS5 Pro? That is a good question. So I think it's too
Yeah.
much. I think
Well,
it's too
that's a
expensive.
good question. It's a good question.
Bam, rumor. PlayStation 5 Pros RDNA GPU runs at 16.7 teraflops, not 32 or 36
So,
teraflops from earlier rumors.
so here we are talking about consoles and the tech stuff.
Okay.
Kibini should be here, but yeah. So this little picture
Hmm.
went spiraling around the internet. This is
Hmm.
the specs for the official specs for the PlayStation 5 Pro. So basically, there was like this rumor, this leak that the PlayStation 5 Pro was gonna have like 33 teraflops or something like that,
Okay.
and like ponies were like capping it. They were like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be the most powerful thing out there."
Well, it will be the most powerful console.
Well, that's the thing, but with 16 teraflops, it's only like a tad, like one tad stronger than the Series X.
I thought the Series X was
It's like
12
a
teraflops.
tad stronger than the Series X.
Wait, wait,
It's the
wait.
same
I thought the
CPU.
Series X was
It's the
12
same
teraflops.
CPU as the base PS5 Cowboy.
Hold up. Is it not? Is the Xbox Series X not 12 teraflops? I'm just asking for a
It-
friend. I'm just asking for a friend. Just let me. Could you answer that
so
for
the
me?
Series X is 15 teraflops, and this is going to be 16.7, I think,
All right, hold
teraflops.
on. Let me look this up because I made a thing about it
But they're
too.
claiming something with the RDNA. So this says this has, because this is confusing because this says it has an unknown RDNA. They think it's RDNA 1.
Okay, so I'm looking it up, right? So I remember writing this down years ago. So the Xbox Series X is 12 teraflops. The Stadia was 10.7 teraflops. Sorry, 10.7, and the PlayStation 5 is 10.28 teraflops. So 12 and 16 is a big difference. I'm just saying.
So the thing special about the PS5 Pro, it has a two DDR5s.
Okay.
It has a 16 gig and a 2 gig.
Mhm.
The RAM is a double. That's pretty cool.
Mm. Well, you know
Yeah,
what's
see
crazy?
see at the top where it says GPU 16.7 teraflops.
Mhm. Yeah, here. How about we look at this? Bam. So the PS5 Pro is probably more powerful than your gaming PC, hence leak.
No,
PC
it's
Gamer
not.
says the simultaneously reveal of both the PS5 Pro spec leaks and this month's latest Steam hardware survey results means we can
Cowboy.
fairly confidently say that there's a strong likelihood the upcoming console is more powerful than your gaming PC. That's
No.
because the top 5 most popular
This
graphics cards on Steam have less
he's capping out of
processing
his
power than the
teeth.
16.7
He is
teraflops of
capping.
GPUs in Sony's latest offering, and only 2 of the top
The
10 are
cap is
faster.
real with this. The cap is
Hmm.
real. Like PS5 Pro is no different from PS5. Like it's the same CPU. It's just
No, I think, but
a
what
little
that
bit
thing is
more
saying is that
teraflops,
the what that
better
thing is saying is
RAM.
that what the thing is saying is the 5 most popular graphic cards, right? So they're just saying, right, if you looked at if you at the end of the day, right, I used to, work in a market research company. If you did the research, right, and it just says, hey, these are the 5 most popular, and they're saying that the 5 most popular, right, that's because the top 5 most popular
So pull
graphic
me
cards
back.
on
Pull me
Steam
back.
have less processing power than, the 16.7 teraflops. So I think
So
that's what the
I'm
thing
gonna
is.
show you
When
what the
we
PS5 Pro can do. Wait, look. Pull me back.
Well, I'm just saying real quick. I think when we talk about uh, PCs, we always go to the top PC as if we have it, right? We're like, man, a 5090. But that's what people do, right? But then if you say, well, it's like the thing, not for nothing, but they call Jersey out, right? He was bragging about the 5090, and like, well, it's not even out yet. What do you have? And he said he got a 4070, and people was like, man. And so that's what happens, right?
Right.
As you were talking about that, I've seen that as well. But all right, so
Yeah. So this is another picture that.
about that.
Yeah. So this is interesting. So it enhances the image quality, but it does not boost the frames.
So is this
So
PS5
a
or
Series
PS5
X.
Pro?
This is the PS5 Pro. So a Series X that can do frame boost, frame per second
Okay.
boost.
Yeah, SBS Bruce.
That feature's better than this.
Yeah. So I just want to get this straight. In 2024, you're excited because a brand new console and older consoles make older games look better. I just want to understand this. You're excited
That's basically
because
what this is
one makes
about, kind
older games look better. That's what you're saying. You're telling me.
of.
I'm only asking for a friend. I'm
So
only
so
asking for. It's not for me.
so here's Bloodborne. Without the 60.
Okay.
So it's still gonna be 30, but like this is the side by side. It's not really much difference.
Yeah, that's the question. Everybody want Bloodborne to be 60. You would think with the PS5 Pro, they would be able to make it 60, right? Because that would make so many people
No,
excited.
unfortunately, it'll still be 30.
You know why? Because I guarantee they would rather come out with a remastered version and make you spend the extra money.
Yeah, so Tom Warren was right. There still will be 30 frame
Mhm.
games on PS5 Pro.
Yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
Let's see. Another picture that came out. That's something else. So yeah, that's Xbox. So yeah, so we know about the PSSR, the pisser. Or
Okay.
that's
Hold on,
what
let
they
me let
call
me
it,
let
the
me read
pisser.
the chat real quick before they get too ahead of me. So Holt said, just shows any game can be optimized and rescaled. Uh, Maker Chaos in the building. What's up, Maker? Haven't seen you in a while. He said a 2 GB DDR5 is for the operating system. Holt said, I thought we dropped flops. Ron said, all this power just to run remakes and remasters, and or even talk about what FCAT getting excited about, playing PS4 games. The top 5 most popular GPUs only make up like 6% of all the graphic cards. Let me see. Yeah, the most GPUs on Steam are lost lost a 1060. Gaming is still 1080. I'm sure my 4090 is 90 teraflops, but this card ain't the average card on Steam. 1060 is the average card that fits those teraflops, but it's optimized. And he
But
said
yeah,
optimization is complete.
apparently the narrative that they're putting out there, or what they're
Yeah.
saying, is that the RDNA doubles the teraflops.
Mhm. Yeah, who
That's
knows? I
basically
mean,
what
the
they're
whole
saying.
machine learning thing and AMD, right, is a thing, right? So, when Stadia used to say they had 4K, but people are like, but it's not real 4K, it's upscaled. But I think if you could somehow, without hardware, take something that's here and bring it here, that's kind of cool, right? So and I think the thing is, if you could do something, if you can make a game look better, and maybe it don't look as good as something else, but as long as you don't have it side by side, how would you know, right? So I think a lot of times as a gamer, we go crazy over, but it's 1440p and it's not this. It's like, well, do you got two screens in your house and you're looking at both? Probably not. You're just looking at a YouTube video. So anyway,
Yeah, so yeah, pretty soon we'll be getting the digital foundry breakdowns and things like that,
mhm.
and the comparisons and what it really
Oh yeah, I'm
does.
sure. Oh yeah, that's right. Because the PlayStation. Oh snap! Wait, damn, I forgot. Yeah, the PS5 Pro comes out this Thursday.
Yeah, I believe so.
I forgot. Yeah, the 7th. Oh wow. So it says the most
Yeah, so
favorite
so you know
games are
about
still
the
running on the
AI
PS3.
upscaler, the PSSR, and they found out that PSSR is basically what AMD FSR4 or whatever. So it looks like possibly Xbox is getting AMD FSR 3.1.2 arriving at the into their desktop ecosystem.
That's cool. Listen,
But
anything that can push, the boundaries of gaming is a plus. Can't be mad at that. Which I never followed the update. Well, I think for me, holds
is
I
that
just look at I like stuff
AMD
that's simple.
FSR4 is coming to Xbox Series X and S.
Mhm. And what is that? That pretty much just take the frame rate higher. Not that I know too much about what all it does. Does the PS5 Pro have any new games? No, I don't think they're gonna make their own games for PS5 Pro. Kind of like the PS5, the PS4 Pro, right? You didn't get games that was only for that. You just got games that looked a little better. Same thing. Um, but yeah, I think that what I like about the console strategy is pretty simple. All of this FSR and this and that, like I can't really do much to my console to change
There we
any
go.
of that. It's just all in the box. So you get what you get, and then you just use it until you buy something new. You know what I mean? The thing is, when you get options, can give you fatigue. And so with consoles, you don't really have options. You just get what you get in the box and you keep it moving. And PC, the beauty is you give you options, but it's also sometimes that fatigue because you got so many options.
So you remember during the Activision Blizzard deal, we
Okay.
were promised by Xbox something about Call of Duty. We would get the best version for Xbox, right?
I see where this is going.
It's official. Black Ops 6 will have the PS5 Pro enhancement.
I I don't think that's them going against their word though. Unless
You don't
the
think what?
Xbox version was going to be better than the PC. And because at the time there was no PS5 Pro. So their statement was sound. You know, I mean, what you gonna do?
So
Like they was
so we already know Diablo 4 is getting the upgrade. Now Black
okay.
Ops 6 is getting the upgrade.
Okay.
Now comes the question: will Indy get the upgrade? Will
I would,
Doom Dark Ages get the upgrade?
so I would like to. So I think PlayStation put themselves in a good position, right? Like, yes, you could just get these games on Game Pass, which is going to be cool. But I think if you're one of those power people, then it's going to be cool to get the version on on the PlayStation 5 Pro because you'll get like the extra fidelity and extra graphics. So the cool thing is Sony, why, yeah, these games are going to be on Xbox and Game Pass, cool. But Sony could literally start saying, hey, I mean, they hopefully they come out with some really cool commercials. I know they should play nice, but this deal already went through and Xbox kind of have to support and Xbox already making the whole thing where they're putting stuff on everything anyway. So that's their strategy. I doubt if PlayStation
More
have some
people
really
are
cool
playing on
um
PlayStation on Black Ops 6.
huh?
Black Ops 6, more people are playing on PlayStation.
Well, yeah, I mean that's by default. It doesn't matter because more people was playing it before, right? Like I've always said. So there's way more PlayStations than Xboxes. So what's gonna make all of a sudden you buy more Xboxes? It's not gonna happen. Video games are popularity contest. It doesn't matter. Like that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna like people are like. When's the last time you heard a Cowboy fan just stop being a Cowboy fan and being an Eagles fan, right? Like that stuff doesn't happen. It's very rare. And it's the same thing in gaming. You don't just all of a sudden be a diehard PlayStation fan and then now you're an Xbox fan. I think like the other day when Purple was talking, she said no one likes to be a loser. So at the end of the day, not being a fanboy stuff, but I think PlayStation was like the quote unquote winning brand. So if you was already a PlayStation guy, it doesn't feel like it was a big deal to go to Xbox. Whereas, unfortunately, like we said last week, we've seen a bunch of Xbox content creators become PlayStation content creators, become PC gamers, become
I'm telling
Nintendo
you right
gamers.
now.
Mhm.
I'm telling you right now. Call of Duty on Game Pass and Xbox fans are cheering. Call of Duty on Game Pass is doing great and
Right.
all this. It's like you don't want it to do great because that's signaling to Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella, hey, keep doing PlayStation 5 games. Keep going third party.
I mean, not for nothing. To be honest with you, unfortunately, there's nothing wrong with third party. Nothing wrong with them going third party. But for console war people, yeah, that's a problem. You know. But hey, they want to make
Yeah.
that money.
Guess what other dead games back in the news, Cowboy?
Well, hold
Your
up.
your
Before you do
favorite
that, let me
one?
ask you this: do you have a story on how Call of Duty is doing on Game Pass? Didn't you put something in the chat?
No.
Right. I think we should
It,
give
it's
it.
doing it's a good Call of Duty. Of course, it's doing good wherever it is. It's
Yeah,
the
but I
whole
think
thing is Game Pass actually like holding it back? Is it hurting it, or is it making it
I think
better?
I think they were
I
saying
don't
that
know.
they're right where they want to be. Hold on, let me look up something because I think Murder actually sent me something. I mean,
I know
obviously you get stuff.
Satya said something. He said that it's doing good, and he put up the numbers and all. And I'm like, he's kind of repeating what Activision says like every year, like this is the best Call of Duty. They used to do that like all the time. Activision be like, this is the best Call of Duty ever. It's like every year, this is the best Call of Duty.
You know what's funny? I went to pull up my thing with him on my computer. This is weird. It's nothing the anything current. It's like stuff from August. That's really strange. Hold up. Oh, that is strange. Eh, share this with
So
myself.
but the trick is with this game because when they go into the statistics, the financials, what this made and whatever, you have to consider that Call of Duty is now Call of Duty HQ, which is four other games in there. Yes,
Well, that is true.
Warzone that has MW2, MW3, Black Ops 6. Like, it's 4 games in there in this one game. It's 4 games in one. Like, and it all comes together.
So you think they skimming off the top?
Exactly. They're blowing up the numbers because you don't know
But
what they're
do you think
playing.
that
Like, they could
they're
be
looking
playing
at it?
Warzone. They could be playing Warzone, and that counts as Black Ops 6.
All right, so this is what Murder sent me. It says, thank you, hashtag Call of Duty community for making the launch of Call of Duty Black Ops 6 one for the record book, setting new day one and opening weekend
I
records.
don't.
Thank you. Together we made Black Ops 6 the biggest Call of Duty 3-day opening weekend ever. #1 total players, #1 hours played, and
They say
#1
that
total
every year,
matches.
Cowboy. Every year they say the same thing.
Yeah, so that means every year they
It's the
beat the last
best
year.
Call of Duty. And the numbers are skewed up. It's been skewed up ever since they created the whole Call of Duty HQ thing. Now
Do
they
you,
can take all the numbers, put it together, and be like, "Oh, Call of Duty does all this
so
because we put four
you
games
think
in
that's
one
how they're
thing."
looking at it? Because you got to think about it. Who's really still
If you
playing
put
the
four
old
games
one?
into one single pub,
Yeah,
like,
but hear me out.
you could
Hear me
count
out.
it all together.
Hold on, hear me out. If they to your logic, I give you that, but they're comparing it to last year, right? And the year before that. So to your logic, if they did this last year, but then this means they made more because they did the same thing last year, and this
No,
year they
I'm
got
saying
more
they
players,
need to
right?
separate it. They need to separate it. They need to get
No, no,
rid of
no,
a
no. Hear me
Call of
out.
Duty
Whether
HQ.
they separate it or not, if I will give you credit if they never did it before, but you clearly said they did it when they started doing this. So they did it before,
Right.
meaning they already had numbers of based off of them having everything. So now they did the same thing and they got more players, right? Is that
Right.
I'm just asking for a friend. That's all I'm saying.
But I'm saying when you go to Call of Duty HQ, you can literally
Okay.
launch Warzone, MW2, MW3, and Black Ops 6
No,
all
I
in
get what you're
on one
saying, but
menu.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just asking a question for a friend. Did they do that last year? I don't know if they did or not. Just answer me that.
It's just the numbers are inflated.
I'm just
That's the
asking a
reason.
question, bro. Either they did it last year or they didn't. I just want to know
I don't know. All I
because
know
I'm just
is
saying
the
if they did it
numbers are
last year.
inflated because it's
Well, hold
Call
on
of
real quick.
Duty HQ.
So look who just snuck up in the building. My man, Obi Rose. Hey, Obi. All I gotta say to you is, welcome to the gun show. Let's go. What's up, Obi? I hope you're doing good, man. Ron said, oh yeah, he asked me that already. I read that already. But anyway,
Oh,
but yeah, I just wanted to put that up.
so something about that's cool that I
Okay.
just um I did a test and I was playing Black Ops 6 on XCloud, right?
Okay.
So I backed out to the main menu where the games are, and all of a sudden I see that Modern Warfare 2 is there,
Okay.
and I was like, oh, I own Modern Warfare 2 on Xbox, but it's not on Game Pass. So I went to it and it launched, and it played just
Oh
fine
wow.
through XCloud. So
Ooh.
maybe that could be kind of like a hint to stream the games you own.
Right. No, I think you must be right. It's a telltale sign for sure.
Yeah, no, that's not Purple's bet. Purple's bet is purchasing games via XCloud or via
Well,
mobile.
Android. Well, the thing is, but
Yeah,
Purple did say it's not going to happen because of that. So either
right.
way, if they let you do it, Purple was wrong. But if they don't let you do it, then she was right.
No, no. She said. I don't think she said anything about streaming games you own.
She did
I
because
think
I
she
went
said
back and
something
forth with
about.
her forever. I was like, wait. So you're
No,
saying
she
she
said
did.
buying games through the
Right.
app.
No,
the
no,
phone.
no, no. She
That's what
said
it
you're
is.
not going to be able to. I was like, because I remember I kept saying, I don't see how that's the same thing. How are you saying that's the same thing? She's like, because if they don't allow you to buy games through the app, then it's going to trickle down to you not being able to be able to play the games that you purchase. I'm like, wait, what? I was like, but you can still purchase a game on Microsoft online.
Oh, she went the whole 9 yards with it.
Yeah, she said they are not going to
Damn,
allow you to play games that you purchase on Xbox. That's what she said.
damn. I thought she just meant purchasing games through
No, she
mobile.
said because of they're not going to be able to get that you purchasing games on mobile, so it's going to end up not happening.
Well, I guess I proved Purple Haze wrong. I guess because I played Modern Warfare 2 through XCloud and it's not on Game
Well,
Pass.
wait, my question is, did you buy Modern Warfare
And
2
I own it. I own it
Okay,
on
gotcha.
Xbox.
I mean, technically, I guess you would be right. I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
if somebody could try to run it with just Game Pass and not own it,
Mhm.
we'll see. Maybe they'll put it in Game Pass next.
Let's see.
That could be it. I don't know. Could be wrong, but yeah, your favorite game. Remember your viral
Oh,
your viral video. It's not a bad game.
what game was that?
Redfall.
Ah, yo, that was crazy though, man. So many people took my video and was just like going crazy with it. But so Microsoft closing Arcane Austin was a dumb move, says founder and former president. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really get too much into the different companies,
I
but
mean, they
at
made
this,
better games before. Like
uh,
they made better games before, but they
you know what it does? It
flopped
just so
hard
much
with
was
with.
so much was on the line for that game. That's the problem. So much was on the line for Redfall, and you know what's crazy? That's like the growing trend, right? Look at Forspoken, right? That didn't do well, studio close, right? Look at this, didn't do well, studio close. Concord didn't do well, studio, and it's other games too. That's kind of like the new thing. So that's pressure for these studios. It's like, and look what's happening to Bungie, right? Being absorbed in Sony. So man, these companies got to watch it when they're independent companies and then they decide to, hey, let's go for the money and get bought out by the bigger company. And then guess what? 6 months later, you don't have a job. I hope you save that money. That's crazy. Like, look how that worked out. Man. All right, let me check something else out. So I've always tried to pop up different game trailers.
Wait, what
So let
happened?
me go see what I might have in the vote.
What? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I'm
Um,
surprised Redfall's servers are still going.
you surprised Redfall what?
Yeah, the servers are still going.
Well, are they gonna pull them?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, that's cool.
Yeah, the Redfall pretty much got anthemed.
Anthem, Avengers. The only thing that sucks is my baby Friday the 13th about to get pulled off
Yeah.
December 31st.
Yeah, you ready for
That's
the next thing?
Let's do it. Wait, before you put that one on, I got something. Let me pull up real quick. Throw in a trailer, as I like to pull up trailers. Bam!
I think what's been great about this generation of consoles is that players get to choose how they want to play the game. The challenge is, are we delivering the promise of this character, of this franchise, playing either in fidelity mode or performance mode?
In order for us to accomplish that, we want to put as much detail as we can to the characters and the environments. But one of the things that you will experience in real life is that the world is incredibly reflective. There's glass buildings that are reflecting. Spider-Man's goggles, his lenses, are reflecting the world around him. And we've always had to make compromises when we switch to a performance mode. The fidelity of it drops a little bit just so that we can get that extra performance.
And so your final product ends up being kind of that compromise between the creative vision and the technical limitations that we have. The team works really, really hard to make sure no matter your personal preference, that feeling of what you want to be as Spider-Man will continue to be felt.
The PS5 Pro fits in nicely where it allows for higher fidelity. The ray tracing is now 2 to 3 times as fast. Have an actual custom silicone AI upscaler that performs the upscaling, the anti-aliasing, frees up a lot of the GPU to render pure graphics, but also improves the visuals and the jump in quality, fidelity. The extra detail in the distance is just unbelievable.
Players can swing through the city at 60 frames per second, get that nice, smooth controls that they want, but at the same time have the fidelity of the world and the characters from fidelity mode. When players play Marvel Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation 5 Pro, they are playing the quintessential version of the Spider-Man experience on the PlayStation 5.
That game was pretty epic. PlayStation. Man, that game was a really good game. I gave that game a 10 out of 10. I really did enjoy Spider-Man. And I'm not even a Spider-Man fan, but they did a great job. Especially the whole stuff with Venom. All right, so Square Enix to launch new games simultaneously on Xbox, Final Fantasy 16 producer says. I mean, that would be cool, right?
Yep, moving forward now on all new Square Enix games will also launch on Xbox.
I mean, if it's going to eventually be on Xbox down the road, and plus if Xbox is kind of putting their games on the PlayStation, why not, right? Spider-Man 2 on PC in January will be the best version. He's tripping. It depends on what PC you got. The best version for who on PC?
I mean, Square Enix wasn't necessarily tied to PlayStation.
Oh, I got to pull that. Let me find my history.
They were, doing games for them like exclusive.
I gotta show this to.
What I'm wondering is where the hell is Kingdom Hearts 4?
Hold up, Cubini. Cubini, I got this for you.
I wonder if
let me put this on here for Cubini. So Cubini, this says PC game or PC whatever. They say the simultaneous reveal of both the PS5 Pro specs leak and this month's latest Steam hardware survey results means we can fairly confidently say that there's a strong likelihood the upcoming console is more powerful than your gaming PC. That's because the top 5 most popular graphic cards on Steam have less processing power than the 16.7 teraflops GPUs in Sony's latest offerings. The only 2 of the top 10 are faster. That's kind of crazy. So here's my thing, Cubini. Whenever people say like, "Oh, it's gonna look better on PC," is it gonna look better on your PC? Whose PC we talking about? I mean, that's the question now. When people say like, "You see what happened to Jersey when he was running around talking about how powerful PCs are," and somebody said, "Well, what PC you got?" And he said, "Oh, I got 4070," and people laughed. Ah! So. Not that anything's wrong with the 4070, but if you're bragging about how great something's going to look, that's cool. Hey, right? But I get hope that I win the lottery too, But the question is, whose PC? So that is interesting though, right? So it says literally that most likely the PlayStation will be more powerful. Well, obviously, when you think of really powerful PCs, they make up a very small amount compared to all the PCs out there, obviously. And so, when we brag about PCs, it's kind of like, well, brag about your PC. And then we really see what happens. You know what I mean? Let me see. Square's third party, definitely unrelated to Xbox gaming, unrelated to Xbox games going to PS5. No, you can say that, but how many games don't go to Xbox? How many Square games don't go to Xbox? I mean, we could go on and on and on, right? The list goes on. So what I was saying is, maybe they're like, listen, let's stop. Only we see an Xbox put their games around in more places. So Square is kind of like, dude, let's make more money too, right? If we put our games on both Xbox and PlayStation, we're gonna make more money. So maybe, I'm sure they was getting a good amount of money to put their games only on PlayStation for a while. But now they're probably like, look, we seeing games are spreading around. This is our chance to kind of break that, So hopefully they can make more money. My PC has less teraflops, the PS5 and Series X, and most games run and look better on my PC. To you, we got to fact check that, Cubini. Feel like you're lying. All right. Anyways, PlayStation Wolverine creative director is now leading Xbox Perfect Dark. Damn, yo, Perfect Dark is still in the work, bro.
So here we go. Creative director Wolverine left PlayStation for Xbox. He jumped ship.
That's cool. I mean, the thing is, we haven't played Wolverine, so we don't. I mean, I think Wolverine's going to be good. I think it's pretty much going to be a carbon copy of Spider-Man, but they're going to take all they learned with Spider-Man and make a Wolverine game. So I got a feeling it's going to be really good. Plus, Spider-Man is all kind of PG and kiddie-ish kind of, you know what I mean? Where Wolverine, he's always cracking jokes. Wolverine is like more serious tone. It should be more violent. It should cater more to, at least to me, So, if they could, and that probably means that Wolverine is almost done, right? So if their lead creative director is now, if their creative director is now leading Xbox Perfect Dark, so hopefully he can help out with Perfect Dark. Wasn't Square Enix supposed to be helping out with Perfect Dark also? So. Let me see. Native 1440p 60
Crystal
on
Dynamics.
my PC
Crystal
for
Dynamics
Hellblade 2 versus sub 90p 30 on Series X.
That's Crystal Dynamics you're thinking about, Cowboy.
Oh, wasn't Crystal Dynamics and
they were a part of Square.
Right. I forgot. Yeah, they did separate. Seems straightforward. Stoked for Perfect Dark. Here's what I would like to know, Cubini. So on the PlayStation 5, you can play God of War at like I know I was getting over 90 when I was playing it, but because they got that 120 mode, right? I mean, get me wrong, we got to fact check it to look it up, but I thought it was 4K. So I wonder, could your PC do that? But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't want to get involved in all these numbers and stuff. Don't suck me into the PC world. So for Perfect Dark for sure. You know what's crazy? I was never a Perfect Dark fan. Hold on, real quick before we move from this. I actually dislike Perfect Dark. I felt Perfect Dark, and it's an age thing. So some people that's younger than me, they were really into Perfect Dark. I was really into GoldenEye, and I felt Perfect Dark was just a knockoff of GoldenEye. I was like, nobody want to play this nonsense. Yeah. They could have gave me
the first one was a kind of a copy of GoldenEye, but Perfect Dark Zero is a way better game.
They didn't even want to play that garbage. I was like, dude, they could have made a GoldenEye too. Why are they wasting their time on this Perfect Dark game? Then they had stages. This is how much GoldenEye was good. They had GoldenEye stages in Perfect Dark. Like, yeah, you know, man. So I never liked Perfect Dark.
Yeah, but you're talking about the first one.
Yeah, talk about the first one.
Perfect Dark Zero, the second one for 360. That game was freaking the bomb.
Yeah, never even gave it a chance, but I'm sure it probably was good. Let me see. He said, "What's the resolution? LOL on console is all low res, then upscale. Do you notice the difference, Cubini? Is the question, right?
But let's go into main event, because main event's about a certain game Cubini's also.
Let's do it.
For.
Main event. Wait. Do I need to play anything before you play this?
Yeah, you're gonna have to play Chucky.
All right. Guys, if you feel some type of way, don't blame us. I'm about to bring back the other Chucky. Hold up. Let me do something real quick. We gotta take it there, FCat. Hold on. Just hold on.
Yeah, we gotta play old Chucky.
Yeah, I'm about to play the old Chucky. I wish I had a soundbite. I might have to go back and get a soundbite with Purple. Hold on. I was like, wow, did she just say that? All right, so hold on. Let me pull up Chucky. And I believe it's the 16-second one. Yep, here we go. All right, so don't get mad at me because I didn't say this. He did.
You're a winner. And you know what winners say. Fuck the losers who can't take a joke.
Man the fuck up.
Just saying. All right, let's do it, FCat.
Yeah. So Xbox gave me a W, cowboy. They gave me a W in my hand, and I was like, yeah, I'm a rep and cap for this W. Then when they announced that PS5 port, they were like,
right.
They just shit all over that W. And now they just shit it all over again. Because they flew out some people for this gameplay preview, and I'm really glad that they showed this gameplay preview because this showed me exactly what kind of game this is going to be.
Okay. FCat, I just
so my expectation from the get go was this was going to be a Wolfenstein like Indiana Jones game. Well, come to find out, that's not the case. This is a
Can I say something real quick? Have you played a Wolfenstein game?
Yes.
Okay, so Wolfenstein, you got all these crazy cool weapons. It's damn near Doom with humans. How the hell did you think Indiana Jones was going to be that game? Please let me know.
Because this is the same studio, Machine Games.
So you thought they was going to say forget what Indiana Jones, because I'm assuming you watched at least one Indiana Jones movie. So you just thought they was going to make Indiana Jones go to hell and fight demons or something. That's what you thought was going to happen? No. You just thought they was going to be like, well, it's made by the same studio, so we're just going to make it a different game.
Whipping and shooting Nazis.
Bro, at the end of the day, it's not going to be like he's going to fight a million enemies coming out. He's not going to have super powerful guns blowing people up in the bits. Like, you know what? That's on you, man. That shame on you. And when they was talking about this game, I literally was like, bro, it's Indiana Jones. Like, you're the only person I know excited for an Indiana Jones game. And you know why? Because you wanted it to be Wolfenstein. That was never going to happen. But I will say this. The graphics look really good. The cinematics, that looked pretty cool. So it says after 3 hours with Indiana Jones in the Great Circle, I don't think it's the grand adventure Machine Games is pitching. It's just a fairly basic stealth game. So, I mean,
yeah. So just like Outlaws and Unknown 9 were stealth games. Like it's kind of the same thing.
Dude, I don't even feel no type of way. When I watched that trailer, the new one, hold on, we gotta pull that up. When I was watching that, I was like,
I sent you the link in the private.
Oh, you did? All right, here, let me refresh this too, so it'll play smooth. Hold on. You know what? You're gonna have to send me the link over because I think when I do that, I get rid of what was in the back. Send it to me again. Oh no, I think it's there.
All right, there you go.
Oh, you just sent it. All right. All right, so let's check this out. And obviously it'll look better. You guys could obviously watch it, you know, on your own TV screens later.
Yeah, so
It is something.
First and foremost, you're basically walking around with a camera. Like, what the hell is this? Is this Pokemon Snap?
Dude, it looks like what Indiana Jones should be
Is
like.
this Pokemon Snap? Come on.
I don't even know if I don't even know why you're mad. If you watch the movie, this is what you're gonna get.
So when you take pictures and you pick up stuff like books and stuff, it gets recorded into your notebook. And you can look at your notebook at any given time.
Clean tonight.
Bring it on. Wrong way, chum.
So in this game,
look at that action, boy.
That little guy packed a punch.
But look, in this game, you can't use your gun. Well, if you use your gun, like everybody's gonna come rain down fire on you.
You know what it reminded me of? When that little punch in.
Bad.
Do you remember when they came out with that Chronicle of Riddick game?
Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of that. You got real close up.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Let me see. Let me see. Capping for a bad game on Xbox coming to your PlayStation 5. Indiana Jones looks great. I saw all the footage, read the comments. People are loving it. Buy full price, go buy it. LOL. Watch the Egypt gameplay footage. It looks amazing.
Nazi idiots.
FCAT needs glasses. It looks good, but it just looks boring. That's all. But honestly, it looks like what Indiana Jones game should be like. Like, it looks spot on. You know, I just still think it shouldn't be in first person.
So the first half of the game, you're just Dr. Jones and you're just putting together your museum and stuff like that.
Damn kids. Someone's getting exposed.
Like, it looks, you know, I'm sure they're gonna have like a lot of action scenes.
No, this part I don't understand, Kyle. Marcus. That part, go back.
Okay.
We need to find out what he took.
This part I don't understand. Why would you want to fight Candyman with your bare hands?
He said, "Why would you fight Candyman with your bare hands?"
Doesn't he have like a hook and he can like control insects?
I mean, look at the graphics, bro. I mean, it looks really good. Yeah, they did a great job. I think if you're an Indiana Jones fan, not a gamer, like, but an Indiana Jones. I mean, obviously you can be a gamer, but I think if you're an Indiana Jones fan, you're gonna like this game.
No, I mean, which Indiana Jones movie he's going around swinging, throwing bottles at people? I mean, come on. Hitting people with brooms.
He's doing a lot of punching and not whipping. I'd have been tearing people up with this whip.
I said, which movie is he chucking bottles at?
I said, who is Father Ventura?
Hold up, what you say? Which movie? What?
A friend of
I said, which movie is he chucking bottles at everywhere and at everybody?
Are you sure you want to investigate this, Indy?
I can't let this go. It could be the best.
It's like Uncharted. Well, technically, Uncharted is like Indiana Jones, and Tomb Raider is like Indiana Jones. But I mean, maybe it was cool that they decided to make it first person. That way, it wouldn't seem just like Tomb Raider or Uncharted. And how cool is the villain they got as Candyman?
Man, I'd be scared to death of Candyman.
Fresh air. We have to find the stones, Gina. Or they will.
It has that Indiana Jones feeling.
You'd get a perfectly aligned circle.
Like spot on.
The Great Circle.
Exactly.
I intercepted the Morse code coming from the Himalayas.
Where Voss is sitting.
Is that a
battleship? Yep.
Yeah.
Let's get a closer look. Gotta find the stone and get off this ship.
And the cool thing is, it's so story driven. nothing.
What does it say?
Don't people laugh and joke about Xbox games not being like story games?
What was that?
Yeah,
So
that's what this is. It's a literal movie game. This is another Hellblade 2. It's a
yeah, so look,
movie
this is
game.
their second one. Look, you never know. This might be
That's
nominated for Game of the
exactly
Year.
what this is. Enjoy you got yourself another movie.
Dude, it's like they literally stole
Hands behind your head.
Indiana Jones right out of the movies, man.
Stone. No!
I mean, look at all of this. This
Can't
is
give you what I don't have.
Indiana Jones, man. Yeah. I can
Like
stop
the gameplay I saw, like it looked clunky, it looked slow, it wasn't fluid at all. Like it did not look fun.
Yeah, it looks like Indiana Jones. What you gonna get?
It did not look fun. Like
Indiana Jones
maybe
if
it
they made a
could be
video game.
fun, but like you're kind of like, ugh.
He said it won't make Game of the Year. Well, I was just saying, you know. Let me see. Guaranteed there's not showing everything. Also, first person is more immersive for sure. No, see, that's where I disagree. The problem with first person, reason why it's not more immersive, like I get it. You feel like you're in it, but you don't get to see everything, right? Like I want to see my character do all this stuff because I'm playing a video game. Now, yeah, I guess I would agree with you. Immersive means you feel like you're in it. So it does feel like it's you because it's first person. But I guess I would like to see the character do all this stuff. But yeah, I think I agree with you as it being more immersive. Comparing it to Dev's previous work is dumb. Stop it. I agree with all that. Don't 47
Yeah, it
Infinite.
reminds me of Condemn. Remember Condemn, where it's first person and you're like walking around hitting crackheads with lead pipes.
Carbini ready for world's first president. Oh yeah, so by the way, guys, let's check out the vote. Make sure you vote in the poll that I put up. So right now is 19 votes, and they're making a turn. Who would be the new president of the United States? 47% says Donald Trump, and 53% says Kamala Harris. So Kamala has been leading from the beginning, but Trump is catching up. All right, so FCAT, you want to pull back up your screen? Anything else, or is that it?
No, that's it.
Oh wow, that's it for you. I might actually go get some McDonald's and be able to go be able to watch wrestling tonight.
Because after I saw that, I'm not getting the $100 version. I'm gonna wait for the Game Pass. I'm gonna wait for Game
Yeah,
Pass
well,
to
look,
just
the
play
cool
it
thing
on there.
is you don't have to really. So you know when people used to when my day, right? You know, I'm old. In my day, when people pre-ordered games, is because you didn't want it to sell out. So for me, I feel like I don't need to now do pre-order stuff just to get extra stuff. But honestly, if there's nothing extra that you like, then
I was about to get the $100 version, which came with the console version, and it came with the Windows PC version. It also came with the 3-day early access and the DLC. And after I
listen.
saw that preview, I was like, "Oh, I'm probably not gonna like that."
Yeah, I mean, if you like the stuff that they are offering, cool. But if you don't, then there's no really rush. I don't pick sides, but I do know that the establishment has already chosen their president. Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, and you also know, Mr. Urban World, that all hell's gonna break loose and it's gonna be the end of the world. Oh yeah, you too, FCAT, right? That's what you and Urban was saying. That I'm silly because I don't realize that the world's about to end in 2 days. Well, I guess this was the last show. You know? Technically, I do have to bring that up
we
though,
won't be
FCAT.
able to do next. We won't be able to do next week where I review the Trump game because that comes out tomorrow.
Yeah, next we won't have internet, no water, Like it's gonna be crazy, you know,
It's gonna be chaos in the streets.
chaos in the streets. But um, I will say this: I am planning on rebranding. I mean, I haven't talked to you about this specifically. We never really brought it up, but I have said it around you. But yeah, I am gonna rebrand. I'm gonna move to Florida, so I'm pretty much probably not gonna be doing anything for maybe that week. Um, and I'm really still going through my head what I'm gonna do, how I'm gonna do everything. So, you know, the channel would be under reconstruction. Probably gonna just be putting out old videos until I actually get everything together. What I want to do is have everything ready for by that Wednesday. So I move on Friday and I should be there by Saturday. And I hope I would have recorded and made an intro and do all the stuff I want to do in my mind. And it's all creative. So as I start off trying to go to what I think I'm going to do, it just depends on where I may branch out. And so I'm going to see what I was thinking like, oh, should I not do live anymore? Should I only do live and not videos? And I got all this crazy stuff. So I will definitely keep you in the loop. But yeah, that Monday we probably won't be streaming. So not next week, but the week after, and then I'll see what's gonna happen.
It's cool. Yeah, I mean, if you wanna go a different direction.
I mean,
The gaming
you know
news
what's
is
crazy?
all.
I've said it.
It's been all negative. Like this is going
That's all
die.
good. I did say it a long time ago though. I said, you know, when I moved to Florida, everybody's like, "Yo, why don't you take it more serious?" This and that. I said, you know, I'm moving in some years. You know, I'm gonna be in a whole different place, location. At the time, you know, my kids used to just. I was screaming in my bedrooms, and the kids was walking in. I was like, I got no privacy. Even here, my laundry room is over there, so people still walk in. So I've always said when I move, things will be different because I'm gonna have a dedicated streaming room. So as long as we get a 4 bedrooms, like regardless, I'm still gonna have one. But as long as we get 4 bedrooms, then that one of the bedrooms will be my streaming room office. And then I'm gonna really try to. It's gonna like the way I decorate it is never gonna change until I want to do different stuff because it's gonna be my own personal space.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll get to all that. I got about 2 weeks till all this stuff comes to fruition. So we could just chat a little bit, guys. Since the show, we pretty much got no other gaming stuff. Anything else you want to talk about, FCAT? Just bring it up as I go through the chat.
Not really.
All right, so he said FCAT's going to be laughing so loud if Kamala wins. Let me see. Give it some time. You're going to surely see crazy things happening if she wins. Oh, slowly but
I
surely.
don't
Yeah, I
care
thought you
who
said.
wins. I'm gonna accept who wins.
Hmm.
Like I didn't freak out when Trump first got elected.
Beanie said the world will end if we don't make the right choice tomorrow. Let me see. By the psychopaths. He said, you need to do a Long John Silver's video before you move.
I won't
I
be
don't even know where
surprised
Long John Silver is near me.
I won't be surprised if Trump actually
Mhm.
wins. Yeah, I'll be more surprised
I
if
think either
Kamala wins.
person
I
could
was
win. I
surprised
think
that Joe
maybe.
Biden beat him, but I was like, oh, I guess COVID must have gave him Biden that
Mhm.
boost.
So I think more or less Trump's gonna win. I didn't realize the whole Kamala Harris thing till like later in her. I was like, oh, she's really running and like what was going on with Joe Biden and all this stuff. So but I think Trump's gonna win. I feel like he's gonna pull it out. You know, like he's gonna. I don't know. I just think he's gonna win. I think his showmanship. I think he's offering a lot to the America and making people think he's gonna do this and that. I think some people who didn't want him to win found out that when he won, they actually liked the things he did for America when he was in office. So I got a feeling he's going to end up winning.
Like what?
Urban,
Say he was gonna nuke a
Urban. I'm
hurricane.
really thinking about. Go ahead, FCAT.
No, I said like what? Say he's gonna nuke a hurricane.
Oh, I don't know, but I know a lot of people actually said to me like they felt that things was better when Trump actually won. Me personally, I call it BS because I feel like I don't never notice anything. But yeah, I mean, I know people who said that. Urban said, I think once you move, you should just stream whenever you feel like it and don't think much about it. Honestly, that is definitely something I think about. You know, I'm even the channel, the way it not only so my mind, I'm not gonna say too much, but you guys will see. I was about to say some stuff, but you'll see. Ask Daisy how much she want for Rex before the move. She actually just got rid of their big cage. My offer is $220. I don't know if we could part with them, man. Did you see the thousands of immigrants walking towards the U.S. border, hoping Kamala wins? They are coming by the tens of thousands. It's on YouTube. Oh, really? That's crazy. Let me see. You want to place another $10 bet? I say Kamala wins. You say Trump. Let's make your future gaming laptop cheap again. No. I ain't doing that. Oh, Purple's in the building. Let's go. What's up, Purple?
Yeah, get Purple in here. Oh, she'll probably extend the show.
Well, actually, yeah, Purple will definitely extend the show, but no, I think I'm about to shut this thing down. Go get some to eat. I am hungry. But look, Purple, make sure you vote. Join in the vote, Purple. The poll. Let me pull it back up. I just closed out by mistake. All right, so the poll is who will be the next president of the United States of America? So we got 45% says Donald Trump and 55% says Kamala Harris out of 20 votes. So she's been leading in the poll from the beginning. All right, Purple, listen. I'm gonna add you the link. But I am hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet.
We gotta tell her about that thing with Call of Duty.
And I don't want to
Next class.
be on here for another hour, right? So I'll say this: at 8 o'clock, I'm getting off. But here, Purple, click the link and jump in here. Let's chat it up. I'm getting off in like
I want to know what she said.
minutes.
Did she say purchasing games through xCloud, or did she
No,
say
I'm gonna let her come on here so she can clarify it. But I'm telling you what I've heard her say, and so let's hear her explain it to you. Guys, coming in is none other than my little sister, Purple Haze. Give it up. Let's go.
Stop. What's going on? So what is this Call of Duty news?
So, can you explain the FCAT? And let me just say this, because I said this while you wasn't on here. I thought that you told me that you said Xbox will not allow people to be able to stream games that they purchase because I don't understand the correlation of something to do with them not being on Android. But that's what you said, right?
No. I said that they weren't going to have that app thing working. They have the app thing working?
No, they don't have the app thing working. But remember, I kept saying, hold up, wait, because I want to explain it so I can understand
what
whatever.
I took it as.
Remember, I kept saying, hold on, FCAT, pause, bro. Remember, I kept saying, I don't see the correlation. I was like, wait, well, how are you saying they're not going to allow you to stream? I was like, because what does that got to do with them being on Android? I was like, remember, they could just use like, because they're not going to be able to buy games. Like, but can't you just buy games via the web, Microsoft or on the website? So that's why I thought, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought you were saying they won't be able to. They're not going to add you can stream in November. Or remember, they were saying November, they're going to allow you to be able to stream games that you purchase. You were saying they won't. Am I correct or no?
Yeah, so mine had not necessarily what you could, what I was saying is they were going to allow you to purchase games on their app.
Okay.
Right, on the Android app. And then from there, you could do whatever, cloud gaming or whatever, which right now you can't purchase games on their app, or is that wrong?
Right.
Yeah, that's what the thing was. Like,
but then I was saying that, but they could still just purchase games on an Xbox. They could still purchase games on the Xbox.com, right? And so therefore, as long as they have a way to purchase games, they should still be able to stream their games. That's why I didn't understand the correlation of them not being able to do that if they don't have the purchase on the Xbox app, because you could still purchase games somewhere else, right?
So I think their initial announcement was, I would have to go back and look at it. I believe their initial announcement was not, it was less about, hey, you can purchase games and stream. To your point, you're exactly right. Why have it? You can buy the game on the Xbox, right? So you should be able to stream it like Stadia.
Right.
Right? Correct. Their announcement, but my whole thing is like, why haven't they done that yet? Right? Why did they make the announcement to say, hey, we're going to allow you to purchase your games on the app and you can stream them anywhere, everywhere, essentially. And I said, okay, if that's the case, I don't think it's going to happen, because why are they tying it to the Android app? And that's when I kind of went back to the whole thing with Android.
I never seen a statement that they said it was like a combo deal. I just know years ago when Stadia was out, they said they was going to do it and they never did it. And then maybe a year ago they said they was going to do it and they never did it. And then recently they said they was going to do it in November. But I never heard that they was. Oh, go ahead, FCAT. Go ahead.
Yeah, the whole reason why we brought this up, Pearl, is because I was playing Black Ops 6 on xCloud, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I backed out to the main menu where all the games are. At first, it was just Black Ops 6, Warzone, and Modern Warfare 3. But I guess it was a glitch or something, but I saw all the other games, right? So I go to Modern Warfare 2. It tells me I can launch it, and I launched it. And Modern Warfare 2 right now isn't on Game Pass, but I own it.
And you played it in the cloud?
Yes, I played it through xCloud.
You played it through, but
it
how
might
can
be
you play
a
it on?
glitch. It might be a glitch, or it might.
I mean, you said it was a
coming
glitch.
to Game Pass.
But if you played it, I thought xCloud was Game Pass. No.
Yes.
So
you can't have xCloud without Game Pass. So
it's because it's in the same hub. It's in Call of Duty HQ.
Yeah, so hold on, let me explain that. So the way they started doing Call of Duty a couple years ago, they have where when you download a new Call of Duty, essentially you got to download a bunch of Call of Duties because you got this new hub. So like if you're a Call of Duty fan, when you go on the hub, it's going to have a bunch of games you purchased years ago that you could just access, right? But let's say you only, like me, I gameflied the last Call of Duty and I had to download all this stuff. And it was real convoluted. I was like, couldn't even realize which one that I actually put in the game, like that I downloaded. I'm like, or when you put the disc in, right? So I'm like, I don't even know which Call of Duty that I got. So again, that's a new thing. So he's saying when he went to the hub, it showed one of the Call of Duties that's not supposed to be on cloud game, and he clicked on it and allowed him to play it. Again, he felt it was a glitch. Obviously, I'm sure they can do this. It's not rocket science to let you be able to play something that you purchase, but that's not what they put out there yet. So yeah, maybe you did do it. Maybe it's like how many times the actual game got uploaded by mistake and then they pulled the game down, or a demo or something. So I think it might be one of those things. I mean, if you try to do it now, maybe you can't. I don't know.
No, I would think. I'm just trying to think on the back end of that. I would think that's so. My whole thing was more or less with with cloud right now. In order to buy a game on Xbox, you basically need the Xbox, and I think you can do it on the website, right? Correct, right? I've never done it on the website, but I think you can. I think. And so my thing was like, when you're thinking about cloud gaming, you should be able to buy it anywhere, which is what they were. That was my thing. Like, I don't think the thing on Android's going to go through. That's what I was saying. Now, whether or not you can play the game, yeah, I think they should have already done that. But I'm curious if FCAT, and I'm not asking him to do this. I'm curious if FCAT did not have X Cloud, could he just buy the game and play it in the cloud?
No. You need no.
Yeah, you would
I
need X Cloud,
remember.
right?
No, yeah, because I remember when they first mentioned that, like maybe 4 years ago. Like I said, Stadia was still around, and we had this big thing on here, and I was like, "Oh wow, if they just gonna let you do that," I was like, "That would be amazing." I was like, "That's pretty much like Stadia." And then somebody had put the link in there, and it was like, "No, you gotta read it, and you read further because that people don't do that." It clearly stated, and I made sure because I was wrong, so I had to clarify myself. It clearly stated, select games. First of all, it says select games you'll be able to play that you purchase with xCloud, or it wasn't called it. It was
Yeah,
Xbox Cloud Streaming, or whatever it was called back then.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested. Like I said, I don't know. But my whole thing was the Android phone. That's what I was kind of getting. That's what I was hammering.
Gotcha. So yeah, you're not saying that they might not, that they won't ever do that part. The letting you stream your games you purchase. You're just saying that you don't think they're gonna be able to go through with the purchasing Xbox games on an Android.
Correct. Because then, like I said, and to me, that's more of their cloud gaming strategy, right? When you think about having it on the Fire Sticks, you think about having it on the TV, you think about it, like you got to buy that game somewhere. Yeah.
No, I was telling Pellboy last time they can do that right now, but they don't want to because they don't want to pay the extra Google fee.
Exactly. That's exactly where that would yeah.
I told you.
You know what's crazy? I was thinking it as linear as you buy it on a console, but the thing is, they want to get away from that.
Exactly.
They don't want you to have a console. They want you to be able to just buy. To your point, everybody has a phone, right? And so, maybe not everybody has an Android phone, but they want you to be able to purchase it and not purchase it on a console.
Right.
They don't. I'm sure they don't care, but they want to make sure that option is out there because, again, that that option would be able to make more money because it'll be easy accessible. Like, remember when the cloud first, Stadia was a thing, and the whole thing was, I forgot the number, maybe it was 10 million or whatever. Whoever could get the 10 million subscribers or something holds the the cloud gaming or cloud, right? And it was like, well, the fastest way to do that is get to mobile, and that was the whole thing. If you could really get these games that people want on mobile, but I guess what they didn't realize is people just don't want to play them on mobile. Not that many people.
Isn't that crazy though? $1 trillion company doesn't want to pay another $1 trillion company.
Yeah. Well, that was my whole thing. That was my whole like that, because that's why I brought up PlayStation allows you to do that. Steam allows you to. That's why I was bringing that. Like those, you can buy the game on your phone,
right?
And then you can just like, okay, let me start streaming it somewhere else. But to me, if those other companies could do it, Microsoft could have already done it, and that's why I said obviously there's something going on. And that's why I made my prediction. They're not going to do that in November.
So is it so if I buy a game on the PlayStation app that's on my phone is well, I guess Samsung, right? Because I'm not buying it through Google. I'm buying it through an app on my Samsung phone. Is somebody getting a cut?
They don't want to pay the Apple fee either.
Yeah.
How does that go?
Sony, when you're buying a game, it depends on what store you're buying.
You're right, because technically I had to download the PlayStation app from the Google's Play Store.
Yeah, so then Google has that cut, and that's what that lawsuit from Epic is about. So yeah.
I wonder, could you get by if you just downloaded the APK?
Yes. And that's Google's response to why there's not a monopoly, because there is a way around people sideloading it. So that's Google's defense of it.
Yeah, anybody remember Opera Mini? Like you used to download that to your phone and it like gave you all these other options your phone wasn't giving you.
Yeah.
But I used to do a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah. So that's that was the whole argument. So I'm waiting for me to be able to buy my game on my Xbox game on Android phone, but it's not going to happen in November.
Well, you know what?
In the mobile store.
Yeah.
So Purple, let me ask you this. This conversation came up the other day, and I actually watched my old video. And I keep bringing up. I was talking earlier how you and me was like. I was telling Urban I want to get into some cloud talking because you and me had such a great conversation. But I watched my old video of remote play versus cloud, and it kind of came up the other day. And what's your thoughts on that? While I have you here, just real quick, like give me
Remote play, like Sony remote play.
Yeah, your quick little breakdown. Like, what's your? Have you used remote play at all?
I was thinking about getting the Sony PS Portal to just test it out. But I was like, that's like, I don't know. I could spend money on something else, really. So, so I didn't. So I haven't done remote play. It seems confusing to me, to be very honest. And cloud. Sony doesn't have cloud, right? They only have remote, or no, they do have cloud.
They do have cloud. Yeah, they do have.
They do have cloud.
But they just won't let you play cloud on a mobile device.
Oh, not that I would.
Yeah, it's subscription.
Yeah, I don't actually have an opinion because I haven't really played cloud recently.
Gotcha. Remote.
So,
I gotcha.
Yeah. And if I do, it's on GFN, which I haven't done that in like over a year. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you know what's crazy? I feel like once I got out of Stadia, I'm kind of like this. If you can't do it the way I liked it, then I just don't want to do it. So I'll be back with the dinosaurs, downloading and updates, and I suck it up. But it's like you're not gonna. Well, I say around where we live at, you're not gonna tap dance piss on my lap, right? Like I'm not even gonna want to. Like yes, GFN is amazing, and the graphical fidelity, but it's not gonna be smooth. It's not gonna be like not smooth as in fidelity. I mean like Stadia is like the plug and play, right? So for me, and again, this is coming from a console side. I know somebody like Cubini or some other people be like, no, that don't bother, or even FCAT. Doing all that stuff don't bother me at all. But once you start talking side loading and all this stuff, unless I'm fully committed, I don't want to do all that. So I just totally stopped altogether. Go ahead, FCAT.
You know what I've been wondering, Cowboy and Purple. I'm wondering how is the portal gonna operate or perform with the PS5 Pro? Are you gonna get the same quality features? Yada yada yada.
Here's what I think.
And also,
okay,
to draw in there, to add in the cherry on the top, how is the PS5 cloud streaming thing gonna operate and perform on the PS5 Pro?
Okay, so here's the thing. I think there's going to be one difference, and because the questions you're asking is kind of, I feel like it's just a simple answer, right? Once I heard, right, I didn't care about the PS5 Pro at all, and I still don't. But what I always complain about is the Wi-Fi in the PS5 is terrible. It's for me. And I know some other people that agree, right? I remember one time ISO was like, no, it isn't. I said, bro, go turn on your PlayStation 5 right now and turn a game on and stream. And so I told him, and he was doing it. He was like, oh, man, you're right. The problem is it's inconsistent. For some reason, it just doesn't stay consistent. And so when I stream on it, I never could stream more than 20 minutes to an hour. My stream's crashing. And sometimes and it happened to me often because I'm stupid, because the PlayStation just don't automatically switch. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So back to your answer to you. I think simply they mentioned that it's going to have the latest Wi-Fi. So one, that's going to be a plus, right? So somebody like me,
Wi-Fi 6.
So somebody like me, if I was streaming and forgot to plug the wire in, and even me, sometimes I plug the wire in and I just forget to switch it from Wi-Fi to wired, because you would think PlayStation would do it, but it doesn't all the time. So for somebody like me, that would be a good thing, because the Wi-Fi should be stronger. It should connect to my router stronger, and so I shouldn't have.
I'm sure they would push some kind of update to make it coexist with the PS5 Pro. But I don't know what kind of performance or quality.
I don't think it's going to do anything special for something like the Portal. I think the Portal. All right, a little history lesson. When COVID happened, and I always say my kid's other dad. So he works for Comcast, right? And when COVID happened, if y'all remember, Sony throttled everybody's PlayStation 4, right? They made you could only get 60 megabytes out of it, right? I don't care if you got 1,000, 100. When you did that speed test, you only seen 60. So I was flipping out, and I said, "Dude, what the hell?" And he works for Comcast. He came over. He's like, "No. The PS4 only needs the maximum is 60." He was like, "The bandwidth, if your plan is 1,000, that means multiple people." So the thing is, if you got the same internet, you get a PS5 Pro. That doesn't matter that it has, like, the only thing is going to be, it only needs like a maximum of 60. So you don't even need all of that, right? And the uploading is even smaller, right? That you need. So the thing is, I don't think it matters. Like, it's no to be like, oh, I got a PS5 Pro, so now my portal's going to be better. No, your portal's gonna, your PlayStation is getting out, going to the portal. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference.
I guess we'll have to wait and see when it comes out. But
right, yeah,
back to the cloud streaming thing, the PS5 cloud streaming thing. Remember, you have to have a PS5 to do the PS5 cloud streaming thing, right?
Correct.
And you're basically cloud streaming a base PS5 game. Now, say you get the PS5 Pro and you press that button to cloud stream for PS5 game. Are you gonna get a base PS5? You gonna be cloud gaming and people?
Oh, I see what you're saying. If there's a game that utilized the PS5 Pro, let's say Spider-Man 2, right? We watched the Spider-Man 2 PS5.
No, the PS5 Pro will automatically have the cloud streaming there. It's gonna be there. It's gonna be on there. And say somebody presses it, they're gonna be streaming a base PS5 game.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, but think about it. Even now with cloud, so even now with cloud, you know, a lot of times you don't get the same stuff as a console or a PC anyway, right? That's why people like to step up with GFN. So, like, yeah, so I mean, I think it's more the PS5 Pro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, PlayStation should change it to where you're streaming a PS5 Pro.
Yeah, I think the main thing with PS5 Pro when it comes to cloud is only going to be that your internet will be stronger. So, you know, you'll probably have more consistent, you know, everything will be more consistent, right? Because remember, Stadia, the brilliance of Stadia was when your internet was acting up, or again, I got Comcast. So Comcast, you don't get a straight, like what you pay for, you don't always get it, right? With Comcast is a shared network, whereas Verizon, their fiber optics that they put in the ground, what you pay for, that's what you get, upload and download, right? So the thing is with the PlayStation 5 Pro, at the end of the day, whatever it's just going to pull, right? What it might do better, what I was bringing up with Stadia, Ice was about to jump in, so it kind of caught me off a little bit. Stadia was when your internet was going up and down, you might see it get fuzzy, but the gameplay was still smooth, and I prefer that. I don't care if it looks a little grainy, but I don't lose any of my controls.
Right.
I'd rather that over it still looks good, but then now it's feeling sluggish. So I think the PS5 Pro, that's really only what it's going to help is it's staying consistent. But I could be wrong. Well, let me bring in ISO Motion Gaming, the most casual gamer at his finest. ISO, what's up?
Yo, what's good? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you been?
Doing good, man. I just got back from vacation.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute, but that's why. How was vacation, man?
Dude, it was good. So I was in Vegas for like a week. My sister got married. I gambled a bunch. I lost money, but it's okay because I expected to. But it was a great time overall. So it was awesome.
That's cool. Oh, look, my girl Nikki's in the building. What's up, Nikki? Thanks for popping in. Guys, Nikki's one of my really good friends. We all do game night and stuff at her house and another friend's house every so often. They actually had a going away party for us when we was going to be moving, and then we found out we wasn't moving, and now we are moving again. So I felt so bad they had that party, and then the buyers dropped out. I was like, but anyway, that was crazy. I was like, well, actually, we're not moving anymore, but thanks for that party. But hey, Nikki, thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. So wait, Urban said, and we gotta get ISO input on this. let me see. Oh wait, here we go. He said, let me back up a little bit. Man, all right. So he was messing with Purple. Purple, you see, Urban said, he said, "What next, Purple? You're going to tell me Santa not going to deliver kid toys this year?" But on a more serious note, he said, "Let me call GameStop. Yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about." He said, "I'm confused though. Xbox already had game streaming, so it was already possible to remote play very own games. We're not talking about remote play. Urban, you don't pay attention." He said, "Okay, I got the answer. You can already play in any Xbox game you own remotely. However, this new upcoming update allows you to stream from their servers instead of the X." We already see he's just late anyway. Sorry, that's what we was talking about 3 weeks ago. But so it's more of a GFN competitor with this upcoming feature, streaming games you own. Yeah, that exactly, Urban. Thanks for catching up. Sony has cloud. They purchase on live.
No,
Yeah, we
that's the
already
thing.
know that.
PS5, PlayStation's been doing it. They did it
Correct.
with their cloud thing. Have you tried their cloud thing, Purple?
PlayStation? No, I haven't tried. Like I said, I haven't really been playing cloud. You know, I think I'm with Cowboy on that. With if it's not Stadia, it's a step down. And so
It's pretty close to Stadia, Purple.
No. When I say it's
Quality
not
and
Stadia,
performance.
when I say Stadia, I literally mean like I'm playing on my TV. I go to Stadia.com and then I can play on my computer. And then it's like, oh, let me go upstairs. Let me play on that TV.
Pretty much what Purple's saying is the bells and the whistles. Like for real. All jokes aside, Stadia. Listen, I was super in the cloud, and most of you guys know this. Same thing with Purple. But let's say to somebody like ISO. ISO, you clearly had to know it was something about Stadia that I was really into it. And like now I'm just like, man, forget cloud, right?
That's
Now,
exactly what Xbox is doing. They're doing the Stadia route.
I mean, if they could pull it off, it won't be. I mean, the thing is, Stadia, it's going to be hard to beat Stadia because Stadia had so much other stuff. So once you say, like, okay, look, you can buy your games and play it on the cloud, then you're like, okay, cool. Now, can they do this? And you're like, oh, wait, Stadia did that too? Yeah. Could they do this? Wait, Stadia did that too? So that was the thing. Stadia just kept, like, I think they was very ambitious, maybe too ambitious. But that's the thing. They gave us a lot. You know, by the time when Stadia was over, you had so much stuff you could do. Like, I'll bring up this, right? My PlayStation. Okay, fine. My graphical fidelity is better than Stadia.
PlayStation 5 cloud.
Yeah, but look at this, right? My PlayStation 5, you know what it can't do? Is if I'm playing my game, which like I'm always playing the wrestling every Wednesday, and that their servers are terrible. So when the game crashed, my stream ends.
Yeah.
Stadia, you could have just switched to another game and still kept streaming.
Right.
And you could have did that from your phone, from your whatever. I mean, it's like magic.
Or
they got the link where you send the link thing.
Yeah,
they got that on PS5 cloud now.
So so that's cool. Like, right, that's a cool thing though, that other clouds don't have that though, where if I could just drop the link in YouTube and then someone can just click in, or I mean, don't get me wrong, PlayStation has a lot, but the way it was just seamless with Stadia, that's the difference. It was just really seamless.
I agree.
The quality and performance is like on par.
Yeah.
PlayStation Cloud, but PlayStation 5 Cloud is like second best next to GeForce now.
Yeah,
I'm sure it probably is, but here's the problem, though, right? Let's say I want to go all in on PlayStation Cloud. Okay, I gotta own the console, right? And then two,
own the console and the game.
So this is all not the game. I'm not worrying about that, right? Because I like a specific, right? I like to buy more games. Even on Stadia, I felt the best part about Stadia was you was able to buy your games, right? When people was like, "No, that's dumb," I'm like, but anyway, let's say I'm like, you know what? I already got a PlayStation 5. So listen, I already got a PlayStation 5, and I'm gonna get all in on cloud because now I got access to it. The killer is I can't play it on mobile. So if I could play it when I want, but then I get my illustration to my mother-in-law house, then it's over. It's over.
I'm telling you.
Or just the thing, like I said, like right now I'm going to the PlayStation site. The fact that I have to look to figure out how to stream it in the cloud And I get it. Like, it's
You
not.
turn on your PS5.
But that's
you
the
turn
point,
on certain
FCAT. If I'm
things,
not at
and it says
home,
stream.
if I'm not at home, like, that's where I'm saying, like, with Stadia, I could just take the controller, I take my Chromebook, and then that's all I needed to game. But and that's everywhere across the country. And then everything I needed to do on the Chromebook, like the whole entire experience of Stadia, I could do just there with my control. And then it's like, oh, I'm going to my friend's house across the country, and they had a Android TV. They had whatever the Google TV was. That's all I needed. And that's why I'm saying, like, PlayStation's not. No one's there yet. And I'm not saying that they're not gonna get there. I'm just saying it's not as easy. And if it's not as easy, it's not something.
I agree. I mean, not for nothing. Listen, if Xbox does that, I will give them credit because you would be able to play on a web browser, you will be able to play on a console, you will be able to play on a cell phone with mobile data, because that's important, right? I remember Stadia didn't do mobile data, and when they did it, I was like, oh, it's over, right? So if Xbox does that, you'll be able to play anywhere and purchase a game. Now, hopefully, they will upgrade their upgrade their service, and then it'll be like, hey, man, this is pretty, and what I would give it over GFN is it will have the console feeling, right? Because it would be more simple. You just press play on a game, whereas GFN, might be a little more, you got your launchers, and you got this and that, and if this don't, you know what I'm saying. So, not knocking it, but
No,
that would be the
they updated the bit rate. They upgraded the bit rate for Call of Duty.
on xCloud.
Yeah, on xCloud.
So right now, but that's the other thing then. That why it's still not going to be Stadia, right? Which is what you just said right there. I have Cyberpunk, right? And I have it on Xbox and I want to play it. I'm on my computer right now and I can't play it. And it makes sense, right? Because I need xCloud. So I got to pay $20 to pay for xCloud just to play the game I already have.
Right.
And that's
I even forgot about that. But yeah, that's one of the craziest, most compelling arguments that's right. Stadia was free. Like when Urban is always bragging about computers, it don't cost money to play games online. That was Stadia. You could buy a game and just walk out your house. And that was it. That was really it. As long as you could connect.
And you had every feature. You had every feature except the Stadia library or the upscale 4K, which a lot of times you didn't really need because it was so smooth. And that's where I say, like, when are they going to do that? I don't have any confidence that any of them are going to do that because just to play a multiplayer game, I got to pay unless I have PC. Right. So.
And you know what I was saying though, Purple? Remember I was saying too is not that we, are going to keep repeating ourselves, but 3 weeks ago we had a great conversation. But I think that what I said then was on PlayStation, there's all right, for all the companies, there's an angle, right? The angle on PlayStation is I want you to pay for the console, right? If you want to get into the cloud, you got to pay for the console. The angle or the subscription, because you could just pay for the subscription and then you could play there, on the PC. The angle on Xbox is they want you to pay for Game Pass. So the thing is, no one's gonna beat Stadia because Google was so ambitious. They just wanted you to. They thought of Stadia in mind first. Where these other companies, they have all these other things, and their cloud is second fiddle in mind with their thing. So they want you to either pay for a service or a product and a service, and then you could get their cloud. Stadia, that's all it was. So it was like none of these companies is ever going to beat Stadia, in my opinion, because they're always going to want something else. They're going to always say, well, you could get our cloud, even if it's better than what Stadia was, but you also need to do this, right? And so until something can do that, which I don't see anything else doing that, you're gonna tell me all day GFN is better graphically. You're right, but Stadia is always going to have these other little nuggets. And if you're the power guy, then cool, you got that, right? Then great, But anyway, it is what it is. I guess I'm just gonna leave it.
And Concord's now on Stadia.
Stop it.
Concord
Stop
is
it. You're
now on
stupid. Stop
Man.
it. So what else did y'all talk about today? PS5 Pro specs. I don't understand teraflops.
Yeah, teraflops is kind of like a buzzword now.
I don't
Yeah,
even know.
But I had to school FCAT a little bit because his math was off. He was saying that the Xbox Series X was 15 teraflops. I'm like, what? I knew that it was only because I remember back then the Xbox was 12 teraflops. Sorry, let me back a little bit. Stadia was 10.7, and then and I don't know if that equates to 70 or just 7. And then PlayStation was 10.28. So I knew it wasn't no 15. I was like, what? I had that burnt in the back of my brain. So I had, but anyway, the new PlayStation 5 Pro is going to be 16.7. So take it for whatever you want, whatever that means to somebody. But ISO, what's up with you, man? Anything you got to say? We went over first let me ask you guys this. Make sure you join in the poll. The poll is, who will be the next president of the United States of America? 42% of 24 votes is Donald Trump, and 58% of the votes said Kamala Harris. And on this poll, Kamala's been leading from the beginning. Don't think that means anything, but just on my channel, that's what people
Let's see, we talked about Concord not coming back. What else?
And hold on, let me back up. ISO, were you one of the people that said you thought Concord was coming back?
Hell no. I was like, don't bring it back.
All right. I was like, because I remember when I was like,
let it die.
We talked about
making sure, just making sure. Because I was like, bro, Concord. Go ahead, FK.
We talked about Indiana Jones being a stealth game.
Me personally, I think Indiana Jones looks spot on for Indiana Jones game. It should be third person. But other than that, people like FCAT was like, bro, look kind of boring. I was like, what did you want? Purple, you remember we was talking about this? Is Indiana Jones. It looked like what it should look like.
Wait, no,
pretty
hold on,
much Indiana Jones. Like,
no, that's good. That's good, right? Because whatever FCAT likes, remember. Yeah.
Stop it.
No. He already got that game in the foot.
No, look, I've been saying since day one, FCAT knows this. We've got into for a year arguments over this. I don't think it's going to be I think if you like Indiana Jones and you're going to like it, just like me and Ghostbusters. But as far as people bragging that this is some major turning point in quality of games, and now Xbox is or Microsoft Studios has done something amazing. I know it's just, in my opinion, shovelware of a game.
Well, I won't say that. So that, did you see the 15-minute? I didn't watch the whole video, Purple, but that I kind of skimmed through the 15-minute video. It graphically it looks really good. The acting is really good. It made me feel like I'm watching an Indiana Jones movie.
But that's my point. That's
what I was gonna say.
That's exactly. So that's my whole thing. This is my argument with Hellblade 2. All right, graphically it looks amazing, but where's that line between if I'm watching a movie, I want to watch a movie. If I'm playing a game, I want to play a game, right? And what I've seen of Indiana Jones is more or less the puzzles are super simple. It's meant for you to get through the game like Hellblade. So you can go see it. Things are on rails. It's meant to do that. So if it's that simple of a game, is that a game anymore? Or is that just a really hassle to watch a movie? And that's kind of where I sit.
So I think the issue for me with not the issue because I'm not a big Indiana Jones fan, but I think if you're a big fan of it, you might like it. I mean, it looks spot on to what it should be. I just think it's Indiana Jones is nothing compelling. Even the fighting, FCAT was like, I thought it was gonna be Wolfenstein. I was like, why would it be Wolfenstein? You thought Indiana Jones was gonna be blowing a bunch of people up? It's made by the same studio. I'm like, what does that mean? They're not gonna change the property to be something that it's not, right? They want you to make it feel like it's Indiana Jones. The problem with Indiana Jones, it's not as exciting as far as a game with gameplay should be, right? So like when he's like, oh, it looked like a stealth game, like that's what it should be. Like it should, like you didn't think he was going to be fighting like 30 people at one time. It's going to be all action packed. Like no, it's going to be one person he going to grab by the collar and punch him in the face and look all stupid and throw him. Like it looks like what it should be. I'm sorry.
No. But I think that, but you're explaining to me why again, and I don't think it's all on Xbox, right? Like who owns the Indiana Jones IP?
Disney.
Exactly. People forget that Disney has like the ultimate say on what that game looks like. You know, what the story is, what the game looks like, how it should be played. And so now you're talking to me about two massive corporations that I think have lost a lot of their creativity. Like, if you like Indiana Jones, go for it. But everybody who's like, oh, we have Indiana Jones, I'm like,
yeah. So here's my sad part.
No.
Purple.
Okay.
Anybody who say, "Oh, we got Indiana Jones," my bad part is, yeah, you got Indiana Jones. Like, what that's gonna do?
That's
Indiana Jones.
That's all. I'm not like, but again, I like Ghostbusters. No one really, you know, it's not a huge, but I love it, and so I'm always gonna watch it. I'm always gonna play it.
It's like me and Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That doesn't move the needle for anybody, but I'm a big Killer Clowns from Outer Space fan.
Exactly. And so if you're that type, that's who I think's going to enjoy the game. I'm happy for them. But I can tell you like this. I would actually go as far as to say the vast majority of Indiana Jones fans, I'm not saying gamers, the vast majority of Indiana Jones fans don't even know this is a game coming out.
Yeah, because they're probably not gamers.
Yeah, yeah, that's
the thing. Right. That's the thing.
They're all old.
Exactly. That's the whole point. It's not a diss.
This game is a little too late, unfortunately.
There we go. That's I made my point. There, that's it.
You know, no, I'm with you. I'm Purple. We on the same page. Trust me. But listen, if they make a new category at Game of the Year Awards, Best Movie Game of the Year, hey, listen, just the trailer alone, I'm like, dude, I'm watching it like, dude, I could be watching the Indiana Jones movie. Like, it got that feeling, the characters and the silly quirkiness and the double team. You punch that person, they spin around, and the girl punched that person, and like it has that, like they did their thing as far as it feeling like, or I'm watching Indiana Jones. I mean, you know.
I mean, they have the category going the other way, right? Best adaptation of a video game. They have that, right? And I think that's going to have whatever the Amazon Prime was, Fallout, right? I think that's probably going to win that category. But yeah, I think going the other way, a movie Five Nights at Freddy's. I forgot about that one too. But going from
Borderlands movie is going to win that.
Borderlands, Borderlands. Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. I don't know. But I think going the other way, movie to game, that, like I said, this is my issue with Hellblade, and I said this. If you want to enjoy the story of Hellblade, watch someone else play it, because if you're playing it yourself, it's gonna annoy you, because you're like, why am I just pushing up on the controller, just going and going and going.
You know what's funny? So people used to laugh at PlayStation games, right? Like, oh, but the thing is, what they always forget, well, they don't forget, but they just do that, is PlayStation are known for cinematic parts of the game. But once you get out of that, it gets, like, the action gets crazy. You know what I mean? So like a God of War. You can be like, oh, God of War got so many full motion videos. But man, you fighting crazy big beasts, ripping them open, and so in between all that. But Purple, I kind of got to get on you a little bit.
Why?
Because you like Until Dawn, and if that ain't a press one button and watch a movie game, I don't know what.
No, wait, whoa. So I played all of them. I play horror on my stream. The games I actually spent the most times on are what? This year it's gonna be Black Myth Wukong, X Defiant. Like, I don't stream those games. I play horror. Why? I always say this. I play horror because it allows me to interact with the audience, and it doesn't take a lot of skill to where I can interact and play the game at the same time, which some people don't like. They want me to love the game. And I'm like, I'm not good. Like, I think Until Dawn was the second best in that genre. I know a lot of people are like, it's the best. I think it's the second best. And I'm not gonna say I loved it. What I am gonna say is I thought it was a solid game
Yeah,
for
no,
what
I'm not knocking the game. I'm just knocking that you were saying about Hellblade, but Until Dawn probably, I'm pretty sure it has less action or less playing the game.
But let's look at this. Let's look at the stories. So that's a great point about cinematic games and what I think. I think what Sony does well when it does it well is it has the cinematics, it has solid gameplay, but what also it has is Sony's at the end of the day still an entertainment company, and it has a compelling story. Like when we look at Until Dawn, the gameplay is not there. Cinemax with the remake, I thought it looked cool, but other people, I guess that's polarizing. But what those games have is it has this ability to replay, to like see a different death, to see a different combination.
That's true. Yeah, that's
Right,
true.
like that's the thing. Let's go compare that to Hellblade, which is you could have 100 people play that game, and you're gonna have probably 97 of them. Their playthrough is going to look the exact same. And then you're gonna have maybe one or two who are like, oh, let me go over here to get this artifact or this achievement. That's the difference. In the story between, at least Until Dawn had a story. I'm still not sure what the story of Hellblade 2 is really about. So I'm just gonna put it there.
How's the combat in Hellblade 2?
I thought the combat in Hellblade 1 was better. I'm not gonna say it was a massively better, but I will say Hellblade 2's combat, Hellblade 2's cinematics. Like that's the thing about it. But you may press A, or what is it? X. I had to look at my controller. You may press X, and Singo's gonna do this whole thing, and it's super cool, but I'm not gonna. It felt. Do you remember ScanDisc back in the 90s, like before DVDs? They were these big. They look like record players, but they look like a record, but they were like a CD. Do you remember that? And you had to, like, in order for it to go forward, you had to scan like something to make the movie go forward. It didn't pick up, thankfully. That's how I feel like Hellblade 2 is. It's like I'm on rails to watch a movie.
So you know what? In fighting games, we a joke because we call those dialogue combos. Like you just could turn your head and go do do do, hit the button, and they're gonna do this thing. You know, it's not like you're actually like, I'm doing this and I decide let me do that and actually like fluid and switch and do something else. It's like, no, you're just doing the same thing over and over as the dialogue combo. So
yeah, that's exactly, the whole game is pushing up, X, up, and like go play the first 4. I'll say it like this: all the Xbox people, ask them who played Hellblade 2. Who beat Hellblade 2 out of all the Xbox people?
Ron said Dragon's Lair. Remember that?
No, it's Dragon's Lair. I don't know what that is.
Remember back in the day in the arcade, it used to be it was like the first cinematic game. It was just like a cartoon that you pretty much press up, left. That's all you did.
Oh my goodness, I haven't thought about that in a second. I was
flashback, right?
Yeah, no, but that's what it. So, but that's why I say, like, all the people, go ask them who played it, and I'm with the exception of Doc Dark, and I know Doc hated it. I know Doc hated it. He's gonna say he liked it, but with the exception of Doc Dark, I ask Kubini, did he play it?
Kubini,
I thought I was gonna play it.
He did beat Hellblade 2.
He beat it. Did he play Hellblade 1?
No, I don't think he did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was the bandwagon, you know.
All right. I'm not gonna mess with him. But yeah.
He was more on Starfield.
I mean, people like Starfield. So I'm not gonna give, it's not my type of game, but people like, if they like it, I just don't, to last week's conversation, I don't think Starfield was, I think it was a game. I don't think it was what they wanted it to be.
It just surprises me personally how you like games like Until Dawn, but then you give Hellblade 2 so much crap.
How?
That's what I
How?
was wondering.
Wait, no, how? I
I don't
just
know.
told
Just
you.
like no. You say it. It's just to me, it's surprising, right? You don't need to explain yourself even more though. That's the thing. It's just I find it surprising that you're okay with playing games like Until Dawn, but then when it comes to a game like Hellblade 2, like you have a problem with it. Just considering you like that type of game, if I find it surprising you don't just enjoy Hellblade 2 for what it is.
No, those are but those are two different types of games. Like I think it's interesting y'all are putting those in the same category.
So
Hellblade 2.
purple. Let me fully explain. So I'm explaining because your stance on Hellblade 2 is that you kind of don't really do anything. But for me, I played and beat Until Dawn. I played and beat a bunch of those games, and you really don't do anything. That was my point when they was making a remake. I felt like the game was already just pretty much a movie game, so you really only remaking the movie
100%.
to make it look better. You know what I mean? Because the gameplay is almost non-existent. So my point was, and I think what ISO is alluding to, is you kind of feel like you don't do much in Hellblade, but in a game, that game you do less. But I think what you're saying is it's still two different games. That game you're meant to do not that much, is meant to be cinematic. Where Hellblade technically it's an act, not technically, it is an action game. So I guess for you, you're like the action game should have action more than nothing. If that
Correct. Like I think you're exactly right. Like I think Hellblade advertises itself to be an action puzzler. Like if we look at Hellblade 1 and what made Hellblade 1 unique, besides the fact that when it came out, it was very unique about with the sound and how they had like one of the first games I can really think of that had surround sound and utilized it outside of a shooter. It had a very complete, tight story, right? You had this mystery, you built into it, and you got to it. When I talk about Hellblade 2, I feel like they brought where they put Hellblade 2 was on this huge pedestal. And I thought besides the graphics, and they did do a really good job on the sound. I'm not saying they're not doing that well. The story isn't really that super tight. And the combat, I actually think took a step back, as where I don't think the supermassive games ever really advertise themselves based upon that. I think what they advertise themselves on is this almost choose your own adventure type of like but I get what y'all are saying from a gameplay standpoint. You're like, oh, it's the same type of gameplay. You're just going up and moving forward. But the reason I would play those are just very different experiences.
I totally get it. Like when my last point is, I get what you're saying. Like just if you just listen overall, yes. If you compare, this game doesn't do nothing, this game doesn't do nothing, but it's the same thing with Resident Evil. Was both hard. Resident Evil 1 and 2 and 3 was hard games, right? But it was more slower pace, more methodical. And then Resident Evil 4, my love-hate relationship, it turned to an action game. Legit, you spin kicking zombies. They wasn't zombies anymore. So it's like, wait, what? But those were supposed to be in the same genre, right? So you took something that was what was called survival horror, and then you made it action. I don't know what you call it, Resident Evil 4 action game. But this, we're literally talking about they're two different games, like totally. But they both are games that as far
You
as
don't do, yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
I think I would have liked Hellblade. So when I first played Hellblade 1, what I really related that one to, even though they're different, but to me at the same time they felt in the same family. This is Hellblade 1. So is Hellblade 1 and Plague Tale. I felt we're both kind of in that genre of this indie talking about a story. Obviously, not like the gameplay in Plague Tale is whatchamacallit, that is a little bit more engaged. Like there's like the puzzle, like it's a little bit more, but I still felt like they were in the same family. So that's kind of where I was hoping that they would lean into, as far if you're going to consider it that type of, in the stories felt similar.
Unfortunately, it couldn't follow up from its predecessor, which was Heavenly Sword, which was amazing action and amazing story. Like the full motion. That was the first game I remember them actually showing. They did a whole little vignette showing like the like them actually getting in the suits and everything, and with the dots on them, and I was like, oh wow, they got really into it. And like the guy who Andy Serkis, he played the bad guy, and you know, known from playing Smeagol, Lords of the Ring, playing what's his name from Planet of the Apes, Caesar. So like he did an amazing job in that game, and it was so much action. And that's why, you know,
So,
unfortunately, Health League.
so would y'all be?
You know,
Go ahead.
you know what game we're not talking about? The current big game right now. You know, Dragon Age Veilguard. Anybody's playing that?
I'm not playing it, but I will say this,
I'm
and I
not.
don't want Purple to lose her thought though. But it
Oh.
graphically, when I watch the trailers, never seen the game, but graphically, I'm like, this game looks stunning. It just looks so smooth. Graphically, that game looks beautiful. But hold that thought though, FCat. Purple, what you were gonna say?
I was gonna say, out of all, would y'all be open to? Because I never played Heavenly Sword. It was during that time I wasn't playing anything. Would y'all be open to a remake of Heavenly Sword?
1,000,000%. I would. But I was a big fan. So I can't speak for someone who wasn't a fan. They might be like, no, we don't need remakes. But this will be one of those games because one, it's they never did anything ever with it, right? They made it way back when on the PS3, and that was it, right? And it was such a popular game at the time. It was so groundbreaking, from using the 6-axis to when she threw like her blades and you actually took the controller and tilted it. Just the story was amazing. I mean, I beat that game so many times. So for me, I was a huge fan. And again, PlayStation never did anything. They literally made it back then and left it alone. So for me, that would be a game. And a lot of people have never played it. Some people have never even heard of it. I feel like that's a game that I would say remake, because gamers today could get to experience that game. And I also think they could do a great job at it had some really cool systems in it where your weapon could transform to 3 different type of weapons. So depending on the button you was holding when you swung, if you let go of the button, it changed to a different weapon, a fast weapon, slow weapon, and really, really big, powerful weapon, right? So you had all that going for you. And at the same time, you could turn to a first person mode and shoot stuff. You could, it was just a lot going on in one game with an amazing story. I mean, absolute gem of a game. I think something like that you should remake, if you ask me. Yes.
Cool. No, I just asked because you know who wrote it, right? Rihanna Pratchett. Yeah,
right.
You know, the one she wrote it.
Yes.
And you have PlayStation, who literally is actively, as we know, kind of re-going through all their IP, looking at what can be redone, looking at what's there. You know, they've said that we have this rich IP, we have not dug into it enough. So potentially, I don't know. I just wanted to ask that question.
So
you know,
here's my question to you, though.
PlayStation has a lot of IPs they could remake, but they don't fucking do anything with it.
Yeah, I know. I think so.
Ridiculous.
But what I was going to ask you guys is, I was going to ask Purple. So here's the question, right? When you're making, so let me ask you this: if I remake a game, right? So you know, sometimes some stuff you just rather leave alone. You say, dude, just leave it alone, right?
Like
so
The
there's
Last
games
of Us.
that I feel like you should have never made a part 2.
Like The
What'd
Last
you say,
of Us. Like The Last of Us.
Yes, Last of Us. I feel like should have left it alone, right? Never touch it again. So my question is, if you remake, so remake is different than make a part 2, right? I feel like they should never made a part 2 of The Last of Us, but make a remake, fine, right? If it's old back then, you make it look better, cool. But here's my question: to what extent are you willing to lose? Because I'm damn sure, like, if you remade, let's just keep it to Heavenly Sword. So again, Andy Serkis, I forgot who was the lead role that played Noriko, who was the lady who played her. But either way, you got people that now, are you going to do what The Last of Us Part 1 did? They just remade everything but kept the same audio. So essentially it was the exact same game, right? Just look better. Heavenly Sword is so dated. I would like to think they would do what they did with God of War. With the old God of Wars, the new God of War, the whole gameplay is changed from the ground up, right? It's not even the same button schematics, right? So the question is, couldn't they, like, would you want them to remake Heavenly Sword? I guess I should be asking myself. And like, they do what God of War did, which I'm listen, the gameplay is way better than the old gameplay, right? But if this meant they would have had to get new actors and stuff, and maybe it wasn't the same people, it's like, ooh, that I don't know. Like, could somebody pull off what Andy Serkis did as the main bad guy? He was amazing. So that's the question, right? Is that why some of these games don't get a remake? Because it would technically not be the same game. I don't know. Can they?
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's one of those that can't it do both? Like, right? What I mean by that is, could it not give itself? Remember the argument Rudix and I had: a remake versus remaster.
Correct.
Could it not do like a remaster? Give it like a fresh coat of paint just to get people experience.
I would. So honestly, in this case, because it had such a great cast, if they was going to lose any of that, just give me a remaster, right? Fresh coat of paint, 60 frames per second, the whole nine of making it like modern. Now, here's my issue with that though. I think sometimes when you do that, like, because games back then was a little more sluggish. If you go back, it was just the way it played, right? So are they able to make it feel different now? You know what I mean? Or I don't know. Like,
So I'm just saying, like the reason I say that is because you have like a whole generation of console gamers, to your point, that don't even know what Heavenly Sword is, right? So you kind of get it there, but at the same time, you're trying to then do what you did with God of War, right? So something where in a few years you then bring in like this God of War, maybe something not as cinematic. Like, I really liked how they did Black Myth Wukong, right? I'm not saying you have to go that route and make it super hard boss. Like, the game has its pros and cons, but maybe you do something like that. I don't know. I mean, but I was just asking obviously you like the story. Everybody I've talked to loves the story. Rihanna speaks very highly of this story. And so maybe that's something that we should look out for.
Talk about epic, man. That would, remember, this is what I remember last year when Resident Evil 4 remake was on the Game of the Year. I was like, what? Something like Heavenly Sword, I'd be like, hey, I can't even argue that if that made it to Game of the Year and it was a remake. Because again, I mean, Resident Evil 4 was pretty old, but it was essentially this. I don't know. Anyways, man, so the vote hasn't changed. It's still 42% Trump, 58% Kamala Harris on the poll. ISO, man, is any game, are you still playing Sparking Zero? Is anything new you got your eye on? This must have been the moment he had a bathroom break. Well, what about you, Purple? Anything new you playing? Anything upcoming?
So I just beat. Well, I finished. I shouldn't say I beat it because I gotta go. I haven't kept them all alive yet. But I just finished Until Dawn yesterday, and so now it's kind of like I did my final big stuff with work. So basically, the next 6-7 weeks, I should have more time to game, and I'm going to be splitting time between Cyberpunk because I actually never finished the game.
No.
So yeah, so I want to go back and do Cyberpunk. I want to go back and redo because I stopped in the middle, which was I've kept the game that you brought up that Banishers.
New Eden.
Yep, Banishers. I want to go do that, and then surprise, the game that I'm probably 2/3 of the way through, but I'm gonna have to start over, and I've been dreading this because I just know I have to start up Tears of the Kingdom. So that's kind of it's all backlog for me, but I haven't. And then Darksiders 2. I actually want to replay that because they got upscaled it 4K. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I like it.
That's dope. Herbert, you know what's funny? I never played Cyberpunk. I never had any interest at all. Never touched it.
Really? No, I
Yeah.
think they say it got really good voice acting. Annie Yolk, that's like her favorite game. So she's really talked it up and told me a lot about it. And then I don't know the last time I played it, because it's one of those games that like the first hour to 2 hours, I was like, I don't know about this. But then I started getting into it. Like I started like understanding the story and what was going on and stuff. So yeah.
You know what's funny? My thoughts on it was just very linear. I looked at it, and back when Stadia was out, I talked to some people that played it, and I thought Cyberpunk, you were gonna have like, and one, I didn't like that it was first person, but I don't have a problem with first person, but certain games on the surface, I feel like, ooh, that would be really cool third person, right? So Cyberpunk, I thought you were gonna be like, you could just jump from the ground on top of a building because like you're kind of cybernetic, right? And people was like, no, you don't get that crazy. I was like, oh, you don't? It's like, no. They was like, you get some moderate upgrades and then you get more and more powerful. And I was like, oh, so for me, I was like, and it's the first person. I was like, yeah, I don't want to play it.
Yeah,
And it was that linear for me. That was it.
No. And so, but the biggest news is I'm really excited about Friday. So
this Friday.
Yeah. PS5 Pro.
Oh, no, I thought it was Thursday, right? November.
Oh,
7th?
it's Thursday? Oh, look
Yeah,
at me.
November 7th.
I was gonna be a day late, dollar short. So yeah,
Yeah, you was.
Thursday. I'm really excited for Thursday.
Nice. That's dope. You know what's funny? Out of nowhere, Purple. Money is just falling out of nowhere. So one, I would be selling my house, and we did the math. So we'd be walking away after paying our house off with like 130,000, right? So
Nice.
like I mean, I could throw 700 to the side, right? My wife was like, oh, we got the in Jersey. I don't know if New York has it too, but that thing where like every year you could get money back, the rebate or the homestead rebate, right? So we didn't fill it out, but I guess they just know that you filled it out before. So she's like, oh yeah, we got a check in the mail. So your half is 750. Literally, this was like last week, right? So she just sent me 750. I'm like, cool. And then today, I'm like, okay, my lawyer told me we need to get our payoff amount, right? For the mortgage. So I'm going to, I made sure I made my last payment on the 1st, right? To make sure I did it on the 1st, because I usually do it on the 16th. I wait till the last minute. But on the 1st, right? So I'm going online and I'm looking to see, okay, what's my payoff amount? And it's like, oh, we sent you your escrow refund for $1,100. I'm like, oh, wow. And I didn't even know. And I'm going to tell you, my mail get here. I don't never go through it. So, because I know what I got to pay, right? So I'm going through my mail. I'm like, I probably threw it in the garbage. So I'm looking, I'm like, oh, snap, I didn't. So that's $1,100 again out of nowhere. So I really could just buy the PlayStation 5 Pro. I guess the principle is, one, I'm going to be moving to just a 1-bedroom for I'm assuming it's probably going to take us a month or so to buy a house, right? Even though we have the top of our list, we found the house we both agree on we want, and it's still on the market. So when we get there on Saturday, we probably want to see that first. But at the end of the day, if I bought it, my purpose for getting the PlayStation 5 Pro was always so my wife could take my PlayStation 5. But if we're in one room with one TV, like I'm going to feel like, damn, I bought it and I'm not really using it. Like I will eventually, but how long will it be? But ISO, I think you were going to say something.
Oh, I was gonna say, it was my birthday recently, so I mean, it sounds like you got a lot going on, just putting it out there.
Yeah, you know what? I need to just buy ISO a PlayStation 5 Pro. You know what I mean? So he can use it.
Don't
for
do
me,
it. I swear, honestly, I would tell someone like realistically, don't, because I barely touch my PS5. Let someone who actually gives a fuck about PlayStation a lot more than I do to use it, because it would benefit so much more than I would.
Right.
Like I'm just being completely honest. Yeah.
I honestly, I don't want one because I feel I did get the PlayStation 4 Pro, and I had a PlayStation 4 at the time, so I had both, and I really couldn't tell the difference. I almost feel like that's the same thing going to happen to me, but I will get one because I do want my wife to have her own PlayStation 5. Like when we play Fortnite together and she plays it on a PlayStation 4, it takes forever to load her in the update. She get mad as hell. I'm like, I bet you wish you had Stadia. And then so sometimes she just play Fortnite on the mobile app, which is faster than the PlayStation 4 itself. So
that's crazy.
But that would be weird to buy a PlayStation 5, spend $700 just so my wife could have her own PlayStation 5, so we could play Fortnite together. You know what I mean? So I guess if we had a house now, like if we wasn't moving, I probably would pull the trigger. But we're probably not gonna move into a house with 2 rooms that, you know what I mean, for a while. So anyway,
But here's a question, Cowboy.
okay.
How you gonna move if the end of the world's gonna happen after tomorrow?
Oh my God, FCAT in this hole, the world's gonna end. FCAT and Mr. Urban were talking about, y'all don't understand the chaos that's about to come our way because of this election. It's gonna change everything. Oh my God.
I think people are all just tired. Like that's what I think. I just think people are tired. Like there's fringes on both sides, but in my opinion, people just want to get back to like mundane stuff. So I'm cautiously optimistic that people are just tired and we'll be able to go forward.
What I think is people are tribalistic, is what I think. People will argue about video games. People will argue about politics. People argue about sports. People just like to win, and the opposite of winning is losing. And the people who are losing, they don't like to lose, but if they know they losing, they raise hell. That's just human nature. So I don't really think, now, granted, for me, the reason why I don't care too much about politics, because I feel like as being an adult and able to vote, I only know one thing that happened in my life of being an adult and able to vote that I actually recognize that affect me personally. Now, maybe I'm not in the highest, maybe I'm not in a certain tax bracket that I notice it, right? Maybe if I was lower, that I might not get certain benefits that I could get. So I'd be like, yo, what the hell? Or maybe if I made more money, I'd be like, hey, what the hell? I'm getting taxed too much. So maybe where I'm at, I just don't notice whatever changes. But that's just my stance. So the only thing I ever noticed that affected me personally was when Obama made you mandatory health care. So I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. If I don't want health insurance, I'm going to have to pay a fine? What is this? But other than that, I really can't tell you anything else I've noticed that any president did that I personally noticed. So for me, I feel like it's just going to be Tuesday is going to come and go, and it's going to be Wednesday. And then a year from now is going to be another Tuesday. A year later, I'll be like, oh, wait, what happened again? What they said they wanted to do? And so that's just me, though. So that's why I'm not big into politics, because I don't notice.
This game's pretty political, guys.
You said this game is political?
Here's the thing. This is Dragon Age. This is the thing. Once I figured out what they were literally talking about the character like the character creator is the thing. From what I understood, like was the thing people.
It's more than that. This game will shame you if you misgender a character.
But this game has, from what I understood, and maybe I'm like the people who played the game, because I think there's a lot of people who don't play games, these franchises, that they make a huge deal out of everything. But the people who actually play the Dragon Age games, they're saying either they like it. It's not their favorite, right?
It looks cool as hell.
But they're just like, yo, it's a game. Some of them are like saying it's hand holding a little too much. Some of them are saying the dialogue, there's nothing for their choices. But the people who actually play the game, it seems like it's kind of like it's like a middling Dragon Age. But there's a ton of people who don't. It's just like the new Life is Strange. I saw a lot of people criticizing that, and I'm like, that game's always been super messagey.
Right.
You know what I think is happening is non-gaming is spilling over into gaming. And what I think is, before the complaints about games was about the game. Now we're complaining about stuff that's kind of outside of the game that might be like, it's something that's in the game, but we make it bigger than the gameplay. For me, I remember, being mad at games or, debating or whatever about a game my issue with a game was something like that hindered my gaming experience, right? So like I could care less if a character was a girl or a character was a cat or a character was, you just played the game, right? Because you like the gameplay, the graphics, or the story, and some people like the music, right? But those are the four things that really had precedence. Now it's like, no, I can't play that game because they didn't take it serious, because in that time of the world, those people didn't exist. I'm like, it's a video game. No, because like I know somebody, won't say their name, but they're really upset with the new Assassin's Creed that's coming out because they feel that the guy, the black dude, the samurai, technically at the time, I guess he didn't fight or something like that, so he really shouldn't be in the game, or I don't know, or shouldn't be fighting or something. I was like, bro, it's still a video game. No, because I feel like they always made the Assassin's Creed games based around the realism of that time period, and now they messed it up. I was like, bro, that's you're stopping people having the freedom of making a game, though, right? Because it's still a video game. So if they want to change something a little bit, but anyway, so
I'm actually, I'm actually surprised that I'm actually surprised Assassin's Creed is getting that much hate for it. And don't get me wrong, there's sometimes where I'm playing a game and I'm like, yeah, that was forced as fuck. Like you're just doing it just to be like inclusive or whatever. But when I looked at Assassin's Creed, I was like, oh yeah, if he was there around that time, fuck it, it's all good. I don't care. Like
that's how I feel. That's how I feel when it comes to that. He's actually a historical character. Like, I don't know, Severin is the one who always comes at me for that game. And I'm just like, it's a historical character. There's not a lot. You're going to tell me Da Vinci was making weapons. Like, I can go look at any of the other Assassin's Creed games. And then he's like, well, he's not a samurai. And it's like, there are several other games that have that character. And he's a samurai. He's a main boss in those games as a samurai. But you didn't have an issue with that. So I've just come to realize that some people are going to be very triggered by certain things. It's kind of, I don't know if y'all remember like a month ago, like Chill's Gaming came on the channel and it was with Maker Chaos. It was me, Maker. I don't know if you had left by then, but I don't know what we were talking about. But all of a sudden, Jersey just went into like some transgender rant. And we were like, that had nothing to do with, it was like we were talking about like a racing game. And it's like, what? So I think some people are going to see what they want to see regardless.
Yeah.
And
I agree. We definitely got to say what's up to Vet. Cloud Gaming is in the house. Or Vet, get whatever Vet's name is today. But Vet is in the building.
What is Vet's name? Vet's gaming channel. Vet has an issue with the fact that it doesn't have a great white. Oh my goodness! But you have
the whole thing with Assassin's Creed is they don't want to play as a black guy. That's just what it boils down.
No, you know what's crazy? It's one. It's you got the black dude, and then two, you got a female, and it's like, damn, people want to car about everything. It's like, it's crazy. But anyway, you know what the thing is? I if it wasn't for FCAT, so much stuff I wouldn't even know about. If it wasn't for FCAT bringing a lot of stuff to my attention, dude, I would be like, what happened? What are y'all talking about? Because I just like to play video games. So I kind of never, like, I was always on the other side. Like, I'm telling you, this YouTube thing isn't really me. Like, I'm more like in person. Like, this isn't me, but I try to, that's why I don't succeed.
How did you say this whole YouTube thing isn't me when you literally YouTube your whole life?
So true. So vlogging, I feel like vlogging is just like so here's the thing of vlogging. Vlogging was before vlogging, right? Taking pictures, right? What you did originally. All you did was let's go back before pictures. You wrote in a journal, right? You just wrote what you did. Then people start taking pictures, right? And then people start taking videos, right? And then people was like, oh, we could upload to the video, right? So I feel like that's when I think of YouTube, I think of like the internet, like social media. Like I was the last of my friends to get MySpace. I was the last of my friends to get Facebook. Like I always felt weird, like, wait, I'm meeting people I don't know. So like me, I'm very open. Like just look at what I'm saying is, if you look at YouTube, barely anybody let anybody just come in their channel, because that's not what you do, right? I'm just friendly, like, hey, right? Like, you press the link, join, right? I'm not really built for you. I'm doing it wrong. Like, you're supposed to do one content. Like, this is not my realm. So, like, even with like gaming, I'm used to like, I go to the store, I'm talking to the guy behind the counter, we're talking about a game, I buy the game, I go home. Somebody was in the corner talking about, oh, I don't like that there's dogs in the game. I'm like, you're a weirdo, and I leave. Like, I'm very linear. Like, I'm just about whatever it's about. All this other side stuff always went over my head. Like, I never knew, like, I don't know, Reggie from Nintendo. I didn't know Phil Spencer. I didn't know a Phil Harrison. Like, you name it. I just never knew any of the people. Like, I'm very linear. I just want to play video games, right? I want to talk about it. So I feel like if it wasn't for FCAT, I would be like, what happened today in gaming? But I told you I beat the game. I told you I played it. I can tell you what happened on stage 8 and what's the final boss. So that's what I mean. I'm not the typical YouTube guy. And I was always just you know, I always loved speaking, and I didn't mind being silly and made fun of myself. So me making a cowboy hat is just, I'm a wrestling fan. So I just know like a gimmick is a thing, right? And so now that I'm doing this, why not have some type of gimmick or something, right? Because it makes sense, right? If I said, no, you roll, shut your mouth, you don't even have to, you just know that The Rock said it, right? You don't even see a t-shirt or no. So it's like, yeah, you know, some things are marketable, but yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm not the stereotypical YouTube guy. Like, I'm.
So I have a question. I have a question for you and FCAT. I don't know if y'all talked about it at all.
Okay.
What do y'all think is going to be? Because, you know, like PS5 Pro is like a mid-gen refresh, right? It's not a new generation. It's just a mid-gen refresh. Xbox doesn't have one. What do y'all think about the rest of the games going forward playing better on PS5 Pro? And what I mean by that is, like, one of the games I am really looking forward to playing on PS5 Pro, and I stopped playing it until this weekend coming up, Diablo 4. It's an Xbox game and it's being played. It's going to look better on PS5 Pro.
Be anything significant. Like, it's not going to be anything like super significant to the point to where it's like, oh my god, you know.
But I think Purple's point is actually, FCAT brought this up earlier. FCAT was like, so FCAT is funny because he brought this up and he was going where I think you were going. And now he's backpedaling, but he was like, oh, Xbox said that their games would be better on, or he was like, Call of Duty was supposed to be better on Xbox, but it's gonna be have PlayStation 5 enhanced, PlayStation 5 Pro enhanced. So technically they lied. So my thing is this. I do agree with what FCAT was saying. Yeah, you're gonna listen. At the end of the day, PlayStation 5 with the 16.7 teraflops and all this whatever, it will be the most powerful console. Some people will suck them in. Remember, Doc Dark only got into Xbox because of the para narrative. So some people will say, I rather play my game on a PlayStation 5 Pro. So going forward, and some developers are going to be like, we just want to make our game on a PlayStation so we could utilize the PlayStation 5 Pro. You know, the where you could push, because earlier, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I played a video of they got a commercial now for the Spider-Man 2, the PlayStation 5 Pro version or enhancements, and it was cool because they was like, this is more close to what our vision of the game was. They were saying how the ray tracing is way more faster, and now you can have 60 frames per second, but don't lose the graphical fidelity. When you're swinging through, you'll still be able to see the shine on the you know, you won't lose anything. So I think stuff like that, if it's an ambitious developer, they're going to want to use that, right? Why not? And PlayStation is a big platform anyway. So if you're on PlayStation, you're going to get a lot of eyes on your game anyway. So now whether that means they're going to say, well, let's not make a Xbox version, that I don't know, because they're still going to have a regular PlayStation version, PlayStation 5 version. But then again, Xbox do make you have to do S and X.
So then that makes me, so there is going to be a console exclusive game next year, right? And so, what do we think the impact of that's going to be with the most likely a PS5 Pro enhanced version versus an Xbox regular version? And what I'm talking about there is Grand Theft Auto 6. Like, do you think that's like going?
You know what it is? I think so. What you're onto, and unfortunately, this is going to be we're gonna. So remember last generation, Xbox also got a mid-gen refresh as well. So the problem is now we're going to start to get into that PC. Like when they have like even PlayStation, they have the PC trailer come out and PC on PC, and you're gonna be like, oh man, what you could get on a PC. We're actually probably gonna start to feel that. You're gonna have regular PlayStation 5, Xbox Series S, X, and then the S, and then you're gonna have the PlayStation 5 Pro enhanced version, and it's gonna almost feel like, because when I watched that trailer for the Spider-Man, it reminded me of when you had the commercials for the PC version. Like, oh, this is the stuff you can't do on a PlayStation 5, but this is the PlayStation, this is the PC version. So I think, going forward, that's going to cause a little bit of shakeup,
Yeah, well, because right, we know Grand Theft Auto is not going to be releasing day and date on PC, so that's why I bring that up. And what does that I mean, this is literally probably the biggest console game of the generation, right?
About that purple.
What's that?
About that purple. I believe that GTA 5 is gonna get delayed on Xbox.
You think GTA 6 is going to get delayed on Xbox?
Yes.
You think it's only going to be available on PlayStation?
For a time period.
No way. There's no way. It's too big.
Because of the Series S.
The reason it's too big of this game, the gaming industry is banking on this game lifting this generation up. There's one thing where you could say Black Myth Wukong and Baldur's Gate and Xbox missed the wave of that. Right, you could make that argument for those, but this one is not this is GTA 6 probably
So Vet said it will not be on Xbox.
No way, y'all are crazy.
Listen, historically, GTA has been on everything. And in order for them to break those records, the best-selling game, this and that, it just makes sense. This is a game you can get on everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that's because I know for me personally, I started Diablo on Xbox, and I specifically bought a new one and the DLC on PlayStation because of this upgrade.
Right.
And that's why and I'm almost thinking of doing the same thing with something like a Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Basically every game minus Remnant. Because I just don't want to start a new character.
Well, it's crazy. Look at me. I mean, I can't tell you how much hours I poured into Avengers on Stadia, but on PlayStation, it ended up being the PlayStation 5 version, which was, and I didn't realize at the time how better it would look, and on top of that, it was no loading, whereas the Stadia version had a lot of loading. So those two things, I was like, oh, wow. So to Purple's point, those two things made me start over a game that I put, and I still have, what's crazy, Purple? To this day, I still haven't put the same amount of hours in that game as I did on Stadia. I still don't have characters as high level as I did in Stadia.
Which one is this?
Marvel Avengers.
Oh yeah, because you had a lot of that. You just showed a game Dredge. That's a good game. I have all the DLC for Dredge.
So take a look at this, Purple. Look at what it says. It says stream even more games you own or buy.
I totally get it, but look at what it says up there as well. I need cloud gaming beta and I need a Game Pass. It has nothing to do with the fidelity of it. I think eventually they're all going to look the same. My issue, I got to pay to stream the game. I have to buy the game and stream it. This is literally the issue I had with Darksiders, because I had Darksiders on PC because I played it on GFN after Stadia closed. And when they came out with this new Darksiders remastered, I was like, oh man, just to play the game, I'm going to have to pay $20 to play it on G because I don't like to play things on my PC. And so, but fortunately, I was able to get I knew the bundles, and I was able to get a bundle for $9.99 that gave me all 3 games. So I did that on PlayStation. But yeah, I'm not. But can you buy those games on your phone? FCAT, because that was the actual tweet. That was the actual news.
Right. What it says here is it just says stream even more games you own or buy.
So let's go look at my girl, Sarah Bond. Let's go back to Sarah Bond. Go back to Sarah Bond in what she said about 3 weeks ago, because that's what I'm just curious if she kept her word, because I don't remember her saying this. I remember her specifically telling me I could buy the game on my phone and just stream it everywhere. Is that still the case, FCAT, or no? Can you pull that one up? That message?
It's probably old.
Sarah Bond Android, you don't have that?
No.
Of course you don't have it.
See if you can find a cowboy.
Yeah, let me what should I Google? Sarah Bond Android?
Yeah, Sarah Bond. Starting in November, players will be able to play and purchase Xbox games directly from the Xbox app on Android. That was the news.
Well, I remember her saying that.
Yeah, from the
or the news where she talks about the Xbox mobile gaming store, because remember they were going to launch that in July. They had really big news after the Summer Games Fest. I'm just asking.
I mean, November just started.
I'm just asking because I feel like Xbox is, and I look, they're working hard there. But all I know is Microsoft seems to be the only company that can promise gamers things, not deliver on those things, and then re-announce the things they didn't deliver on as in news, and then get us excited, and then still not deliver on the second time they promised us. That's all I'm saying. And so it's not necessarily Xbox hate I have or anything. It's just that.
No, you're just calling it out. That's all.
Yeah, it just feels like Microsoft App Store to arrive and did that happen? This hasn't happened? Hasn't happened, but it said July 2024.
It's a blank website. It's a blank website. Perfect.
So you know what? No, but maybe this just means maybe this just means the xCloud app, the Game Pass app, right?
Okay, so if that's the case, let's look what they just said about the Xbox app. Like they said something about the Xbox. All I know is whatever I could do on the Xbox app last year at this time, I can still do. So that's good. They're not taking away any features. But at the same time, I feel like these articles are telling me I'll be able to do more. And that's where I have an issue, is that they keep telling me more. And the only thing that I've been doing more of, if I was still in the Xbox ecosystem, is paying more for Game Pass.
I mean, they have been bringing games. I guess they have. I mean,
Parabon Xbox games. Yeah, so she said that, right? She said that, I try to, I mean, I think she's super cool. She's like a role model to me, but again, and I'm pretty sure
Oh, go ahead, Purple.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, it says the court's ruling to open up Google's mobile store in the U.S. will allow more choice and flexibility. Our mission is to allow more players to play on more devices. So we are thrilled to share that starting in November, players will be able to play and purchase Xbox games directly from the app from the Xbox app on Android. Okay, I get it. So, Xbox app. So, I mean, that's not the same thing as the Game Pass app. I guess not, right? Yeah, because it's an Xbox
Well,
app.
like I said,
The-
Cowboy. If
No,
you,
they're getting rid of the Game Pass app and they're putting it into the Xbox.
Okay, the Xbox app. So that way,
so
I get
so
what you're saying.
so, but again, like, why isn't it's November? A month ago, this was big news. FCAT did a whole Monday segment on
He
this,
did. He did.
and I said I said I don't think this is gonna happen. Y'all said, oh, when it happens, Purple, we're gonna bring Doc Dark, blah blah blah, and now right now, as of now, and maybe I'm doing it wrong. So, but if I go on my phone and I have an Android phone, I can't do this. So why is this not a thing? It's just like I don't have the Xbox mobile app either. I looked for it on the store. I can't find it.
I mean, I got right now. It's called Game Pass, so I'm on the Game Pass app.
Yeah, so
But,
so the Game Pass app, but I want like a mobile store app, like where I can just buy because Game Pass
Right.
app means I need to have like Game Pass, right?
I mean, I don't have Game Pass right now, but yeah, you can't do it. It says cloud, console, and PC. So it's kind of cool because when we talk about games, I could just go here and search them just to see, like, oh, is this on cloud, console, or PC, and it'll tell me. But I guess it really doesn't do anything because technically I don't have the service.
So yeah.
I mean, I
So
can see all the games. Like it's like pretty much it's giving me access to everything, and then like I'm on cloud, and if I hit click cloud, it says I clicked something called Donut Country, and then it just says install. So it's not gonna let me do anything because I guess I don't have
look, like I said, Cowboy, it is a thing. It's not as easy as Stadia was. It's actually not as easy as Sony's App Store, right? And like I can go on Sony, I can look for the game, I can press it, and I can buy it there. It'll download to my console by the time I get home. I can do all that, and I feel like Xbox has told us a lot of things, and there's this whole news cycle about it. It's all these things, and then when we come down to it, it's either the features and what they promised, xCloud and how it used to run. It's not as simple as they said. I don't even have the store or potentially the biggest games, so they're not even coming there, right? Because I don't know, but they're for the gamers and they're for transparency. But I don't feel like anybody talks about this stuff when it falls flat.
No, they're
I'll
for
say
the
this.
non-gamers.
At the end of the day,
They're still marketing TV.
now at the end of the day, Xbox is gonna go down. The new Xbox for one thing, and that's simply gonna be Game Pass. At the end of the day, and that's clearly what they focuses on. Well, now third party actually. So I'm on my Android store, and there's a Xbox Microsoft Corporation Xbox. It just says uninstall or enable. So let me enable it. Let me open it. So that's different from the Game Pass app. I gotta actually put in my
No,
password.
they're gonna sunset the Game Pass app and put the xCloud stuff into the Xbox app.
I don't know my password, but
I'm just saying, like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just haven't been doing it right. Maybe I haven't been keeping track right.
No, you're saying it right. You want to be able to purchase a game through the
Because that was what the
Android.
news was, right? That was literally the news.
yeah, I mean, I just pulled it up.
And
That's what
they
it said.
don't want to do it now because
Well, Purple,
they don't
I
want to
think
pay.
you're jumping the gun.
You can do it?
No, Purple, I think you're jumping the gun. And what I mean is, I think today is only the 4th, Purple. Can you give them like the 15th at least or something? Like
Okay, fine. You're right. Maybe it's just maybe because there's a pattern of this. That's all I'm saying. There's usually a pattern.
Right.
Until Stalker 2 comes.
So when
purple is
Stalker, yeah. So okay, we'll give it till when Stalker. That's gonna be what, around Thanksgiving. So cool, I get it.
yeah.
But I'm just saying it's a pattern. That's all. There's a pattern. It's just like when you can say like, hey, that game's gonna come out. It's a first party game from Xbox. You can almost promise because of the pattern, it's 30 frames per second because it's a
Damn.
pattern. All I know
Yes,
is like,
they already
uh,
confirmed that for Series S, Stalker 2 is going to be 30.
yeah, because it's a pattern. Like just like when there's a pattern of like, hey, they're releasing out a new game. We can now assume that game will come to PlayStation because there's a pattern. And so when I look at when they promise us stuff or they tell us stuff, it's not going to happen because there's a pattern as well. Again, I'm not hating on them. I'm just saying when you have a habit of doing things, I'm going to start saying that. I'm just going to say that that's how I see you. That's all.
I mean, listen, I think that's fair. I think the coolest thing is what we do on a week to week basis is we talk about gaming and we do debate about gaming. And so I think this like is like we've always had gaming talk since we was kids, right? From Nintendo. I mean, even before that, right? Atari ColecoVision, purposely ain't old enough for that. But so at the end of the day, I feel like it's nothing wrong. So it's like, listen, I'm gonna call it out if I see it. So I think nothing's wrong at all. Now, obviously, you're gonna have your people that's gonna feel like you're being too hard on them, you know. But it is what it is. You got a freedom of speech, and you're
I
able. And the
think
thing is, I think you're very consistent, and I think you are also fact based. That's my thing I like about you. So you're not just talking just to talk. You're literally like, hey, listen, we're gonna come back to this, And so, I think it's not wrong with that. And I think
I
you
know.
also you have your reasons to have your assumptions, like the whole Xbox isn't on the App Store and stuff like that. But we'll see, you know.
I think Purple is the Undertaker of the Microsoft graveyard.
Damn.
And she's getting them graves ready.
What? But no, I remember because we all cover this stuff, and there's only so many times, and especially this one. This is not the first time they've promised us a feature. That's the whole thing. We're now at the point where it's like remakes of news. Like, how we criticize games for being remade.
Right,
It's like
right.
they're remaking their news from 3 years ago. And just like it fell flat 3 years ago, they're remaking it again, and people are buying it again. So I don't know. It's a little parallel there. But okay.
I mean,
okay,
I
we'll
think
wait till Stalker 2.
you know what? I have no interest in that game at all. You guys are looking forward to that?
Oh Lord.
Do we have any
If
interest?
it's not here by indie, well, if it's not here by indie, then I guess we'll say so.
I
Hold on, what'd you
mean,
say?
Stalker 2. So I
By
think.
indie is like the beginning of December.
Oh, if the feature's not ready by here by Indiana
Yeah.
Jones.
By Indiana Jones.
I mean, yeah, we can wait for that one too. I think Stalker 2 looks too much like Metro.
Yeah, I agree.
Actually, that whole, like, I feel like they're in the same universe, and so if I can, this is what I told people. Like, I think they literally look the same. Besides
No,
one being
Stalker 2 is more intense, more harder.
And that's what they told me. They told me Stalker 2 is more intentional. But to me, it's not like Metroidvanias, I have a very particular taste. That type of game, I feel like I can get the same experience with Metro Exodus. But
Purple.
Yeah.
There's the Xbox app I seen, right? It says pick when you go try to open it, it says pick an account, and I pick my account. And it says, are you trying to sign into an Xbox app? Only continue if you downloaded the app from a store or a website that you trust. I keep hitting continue, and it looked like it's going to pull up the app, and it just backs up again. So I think, yeah, it just keeps looping you. Like it won't let it go through.
Oh. But
So,
again,
your problem.
it sounds like, You know, when this would happen to other companies, it'd be outrage. But again, it's just a pattern I see. That's all. It's just a pattern. There's games that come out on that site that everybody gets excited. No one plays the games. There's news that comes out on that side. Everybody gets excited. Nothing ever changes. There's games that come out where we're like, oh my goodness, it's going to do everything.
I mean, if we being fair, out of all the gaming companies, Xbox get beat on the most. So, I mean, do they deserve it? I guess, right? But yeah, they.
But that's what I'm
definitely
saying. But
go
that's what I'm
past.
saying to murder. We had this conversation with Ellis last week, right? And I think that's the thing is that for some reason, if I tell you all, hey, everybody should get a trophy, we criticize that. We criticize that. Literally, when we do not call this out, we're saying, well, they get beat up so much. Okay, let's not beat them up. That's literally the equivalent of, okay, everybody gets the benefit of telling the truth. You're right. You don't. You all gave it the old college try. We're not gonna be. I'm not saying that. Like, it's not picking on someone. If literally, like, that's what they told us. She just told us this.
Yeah. Well, that's my whole thing. I think, because they said November and it's November 4th. Well, we'll see what happens, right? But at the same time, I feel like, it's okay because we've heard this. Like I said, Stadia was still around when they mentioned this, and then about a year ago they mentioned it again. So at the end of the day, no, I mean, it's funny. I mean, Stadia was around, and that was a while ago when Stadia was still kicking.
Like, Stadia shut down over two. Stadia mentioned 2 years ago that it was closing, and this was actually something mentioned when Stadia was like still kicking, like no announcement. So, I mean, obviously, I think Stadia saw obviously the data to say, this isn't something. It's not meeting our intention, but we'll see.
I almost wish Google never came out, right? And then we had Microsoft try to do it first, and we were like, okay, cool. Nobody's really into it, but that's something they're doing. And then Stadia, Google waited till like it got popular, and then they launched because Stadia, regardless of whenever Stadia would have came out, and I know Mr. Urban would like to say On Live was the better version, but whenever Stadia came out, it was always gonna. If Stadia just launched in its final form, everything that we had when it ended, it still was going to come out and be better. It was going to offer more than everything else. Now, yes, you could say something, but I think at that point it would have caught up to everything else with the graphics, right? As far as where they would have been. So I feel like if Google waited till it was more popular, and then launched Stadia.
But here's my
real quick, because then it would have rivaled. Because remember, they sold it at first like this was rivaling consoles. I was like, oh,
that was the problem. They shouldn't have said that. They should have never said that.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
They should have never said
that. Cowboy, it's still not popular. Because
hold on, what'd you say?
It's still not popular.
But
it's still not.
Here's my thing. If it ever does get popular, he's saying cloud gaming is not popular. Here's my thing. If it were to ever, and this is why I know, Cowboy, you're like, I think Xbox has like, they're in a good position, but at one point, you got to have the industry move towards that position that you have this ambush set up. Like, it doesn't matter how great the ambush is, if I'm not going down that road, you know what I mean? So, but I think with Stadia, and I've said this before, if it was to really get to that point where this is now $100 billion $200 billion segment, Google now has the relationship. Google already knows that they did it better. They did it better 3 years ago than anybody today. I get that other people have better graphics. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying as an experience, there's no way you're going to convince me Luna, Booster, like they're not even in the same ballpark.
Let me ask you this though. I feel that Stadia Google was almost giving it away, right? Because all these other companies have some hook to make you spend extra money, where Google was just kind of like people say Xbox is the most consumer friendly. What Google was doing with Stadia, like you can't beat, right? So that's the thing, though. Part of what we love it for is because you almost felt like, dude, they kind of giving you the house, the car, the cow, milk,
Right.
you know.
So
But so
like
Mhm.
my thing is though, but I think you're exactly right. They did give it away for free.
Mhm.
But if it ever got popular, what I think you have to, it would be great to actually see a book or a documentary about what went on behind the
Right.
scenes. Because why did they stop? And if you ask me, it wasn't so much they stopped because it wasn't making money. Because I think at the end of the day, Estadias did this analysis and he said, like, it kind of broke even. I think it stopped because it wasn't popular. Right?
No,
It's the same thing as like YouTube. Like YouTube gave us entertainment for a long time. And we're like, yo, and now it's showing to be like $1 billion something business.
right.
A profit. So if it ever really got popular and then they could somehow make it still run the same, but you can bring your game over like that you already own, then you now have a
Yeah.
situation like, you know what? That's if cloud gaming would have to get popular, and I think they could easily
So
come back.
I'll say this in a weird loophole, and I almost feel like Stadia is the ones that allowed them to get to this position. If Google decided to somehow come back, rebrand something, they would almost have to be in bed with Ubisoft. And the reason why I say that is when you set something key, people will have to be able to bring their games. But typically you can't. If I buy a PlayStation and then I buy a PC, typically I can't really bring that game, right? I kind of got to buy it over. But Ubisoft does have the licenses and agreements to some of the biggest games, which is all the games in that ABK deal. So Google was able to come back and somehow get Ubisoft on their side and was able to get the games that you already paid for that Ubisoft are allowing you to stream through their cloud, right? So meaning you don't need to have bought the actual version, or you could technically you have access to the cloud version because it's coming from the cloud, right? I don't know, maybe that'd be a slick
No, yeah,
way.
no, I think you're hitting right because that's technically the model that's going on with Luna.
Mhm.
Luna, you can play the game on your PC on Luna. I mean, on your PC,
Mhm.
like Rainbow Six. And then you can stream the game in the cloud with Luna. It's the same, and it's the same file,
Right.
right?
Right.
So it would have to be I mean, obviously, it's just like GFN. Gaming companies would have to opt into that. But I'm saying, like, if you had enough people who were like, "Yo, this is the greatest thing," we now have 100 million players who want to play in the cloud.
Right.
You
It
can
would have to
guarantee.
be that.
Yeah, it would have to be. You can guarantee if you all of a sudden see all these people in the cloud, Google would easily say, okay, just like Luna, all of them would say, okay, we're going to put our chips in the middle now. And because
I'll
Google's
say
already,
this.
I
If
think they could do it.
I think the issue is for these other companies, without Stadia, I don't think they need to compete with a Stadia, meaning all these crazy cool features Stadia had. And that's always going to leave Google the chance, if that door ever opens, they would be able to open the door with the stuff they left off with and then could implement on top of that. And then who knows, maybe a SG&E could be a thing. Obviously, we call something else, right? So the thing is, I mean, if cloud ever got popular, the world knows Google. By the end of it, people was now articles coming out like, "Oh, Stadia actually played really great." Like,
Yeah, I
we've been
cannot
saying that.
stand that. I cannot stand that.
Yeah,
They are
that made.
now.
Oh my.
You got content creators saying it. You have articles saying it. Then you have all these gamers now. I actually enjoyed. It's like, where were you? Where were you?
Right.
No,
Right.
or here's the other thing. If cloud actually got popular, and I know FCAC is talking about Sony, right? What if Sony said, you know what? We're gonna just take, or Nintendo, or whoever,
Somebody.
we don't want to build from the ground up. We just want to have what Stadia had.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, so, and then, okay,
Well,
like I'm willing to pay.
Xbox.
Well, no. Here's the thing, kind of to FCAT point. The problem with those two companies, they make too much money. They want you to be in their ecosystem as far. So meaning, this is what I used to say. I used to say, no way PlayStation is going to get that into it, because the moment they start having their cloud be really successful, it's going to compete against their hardware. You don't want to compete against yourself. So where Xbox is like, hey, let everybody have it, we don't care. So it's almost like bad for business. You're like, wait, so you don't care if people buy a console? You don't care if people, right? They don't care. But I feel like Sony, that's why they won't allow you to play on a phone. That's why you have to have, they want to push their remote play more than their cloud, because your remote play is remoting in from a PlayStation 5. And I feel like Nintendo would be the same thing. So I almost feel like those companies are probably bad example, and unfortunately probably only seen like Microsoft will be the one willing to
Breaking
take
news,
that.
breaking news, guys. Apparently, Age of Empires is coming to PS5.
But here's the thing. This is the same thing I am an Age of Empires gamer. Like, that was that's when I started building PCs. Like like the first one. That's not a console game.
Yeah, that's not. You seen the look on my face? I was like,
it's owned by Xbox. So
Yeah,
Xbox owned.
No, but we already know this though. Every game Xbox has is going to go on PlayStation. Like, I don't. There's no way you're convincing me that that's not gonna, like, the new Halo is going to be on PlayStation. Like,
I'll tell you this.
Y'all think I'm joking?
As far as console wars, it's over.
There's no console war. There's done. The Xbox has.
Well, I mean, it's still. Listen, Phil Spencer came out and said it himself, but people still, people. It's like if the government say let's say the state of Virginia declared they was no longer state of Virginia, right? You're still gonna have fans of Virginia running around talking about, no, the fight isn't over. So that's
Just
pretty
say
much
the Civil War. You still have people saying the South never lost. So just say the Civil War.
So people are still taking up the Xbox fight, even though your guy Phil Spencer said it's over, right? On live. So at the end of the day, but the people who are running around saying Xbox, I'm sorry. If let's say I was diehard PlayStation, right? If I would just look you in the face, be like, bro, we got Halo. It's over. Like, Halo is the staple. It's like God of War.
It's gonna happen. You know when it's gonna happen? You know when they're gonna realize it's gonna happen? Because I'm gonna tell you the sequence of events that's about to happen over the next 18 months. Okay, I'm calling it next 18 months, maybe 24, but it's definitely in that range.
Okay.
Phil Spencer is going to retire. Sarah Bond is going to take over. All right. That linkage, that whole thing has already been laid in place.
That was already
and it's if anything, it's hastened by the fact that Call of Duty sales have increased on PlayStation, and I don't think it's going to pan out for Game Pass, where this was actually successful for them. So now they're going to bring in Sarah Bond. I told you already. Sarah Bond is no gamer. That chick, I'd like to talk about games and business. She is like queen business. She's going to be like everything, because that's what Microsoft wants. Microsoft wants everything. Like, you need to make money. She going to put everything. She don't care about Halo. She don't care about Legacy. She's like, I got to deliver. At that point, she's going to get called everything under the sun by the Xbox faithful. And then that's when you're going to start seeing this massive, just like, you think Ubisoft is getting hate now? Xbox is going to get hate like no other. But mark my words, the next Halo, day and date, is going to be on PlayStation, and it's going to run better on PlayStation.
Well, I mean, technically, I mean, there's a bunch of games that run better on PlayStation now. So
yeah, that's what. But that's what I said. That's
game.
That I told there. If you have a pattern of doing something, all I got to do is say that's what's gonna like. It's not far. The whole thing is, you tell any Xbox person here, they get that feeling of like, regardless, no, it's not gonna happen. But they know deep down inside, the odds of that happening.
No, maybe deep down inside, they're like, not that they know it's gonna happen, but they go like this, Purple. When you're not looking, they be like, "What if?"
Yeah, no,
You know what I mean?
that's exactly like if you had said that 5 years ago, they would have been like, no. But now it's like, you know what they say now? They don't say, no, that's not going to happen. What they say now is, if that were to happen, that's a difference. That's a difference.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that's not going to happen in both. But if it were, that's how you know.
If it were to happen, you pretty much just acknowledged it. The possibility. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Exactly. And that's what's happening. And I'm not, like I said, the new war is not, there's not a war per se. I think Xbox is
platform war.
It's not even, it's a game. Xbox already has the games that are literally platforms.
Platform or subscription war.
I don't even think subscriptions. I think Xbox has what they want. They have Call of Duty. That's literally a platform in itself. They have the things that can make Minecraft, Call of Duty, Candy Crush. They have what makes money. Yep. Everything after that, they just need to put on every other thing that can try to make them money. And I don't know.
Would it be a super slap in the face? Okay, so let's say Halo goes multi-plat, right? And then it's like, if it's successful, you got to do Gears of War, right? And then what if it's a slap in the face, like they keep like some of their double A's, like, oh, Stalker 2 will never go to another platform, but you just put in Halo and all that. That would be a crazy slap in the face.
Going to PlayStation in a couple months, like 3 months or something like that.
Yeah, Stalker 2 is going to PlayStation. Yeah. They'll probably announce.
Imagine if they try, like, to save face, they try to keep like some of like the smaller stuff, you know what I mean, but be putting out all the bigger stuff.
No, I think
some people would still be championing that. They would be like, yeah, but we still got this.
That's what they're doing. But Cowboy, that's what they're doing now. Hellblade was not a. We remember when Hellblade came out. That's an indie game. Like I said, this Indiana Jones, the studios that they're championing are small studio. These are like small things they picked up. Like the big thing that they talked about. What was their big thing last year?
Hi-Fi Rush.
Looks like a Nintendo game.
Yeah, Hi-Fi Rush.
Looks like a Nintendo game. And guess what? Hi-Fi Rush came over, right?
It did.
You know what I mean? So like,
whoa! Before Hi-Fi Rush came out, remember the game that came out a couple months before that? They was going crazy for it. Now they knew that was timed exclusive. Remember High on Life? That was.
Yeah, that's what. So what you're saying is that's exactly this is why TK9 is the way he's like.
Right.
Right? Because he's like, he bleeds green. And he knows what they're getting right now. He's like, how the heck? Like, he saw this way back during Stadia. And he's like, no, this isn't gonna happen. And then, but everything he said is true. So what you're saying is like, what if they start? It's the smaller games they keep on there. It's like, they're the bigger games they're releasing everywhere. Like, I cannot think of another big game. Like the next shoe to fall is going to be Starfield. Starfield's not going to be on. It's going to be So then once you do that, it's like, okay, the only thing you have left is what? Halo. You have what? Dark. Perfect Dark. Right. You have
You got Forza. You got Forza.
Forza.
You got Forza, and you got Gears of War. You know.
And Gears.
Perfect
I don't
Dark.
even.
I feel like
State of Decay.
Even State of Decay though. You know, you're just talking about like that's what I'm saying. If you look at what's there, you're like, yeah, I can see that one going. Yeah, I can see that one. You start to slowly like that thing starts to slowly peel back, and you start to realize like, oh, wait a second. They're going full head throttle on this, and then you start doing what Cowboy and I talked about like a month ago. Why do you even have a console?
Yeah.
Like you've clearly made it to the point right now that going forward for this generation, every game you put out, we just now have kind of said most likely is going to end up on PlayStation.
All right.
Like,
Clockwork Revolution. You think that's going to PlayStation?
Yes. Every single game.
South of Midnight. South of Midnight.
Yes. Every single game.
Unfortunately,
I don't think South of Midnight is going to do that well, but just because it's a sweet baby game.
Yeah, even more reason. Like FCAT, do you realize like every game is gonna go over there eventually? Like they're gonna do exactly what they did with Indiana Jones.
Right.
Like, okay, we're gonna have it, but then it's gonna go over there. And then when it goes over there,
Avowed
like a
well, the thing is, so here's the thing, FCAT. At the end of the day, these companies want results, right? And Phil said himself, they've been in third place. The results they want is money, if we're being honest, right? That's what results mean, is revenue. So the thing is, all they have to do is just start some of these games as being a hit other places, making money other places. Because think about it. If you had a company and you need to find a way to make more money, right? You could hire more people, right? And sell more products. But chances are you got payroll, right? But if you could take the same product and just say, okay, how about we just ship more to them other stores we said we would never let buy our stuff? Desperate times, desperate measures. So I think some of the games we're saying won't. It's just all about revenue. Now, the reason why I'm with Purple is because if I'm all about brand supremacy, that's why I always said PlayStation, they have a thing called brand supremacy. They somehow try to make you think their stuff works more than it does. Their games are higher value. Their games are more quality. Oh, if we lose Call of Duty, or no, what was that came up in the ABK deal? PlayStation games are more quality than the Xbox games. Like this. So the thing is, you get that with brand supremacy. You get that with thinking Nike is better than Adidas. What do you mean, right? But they're both sneakers, right? So PlayStation just became that luxury, the luxury of gaming, right? Like Neo Geo was back in the day, right? It was like, oh, Neo Geo is so expensive. The graphics is better than everything else, right? Where I like TurboGrafx 16 more. But at the end of the day, Xbox is not positioning themselves to make it like the brand needs to stand ahead of anything. So once you don't really care about the brand, then what's holding you back from putting out the things that made the brand? If you see what I'm saying? Like if Gears of War made the brand, Halo made the brand.
Dev kit. They do have the PS5 Pro dev kits.
They have the PS5. Yeah, no, look. No, it's just you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of they just don't have I understand why they're doing it. Because that's the whole thing. Like I'm like, it's not a bad thing what they're doing, why they're doing it.
It's like at this point, Purple, by the time Contraband comes out, the whole PlayStation 5 thing will be normal.
No, the whole here's what I'm saying though. This gets to the question I initially asked y'all, like where I branched off and I said, hey, I have this separate question. You now have literally what they were saying about Stadia is about to be about what Xbox is. Meaning,
hey, listen.
Well, PS5 Pro, PS5 Pro is going to play Microsoft's games better than Xbox. That you can't dispute this, right? That is about to be. On top of that,
that's what's gonna piss off the fanboys.
on top of that, but look at it. This is the problem. You're like, okay, no problem. We're cheaper. You're selling less consoles. You have the best console in gaming, the Series S. That thing is, for what it does, for how much it is, it's amazing. That's not outselling the PS5 Pro. That's not even going to outsell the Switch. The Switch sells more of those. A Switch. How do you, like, I just feel bad. I feel bad for the people who've held on for a long time, because you can imagine, like, I just came to Stadia, and then within like a year it shut. These dudes have built their careers on this thing.
Yeah, that's wild.
Like, that's where I just feel like, man.
Yeah, I've always said, you know, the thing with YouTube is you know, when you make it around one thing, right? You are always playing with fire, because if that thing is no longer popular, goes sideways, whatever, then that kind of you shot. You know, now you got charisma and whatever, and you know, try to keep it going. Like, look at Lono, right? But he's damn sure not making what he used to make, right? And that wasn't because something went away. That's just because he got in trouble and he had to rebrand. But yeah, so I mean,
What
yeah,
happened with
Purple, I mean,
Lono? What happened with Lono? And I just asked that question because I do want to bring him on to Shades of Purple.
He won't do it.
You don't
get him, that'd be dope.
No,
you don't think? You don't think so? Because I've been talking to him, and he said he might be. He might be.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to talk about that.
No, I don't want. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to him about the situation. What I want to do is just understand: is this someone? Because, like, that's not what I want to talk to him about. Is, for one, I want to bring him on. I generally think he does. He and I kind of are around the same. Like, usually his takes I agree with probably 80% of the way. But also what I want to do is, because who was that little boy he had on his show? They keep saying this kid's Kirk.
Oh, Kirk. Yeah, he got into a fight with him.
Yeah, like, I want to do a show with him, like how he would do it, Kirk. Like,
they would talk about games. They would.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I think, like, I just feel like Kirk
would meant like an interview.
Well, I do want to bring him on as an interview to introduce him to my audience, 100%.
Right.
But then I do want to, like, just like anything, potentially go on his show, on his channel.
He's sketchy about that kind of stuff. I don't think.
Yeah, so that when I said earlier that I know some of the larger people that won't let people on, I was talking about him and other people. Like, you know what? He's really cool. He's literally inboxed me and had some really cool conversations with me. He gave me a lot of advice too. I mean, my intro, for my short videos, my intro used to be longer. He was like, dude, you gotta, like, he's once I got to know him, and it was kind of because of he became really cool. So it's really cool. Like, some of his people came to my channel, showed me love. Like, he is a down to earth, cool dude, but he is business. Like, I don't know if you noticed or not, but he doesn't have a job. His YouTube.
No, he's 100%.
Yeah. And his wife, I don't know since last time I was watching, but as of last year, so could maybe things change, but his wife didn't work either. Him selling coffee and YouTube pays his bills for him and his wife. So he's like die hard, like he treated it's a turnkey business for him. He will not jeopardize it. Like, he had on the show, people were like, oh, let me come up and debate you. He was like, what? Why would I do that? And then you come on here and say something crazy. Like, that's why. So some people get mad at him, but I get it. And I always say, like, I don't know if I want his problems, right? I've watched him have to switch up a stream, make it members only, because that people are harassing him and hackling him, and he say something, somebody take it and try to twist it. So, like, He made me realize, like, dude, I don't know if I want to do this full time. And also, he made me realize when I was messing with Doc, saying I'm gonna be the new Doc Dark. I want to go a whole PlayStation cowboy. I realized I can't. For me personally, I'm just fun, love, happy, laugh, jokes. I can't keep it up that long. K9, he could be the pit bull forever. Like he keep that image. Doc could keep that straight face. I can't do it. And I realized watching Lono, he has to kind of cater to his people, and he has to do the goals. We got 500 memberships. Like that hustle is business. I look up to him the most out of anybody I got to personally meet, because he's like business. But he made me realize, dude, I wouldn't even want to do it. Like I don't
I
even
don't think
want
he
that
actually
level of
owns a
success
Series
on
X
YouTube.
because the knowledge he has with Xbox ecosystem is like abysmal.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's a piece. I think he makes it so. Like my thing is, he
He's a
has
PlayStation
like
guy.
when I think of yeah, he is a place, but he has PC. But I think where I look at it is like right, Doc Dark, right? He's a character. Like Doc is like full character now, right? PC to console, and then he knows right as that's getting good, he's gonna throw in a video about how PC's not good to keep the
Yep.
Xbox people. And then right as he's like about to make, he's gonna be like, but wait, like Doc has figured that out, right?
Yes.
Like he knows that market. You have TK hasn't really done anything in a while,
Yeah.
but the Thrashes who are just like purely Thrash, right? Um, and then the other people that I kind of interact with, the Xbox International or the Broomstick crew, they're very Xbox centric, right? And they usually bring me on their show if they want the bad
They
the
want that
alternate.
smoke. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They want that like that. But I think Lono out of everybody's the one that can talk business enough,
Yes.
and where Kirk is more like a law student, as where I'm more like a business person. And so I'm interested how that would go with Lono. That's why I bring it up. But if y'all are saying that potentially he's it may not be a good mix, then I'm not gonna try to force it with you.
I think you and Lona would be a great mix because he's very intelligent. He's intellectual. You're the same way. Like you guys would have a really good structured conversation. It would be great. I think Lono thing is, and the cool thing is, you said you already been talking to him, so I didn't realize that Lono does
Just
have a
briefly.
wall up.
Yeah,
Well,
just
Lono thing
briefly.
is, Lono. You asked me what happened with him, but Lono has a wall up. Is his business was way bigger than what it was. He's making a lot more money. He lost a lot. So his thing is he has a wall up. So the times he inboxed me and me and him got close, like if I pop up now, he'll be like, "Oh snap!" Like he'll remember me, and I give like I thank him for that, right? To take the time he did, right? And I didn't insert myself as a threat or anything. I had some of his people turn on like backlash on me because I was joking. They was like, no, Cowboys. He was like, Cowboys cool. He's cool. And I was kind of into cloud gaming. So so I think you would be great. I just know that the introduction somehow that getting that, you know what I mean? Because I know he has that wall up, and people are always. I mean, FCAT could tell you they try to bring up his old past, and it was
Yeah.
like a sexual thing. So
No, and so I think that's why, because like I hear him talk, and I've heard it like I've heard the story like 2 or 3 times, and it's one of those things like I hear it and it's like I swear I try to focus on it, I still don't quite get what happened, and that's fine. Like
I mean,
I
I
don't
can
know.
tell you in 1 minute.
What happened?
It's funny because FCAT like to bring this up all the time. It was one of those things where he is like a girl accused him of like harassment, and at the end of the day, he's married and everything, so it kind of blew up. And
The full story is
okay, go ahead.
something with a weed vape, and he told the girl, "Oh, I get sexually aroused with marijuana or something," and the girl took it all crazy.
So okay. So he said something, they were doing something, she took it out of. She probably took it, and I can understand a woman saying that you don't know what a guy's trying to think, right? So I can understand that. So I wonder, because I donate to him, and I donate to him to get his attention, right? And I'm not trying to. What?
The thing about that is you can donate all you want as soon as you disagree with him.
FCat, it's a difference. So she's saying being legit.
Like
You
that,
FCat talking about. There's times that FCat was hackling him pretty much.
Nah.
So FCat donated, and then he still was like, okay,
Nah.
you know,
It's just
so
like any other business inquiry. Like right. Like I don't want to make an ask until I show like, and I've watched him over a year, right? I not religiously because he streams when I'm working, but if I have like a meeting off or something cancels, I do pop in. And so what I do want to do is maybe towards the end of this year, early next year, make the ask, because if he's having that type of issue, it's just like in my actual job, companies bring me in when they know like, hey, we need someone who I'll say like looks and sounds like Purple, that like my actual name, right? That's why they bring me in, and then I give them an air of legitimacy and so forth. So I could see where it's beneficial for him to have like a woman vouch for him if he's having that issue. That's all I'm saying. So, but I don't know if
he's not having that issue now. He wants his Twitch.
Yeah.
He wants his Twitch channel back because he's got all those numbers there.
Yeah, the crazy thing, Purple, he was actually a Destiny guy.
Yeah, that's I did get that he's a
big-
Destiny dude. He's
not anymore.
Bun-
He's like anti-Destiny now.
Yeah,
but
Bungie.
Yeah, he can't even play it.
So I don't know. Like I said, that's so. What I was asking y'all because I was like, is it work? Because I do plan on next year. Like every year, I have a goal. Like something to try. So next year it's going to be partly cosplay and Twitch. Right, that's something I'm thinking about maybe doing when I play games, but also expanding on the creators, like the actual business side. And like I said, I think he kind of has like that seriousness about him.
Yep.
And his audience appreciates that. You know what I mean? It's where like I think a lot of the.
I think
Go ahead.
honestly, I think it would be a win for both you guys. I think I love that. For me, when I look at you, I look at you more like we could laugh and joke, but I always take you on a more structured, serious side. And when I look at you and your channel, I always think of a portfolio. So for me, I love your portfolio of the who's who that you've talked to. So even years later, if we was like talking, it'd be like, damn, Purple had this person that, and I think Lono. I mean. Like the cool thing is, yeah, there's some people that we'll probably never talk to, right? There's some people that I'm not that into Xbox or PlayStation or whatever, but Lono is somebody that's in our like circle, if you will. Like I know somebody who knows somebody who heard of Lono. Like it just is like, so to have somebody in our circle, not that I don't watch them anymore, but it would be cool to be able to say you had Loner on because so many people would be like, oh snap, I know who that is, and he is a bigger
yeah.
person.
Me and Cowboy ain't saying don't try. You can definitely try to see, but we're saying more than likely the answer's probably gonna be no.
That's fair.
I mean, not for nothing. I mean, I would definitely like
knowing him.
I would definitely put in a word, like whenever like that time comes, if you kind of getting a little ready, like I would definitely let him know you're cool people. It's kind of like with Thrash. I mean, Thrash kind of like I told Thrash straight up, like Purple is like again, how much we love you, Purple. So at the end of the day,
no, I appreciate it, Thrash.
Yeah,
I'd actually be surprised if he'd do it.
Well, I mean, I would be surprised too, just because I know he has that wall, and the thing is, he don't want anything to jeopardize his business.
Or
his brand.
I think so. That's why I said, like, don't trust me. I'm using all those donations as a write off, right? Because it's literally marketing, That's what I'm trying to do it because that's all it is. Like that's why it's not a super chat. It's all like gifting subs. That's because it's literally marketing. But I'll ask, like, I'll see. Like, I'm still like looking, like feeling him out. Like, how's his flow? How's his takes doing? And I know he's
buy a membership and watch his green room stuff.
Oh,
and
I
you'll
did.
really get into like he'll talk about personal stuff like on those streams.
No, I did. Oh, trust me. Like, Lona, he has the number one donation I've ever given to someone, the most. Because I understand, like, he's a big person.
Right.
You know? And there's like as we're like I gave everybody stuff, right? But like Lona, I understand he's a big person and that's a lot. He gets 700, 800 people concurrently.
Right.
And I see he gets those 500 gifted members a week, not including super chats, not including watch time. So I understand that.
He gets crazy Xbox fans. He gets dudes clipping him all the time on Twitter.
No, I like he's in that's like him and something Alex. The dude who's all he never has a shirt on. I don't know what.
Oh no, it's Alex.
Oh no, it's Alex. Yeah, something like
Cowboy
that.
knows him too.
Yeah, like so, but oh no, it's Alex is more like that's a character, right? Like you know
he's
weird too.
Yeah, he's
weird.
extra. Yeah, he's extra. Like I mean, you know, if it wasn't for that whole video I made for about the whole Redfall thing, but that was crazy out of nowhere. I had people hit me up like, "Yo, these bigger channels is talking about your video." I'm like, "What?" And he literally talked about my video. So I real quick I went to watch as he was talking about it, and he actually brought me up on his channel a couple other times, and me and him got kind of cool. And that was pretty cool. Like I'm always like, so my thing is like this, even in real life, like it's always good to build rapport. Right, it makes sense. Somebody's bigger than you, somebody's this and that. You don't need to be an a-hole. So the is build some type of rapport. Like instead of me just being like, "Oh, cool," I'm like, no, because one day that might come in handy. So me and him got kind of cool also. So like if I popped up, he was gonna use. I don't know if he ever did it, but I kind of felt the type of way. But he screenshotted me. He was like, "Yo." To his audience, we're gonna use his face as my next emoji. I'm like, whoa, you gonna make money off my face? I'm like, hold on. So I was gonna do the same thing to him, but at the end of the day, but yeah, he's quirky a little bit. He's now he wouldn't be a good fit. I think you'll be like, all right, this dude.
No, I think because I can't do like I could maybe spar with him for a second, but he would annoy me. Like he just annoys me.
He would annoy
because he would say something and like I would be in one of those moods where I'm like, oh man, let me, you know.
Oh, you know who Paul Tassi is? Purple.
Yeah, I've met Paul. He's in New York.
Well, Paul Tassi says that Lono isn't clear. Like Paul Tassi is the one that pretty much did the story on his situation.
So I would be interested because I respect Paul. But like I said, it's my goal for next year. I want to test the water. Like I said, I'm going to test it a little bit with him to see where he is, because I know he's trying to fill that spot. He's trying to fill that Kirk spot. Like I think that pissed him off that he doesn't have that anymore. So
I don't think so.
That's what he said when I came on it.
I mean, he was friends with Ono for a little bit, then they got into a fight. Then Kirk came on, then they got into a fight. Kirk got mad. I think they fought about that situation thing, and Kirk was kind of like, "Oh, I can't be aligned with you," kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that. And hey, Kubini, what I'm saying is like when I was listening to, there was like maybe 2.5 weeks ago, I was listening to it. And what he was saying, because it was like Kirk, I guess, posted, because I thought he was a kid. I couldn't understand why this guy was always talking to this kid. And people were like, no, Kirk's grown up. And I'm like, the dude looks like he's 16. But okay. So But they were saying how like Lono blocked him, and I guess that was like the official falling out. And Lono then was like looking at, he has his different channels, he has his different type of shows, and that is a show like he doesn't have that slot anymore. Like that's a revenue stream. Like that show is a revenue stream that he does not have anymore. So that's why I was saying like
he's actually about to kill his other channel.
Yeah, the third channel. Yeah.
Yeah, the one he turned into the Helldivers channel.
Right. So like I don't know. But I probably won't. It's a 2025 goal. It's not something now, but I would be interested to tell his own gaming journey just as someone who's a Shades of Purple alumni, but two, like I said, the most businessy I actually get is probably on Xbox International, and even then it's literally for Crazy Louie and all of them are great guys. Like they always have my back, but a lot of times they bring me on there for the spiciness of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So Cubini said he deserves to be clipped. Reforge is a two-faced clown. He said member stream versus live stream has a different person. He said, "Hey, Purple."
The
He said,
people that
Call of
clip
Duty
him
Black
are
Ops 6
stalkers.
UK
They're like
sales split per
psychos.
platform.
They're always like clipping
PS5
them.
70% PC,
Look at
16%
this thing
Xbox,
from-
10% PS4, 4% PS5, and PS4 74%. How come he got PS4 again? I don't know why.
No,
But,
he's saying combined PS5 and PS4 is 74%.
I follow the people that clip him in case if I don't watch the show like that day, so I can go to their clips and be like, "Oh, okay."
But Kubini, that I don't know what you're trying to get with this as much, right? Because what you're actually showing, if I understand this correctly, this is just sales. Is what I would be more interested in is where are the players playing it, right? And how long are they playing it? Like giving me one data point doesn't give me the success of the game. The success is going to be show me the data points between now and March. And I'm just telling you that just because that's the thing. Like these numbers could be horrible, but if you're telling me like, yo, they're maintaining Game Pass and they're playing Call of Duty for the next 8 months, that's 100% awesome. But if you show me this and in January, Call of Duty is not as popular. It's like the people who had it on Game Pass day and date no longer have it on Game Pass day and date. That's not a success story. Rumor. Okay, so Game Pass PC subs went up 4 million. Cool. How long will they maintain those subs? That's the question I have.
How many of that is including the core Game Pass core?
Like,
formerly Xbox Gold members.
Like that's the. I'm just saying Game Pass is working now. You don't know if Game Pass. Yes, no one's saying it's not. Like I think that's the thing. Is that what you consider working and what I consider working are totally different things. Game Pass working 100%. Like, will people go play the game cheaper on Game Pass? Yes. That's not like what did you expect? You expected people to buy more Call of Duties? Like it's almost like a straw man argument. The argument I'm saying Game Pass working means does Game Pass sustain those subscribers? That's Game Pass working. If you just bumped up Game Pass, you got 4 million and in 2 months you're down 4 million, Game Pass didn't work from a business perspective. And then we already talked about these other ones you're talking about. Indiana Stalker 2.
Have you ever watched the Upper Echelon Say No to Rage conspiracy video?
No.
You should watch that.
You said Upper Echelon. I thought you were talking about a video game.
Yeah, Upper Echelon Say No to Rage conspiracy. That's what it's called.
Got it. I'll have to see it. But here's Kubini saying there's more games coming that will keep people. And this is where you and I disagree. I don't think there's gamers. You have Game Pass. You will not leave Game Pass. Most people who are playing Indiana Stalker 2, Flight Simulator 2024, these are totally different games. It's like TV shows. It's like books. Most people are not playing all these different types of games. You know, it's like Netflix. There's like 3 genres of TV show Netflix has. And you will notice that does not overlap with Hulu because they're actually at the end of the day giving you different experiences. And so but you're gonna play. Like, I'm not saying that, but you're trying to do is add people. You're trying to add gamers. And the gamer who's playing Call of Duty most likely is not the gamer who's going to play Indiana Jones if you've seen it. And that gamer who's playing Indiana Jones is not a gamer who's going to play Flight Simulator 2024.
Right.
That's the problem. It's just like anything else. Just because you love romance books does not mean you're going to read Dan Kuhn's, which does not mean you're going to read a documentary. Like
what Report says, like it's mostly people just subbing for 1 month for one game,
and then they're out. No,
right?
That's what's been happening in the past.
And he also said recently,
I don't know why
wait till December to sub the Game Pass for 1 month and play every single game that came out that year.
Yeah, no, and that's where I'm saying, like, when there's only so much Kubini. Here's the problem. Here's where and I'm not saying you have a problem. Here's where I'm going to have, like, just plant this in your, like, from the angle I'm coming at. Game Pass isn't new. Game Pass has always added new games. They've actually added better games than what you're saying right here. Right? The games you're mentioning, if you're a Stalker fan, you're going to love that game. But you literally had a Game of the Year contender day and date on Game Pass. You know what I mean? And that is, what's it called? Plague Tale Requiem. Plague Tale Requiem was day and date on Game Pass and was a Game of the Year contender. It didn't move the needle. Like, your thing isn't about, yes, you're 100% more variety. If you're a Game Pass owner, I think you're confusing the arguments that I'm saying. If you're a Game Pass owner, you have a lot of variety, and that's how you like to play games, so be it. A lot of people don't like Game Pass because they don't have the games they want. And so what you're trying to get people to believe, and that's the thing, it's not that people don't understand the value of Game Pass. It's just that when you're a gamer, you have taste. And if Game Pass doesn't have those tastes, then how are you keeping them in?
Right. And now it's like every time they're delaying or a game comes off the roadmap for this particular year, it gets delayed to another year. Now you're just keeping people on Game Pass.
This year's 100. This is a perfect. This year's a perfect example of that. You had people on Hellblade 2, which again, I do not think is that great of a game. I know Kubini, you beat it. I give you credit because a lot of your Xbox peers have not. I actually, when you look at the achievements, go prove me. Are we back? Yeah, we're back.
Oh boy.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, so like, but what I was saying is, you had Hellblade this, and then that's it. And then you they literally strung people along. They pushed back Stalker 2, which I get it. It's coming out in November. You still got Diablo, and you still got Call of Duty. Those are not the same type of gamers either, right? That's the problem. Yeah, but again, it's not necessarily that you're not getting games. Probably one of the best games that came out on Game Pass, no one talks about, in my opinion. And that's the Capcom game. Kanutsugara. It's the one where they dance. It's like it came out in July. It came out day and date. Great game. There's like 7 left into it. Totally.
Where's Cowboy going?
I don't know, but I totally get it. No one's saying it's
drop
not.
off your ballot in the box.
Nah, he's got to get something to eat. Remember, he's hungry. But the thing is, I think Kubini, I think you're so used to people saying Game Pass isn't a good value that you defend from that perspective. And I don't. And am I back? Okay, there. I think you're so used to people saying Game Pass isn't a good value, so you defend from like, oh, it is a good, and that's why you say as a parent it's a great value. You're saying I get great variety, it's a great value, so you defend from that. That's not my argument. My argument is to say it's successful is you need more people who think like that. And I think the majority of gamers, especially adult gamers, have a preference.
Hey, how's it going?
If that's the case, everybody would go to a Chinese buffet because it's a better value. But they don't. And the majority of kids are used to playing things free to play.
I realize that's so far away. Okay, thank
you. We should cut this off.
he's just
Get out of here, Cowboy.
He's still there. He's just eating. But yeah, it's always has something new, not a defense. No one's saying no, but I think the way it's not a defense like you're defensive. Not saying that. But your supports for it are always in the range of it's a value. So let me put it in more of the affirmative. Your support for it is it's a value. But if I were to look at it doesn't make sense for me. And I think I'm an average gamer. And I think as you get to that average gamer or that gamer who is knows their taste, it's not a great fit for them either.
Right.
You guys can hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I had this thing on, somehow I had it on mute. And I was trying to figure like, what am I doing wrong? But my McDonald's is super close, and I was like, all right, my wife's gonna kill me. And Mondays I try not to get anything to eat with her. I'm telling you, or Wednesdays. And she was like, oh, she got a headache, and she gonna take a hot shower. And I was like, all right, let me get some McDonald's because no, it's close. And I didn't want to kill the conversation. Cubini popped up.
Yeah,
I'm like, listen.
Yeah, can you hear it? Can you hear it? Like, can you hear what we're like? Kubini, he came in. Shout out to Kubini. Voting at 7 a.m. Polls opening early over there. But yeah, I think like, but to your point, I don't game like most people don't game like that. Most people don't have that type of time. And
what was he trying to say? I know he was saying something about look at the sales, and you was like, you shouldn't look at the sales, you should look at the amount of people and where they're playing.
Yeah,
so I heard that.
First he came on, great numbers for the sales out of the UK, or at least we think they are. I don't have what to compare that with and so forth, but he's saying Game Pass is a success, and I don't know the difference without you knowing how long people are playing on Game Pass.
Right.
I heard the sales were bad in the UK.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Just because you throw out a number, that when you dig into data, you just that one point doesn't make sense. You're going to lose the argument because you don't have enough data. You have one snapshot. You don't have the snapshot to say what is the number of people playing on Game Pass, how long are they playing on Game Pass, and how long will they continue to play on Game Pass? If you're going to say it's a success.
Yeah, I think the issue is people, and I don't want to make it a business thing and who has to be in business or blah, blah, blah. But I think the thing is, people don't think what they lack is sustainability, right? Somebody see a number and they say, like, oh, this is the biggest number, but sustainability is important, right? Don't think this company is going to blow up overnight because all right, let's just take a YouTube video. You get one video to go viral, right? Let's say you get 1 million views on that video, right? Great. You must have made it. It must be over, right? But no, you got to be sustainable. So is your next video going to go back to, 100 views, right? So that's the whole thing, sustainability. And I don't think he's thinking of that. And I think that's your point. It's like, okay, great. But because I will say this, let's say you take the person that wasn't a Call of Duty fan, right? Now they have easy access to it. One, they might play it, and there's a reason why they was never a Call of Duty fan. So they might just say, "Okay, cool, it was cool messing with it. I'll leave." Right? Or two, you might get somebody to say, "Oh, you know what? I'll mess with this every now and then." And three, hopefully, you get that person that becomes a fan because now it's on Game Pass. They didn't have to pay for it, and now you turn somebody into a fan. But that's the third case scenario is likely the one that's not going to happen because I think people they do the same things over and over, right? We repeat ourselves, right? We're a creature of habit. So chances are, if I wasn't a Call of Duty fan, Game Pass isn't turning me into a Call of Duty fan. It just allows me to play Call of Duty to see why I'm not a Call of Duty fan. But whatever.
Like I think everything here, once they're in the game, gotta get them, keep them some. No, I get you, Kabini, and that's where I'm saying what you're saying right there. Most likely, people know Game Pass. If you're a PC gamer, you're a console gamer. If you're if for one, in order to have gotten a current Xbox for the first 3 years, you got Game Pass for free. And so, how many of these new Game Pass numbers are new people to the Game Pass ecosystem? That's the question. A lot of these people were in Game Pass and then left Game Pass and came back. And guess what? They'll leave again. And so and this is what I'm telling all Xbox people, and even on my channel, I will know how successful this whole thing is between Diablo, Call of Duty, Stalker, Flight Simulator, Avowed, Indiana Jones. Those are all your big ones coming out in the next between a 6-month period. What is your number of Game Pass subscribers between early October to April? And if your numbers have been fluctuating and it's not necessarily a net gain, then that's not a successful story. I mean, as a parent and as a gamer, and as you're someone who's in the ecosystem, you're like, look, I got all these games for great. But you most likely, you're going to see a correlation. What is good for consumers, a lot of times, is not good for business.
Oh, more than a lot of times. Yeah, that's my point. When people kept throwing around Xbox is most consumer friendly, I was like, listen, I hope PlayStation don't go that route. And back then, because I think the thing is, and again, I don't want to make this, but they was throwing around the term quality, right? And so for me, I like what PlayStation brings to the table. Those type of games I like, and if they had to, they were saying that came out of their mouth. Now, people are gonna say, "Oh, that's just business talk." Could be, but they said if they put their games day and date, then it would lose the quality because they wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't be able to spend the amount of money they spend on making certain games. So the thing is when people always say like, "Oh, consumer friendly," like, yeah, but at some point you are losing something. You know what I mean? And if you and again, I hate this mentality. People that like stuff for free, but if you just want everything for free, then you really don't truly get value. You know what I mean? Because the value for you is just because you didn't have to pay for it. But you don't, that's how much value is getting something that really didn't worth that much. You know what I mean? And I hope that don't sound bad to Xbox fans, but
no, but I think Kabini's right. Like Kabini,
100% free.
Yeah. But what I'm looking at is out of all the games you listed here, and like I said, I probably game more than most. Okay, I'm back. I was gonna say this. I probably game more than most. And what I would say is out of all the games you listed, there's only 2 I like. And so is Game Pass a good value for that? And that's the problem. Like Microsoft, they're throwing a lot, hoping that people stick, but the way people consume media for games is just different. And even with TV shows, that's why I bring up Amazon Prime is kind of a different service than Disney Plus, which is a different service than HBO, and I just don't think the subscription model is actually a sustainable one.
See, the thing with South at Midnight, I'm so worried about that game because the whole Sweet Baby thing. And the game's gonna be good, like the gameplay and all that. The game itself is gonna be fine, but I think the whole that whole thing's gonna kind of bring it down.
No, but I'm not even looking at. I think that's people bringing politics into games. I don't think Sweet Baby Inc. nearly as you already know what I think about that. But what I would say is South of Midnight is going to probably have the same impact, hopefully, as Kena Bridge of Spirits. Remember when that came out on PlayStation? Kena Bridge of Spirits, Game of the Year winner for Indie Game of the Year when it came out, and hopefully South of Midnight has that hype. But Kena Bridge of Spirits didn't move anything. Like, how many people have played that game? Like, that's the thing. There's so many. Game Pass has maybe 2 games a year for someone, and it's cheaper just for that person to buy the game. If South of Midnight comes out to be $30, $40, it's cheaper to buy the game than get it on Game Pass, unless you can beat it in a week. Most people don't game that. On average, people don't game that much.
To just look at what happened with Unknown 9. Like, Unknown 9, sure, the graphics are horrible, the combat's clunky, whatever. But the game is fine. Like, there's nothing, like, political or woke about it. The entire game. But as soon as they found out CEO Sweet Baby helped with the story, oh no, this game's horrible. It's a flop.
Yeah, well, hopefully that blows over. Hopefully, I mean, I think a lot is just the atmosphere is very politically charged. I'm hoping that blows over after the election. But to you know, I already told you all that. But yeah, like I said, Flight Simulator 2024, Hellblade 2, Stalker 2, that's the price of Game Pass for 1 year. Okay, and I'm not going to spend my time playing. Like, Hellblade 2 wasn't worth it. I'm not a stalker. Most people are not all these gamers. And you got to think, like, now most people, 60% of gaming time is spent on games 6 years or older. That's what Game Pass is contending with. And so, like, I think it's awesome you're getting all these things, but it's not worth it to me. I don't think it's worth it to most people. Hence the reason most people haven't migrated over there.
Cubini, here's my question. You a PC gamer or you Xbox gamer? And that's why when everybody always like, Cubini's a PC gamer. No, he's not. He's an Xbox gamer who play Xbox games on PC. You're still an Xbox gamer. If you're still getting this flared up over Xbox, you're an Xbox gamer. You know how you tell who's a fanboy? It's who get triggered. That's all it is. If you walk into a room like PlayStation sucks, you can tell who's a fanboy. So I get tired when y'all be like,
I don't know. I'm not. I think he's just saying how good. Like I said, I think he's just saying how good of a value Game Pass is. And I agree. I think if he's gonna play all these games, I'm just saying, like, the games that I play,
right.
You know, like the ones I spend time on. If they're not on Game Pass, then, like, okay, now I'm paying for Game Pass plus the games I want to play.
Listen, I always brag about Game Pass. I think Game Pass is the best subscription service, and I always go back and forth with people like K9 and stuff. But the funny thing is, I'm a gamer, and you'll be like, "Well, dude, how come you don't play it?" Well, I mean,
he's saying, you know, so Cowboy. He's saying, what game did you play? He's saying he played 87 hours on Steam over the last 2 weeks. What game did you play?
Xbox game. All Xbox games.
No, Kubini, what game did you play? 86. I'm just rounding up. I know you said 86.6. I'm a Luna. Thank you, Ron. How many hours do you have on Luna? But yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, you can't. That's like, okay, like, I spent over 100 hours in Black Myth Wukong. Okay, what am I have Game Pass. No, I can't play both. I spent time playing what's the other game I spent time with Diablo, but I played that over like 3 or 4 months. And a lot of times I don't play multiplayer, so why would I play it I should just buy it. American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, NASCAR. Kabini, you drive trucks. Why are you doing all these simulators?
I'm getting tired.
I know. I just read that. He's doing all these. He drives trucks. Why are you doing a simulator? Why are you working on your gaming time?
Oh, Ghost Simulator is coming to Game Pass.
You guys know me.
Yeah, GameFly, Farm Simulator. He loves all these simulators.
I'm rocking.
He loves simulators. But yeah, I'm a Luna founder. Got about 3 years.
Ghost Simulator's coming to Game Pass.
You can't drive in real life like a game. I give you that. No, I feel you.
Like what you like, you know.
Yeah,
but I
like
just think in the conversation, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, I you know, let me in Purple, we bump heads. Like, I give Xbox a lot of credit. I defend Xbox a lot, but I also just calling out what I'm calling out. You know what I mean? And I do it from all of them. But again, it's just my opinion. You know, at the end of the day, I can have opinions on something that might be wrong. I still think Xbox is going to position them to be good in the future, because I got a feeling that where gaming is going to eventually go, Xbox is kind of going to be there already, where I felt the same thing about Stadia. But Stadia, the cloud gaming is just way away from being a thing to most gamers. But I think, you know, like, okay, for instance, right? Xbox positioned themselves to where they're not going to ask you to spend a lot of money on a console, right? I got a feeling if they don't upgrade and they keep the same console, then the price is only going to get cheaper, materials and everything, right? PlayStation, let's be honest. If a PlayStation 5 Pro is $700, I didn't want to know how much a PlayStation 6 is going to be, right? So at that point, you're going to be like, man, the PlayStation 6 is like $850, and here Xbox is going to be like, listen, you could play stuff on the cloud or on stuff you already own. So I got a feeling at some point Xbox Hook will catch on. Unfortunately, they don't have the games, and I think that's what we're kind of talking about. Is the problem is why you might like those games, which is great. I don't care what games you like. But there has to be, and that was my issue with Stadia and cloud gaming as a whole.
Yeah.
There's certain games that, like, you know, it pulls people. It is what it is. And if you don't have those certain games, that's why I asked Purple a couple weeks ago, how you think Stadia would have been if they kept Fortnite? You know what I mean? So if they got Fortnite, sorry. So anyway, Cubini, yeah, I mean,
yeah. So $700 is GPU upgrade, but yeah, it's also CPU. You like it. This is the thing with PC. Like, y'all throw out these things, and people who and I don't mean this like as a insult, but there's literally most of the people who've been PC gaming. Like, I've been PC gaming for literally about 40 years. When I first put together a PC, an Apple PC in a high school, and it took us 9 weeks to do, to today. Like, the thing about it is, a lot of people have been saying, oh, it's a GPU upgrade, it's that. But then you also have to think about that GPU might need a new cooler, might need a new CPU actually to make it run. You might need a new motherboard. You might need a new case. Eventually, you're going to need that. And also, it's not necessarily going to be optimized the same way a console is. And I get a lot of these people saying stuff, but there's a reason why consoles are still still sell hundreds of millions.
Right.
Like, so I already did my CPU in memory motherboard recently. Okay, so you're constantly spending money again. And also on top of that, the optimization. Like, if you're into tinkering like that, like, people are like, some people love to tinker with their cars. I'm not one of those people.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just isn't. And so everybody who's talking about this new 5090 that's coming out, $2,000. How much more of an improvement is that on the 4090? Like, after a while, you start to see, like,
power supply.
No, you're gonna need a new power supply with that. You're gonna need a new cooler with that. You're gonna probably need, depending on what computer you have, you're gonna probably need a new motherboard with that. You're gonna need probably brackets to hold that thing in if they're saying the size is what they're saying. Like I said, it gets expensive. And so that's just my thing about that. And you're as long as you're enjoying the games and you're playing the game and you're having fun with it, so be it. But people throwing out terms like this, like the money like that, it adds up. First upgrade since that's great. I'm glad you have it, but someone who's put it together, like I continue to say this. I continue to see this online. Show me the PC that's been put together that's remotely in the range. I don't want to see specs. I want to see the PC that's been put together that runs the game, all the games like the PlayStation does, within the ballpark of how much a PlayStation costs.
Yeah, benchmark it.
No, I want to see it. Like, go build, like, all these people who make people. We work with people. Like, some of us are in the tech industry and we work with it, and we're like, no, you're not gonna do that. So I get it, but like at the same time, y'all are gonna find out.
Purple, you got to see this right here. So I brought this up earlier, and this is crazy. So it says the PS5 Pro is probably more powerful than your gaming PC, hence leak. With its 16.7 teraflops of gaming CPU processing power, the PS5 Pro specs show it can outrun the most popular graphics card on Steam. Now, here's the thing that Cubini like to do, which I get it. Brag on your PC, right? But I think that's kind of what a lot of people do, right? Or what they do, they don't brag on their PC. They brag on a PC that they never going to pay for. So it says, the simultaneous reveal of both a PS5 Pro specs leak and this month's of latest Steam hardware survey results means we can fairly confidently say that there's a strong likelihood the upcoming console is more powerful than your gaming PC. It says that's because the top 5 most popular graphics on Steam have less power or less processing power than the 16.7 teraflops GPU in Sony's latest offerings, and only 2 of the top 10 are faster. So when people this right there, so when people bragging like, well, the PC, it won't do this, won't do that, but like, is your PC that powerful? And I brought up, it's kind of like what happened with Jersey, right? He was going on and on about PCs, and somebody said, well, what do you have? And he said 1070, and everybody laughed him out the room.
No, he said 37.
And I think that's the thing.
37. He said 37. That was he said. He didn't say no. He said 37. He didn't say it's 1070. There's no way he said it 3070. He said 37.
Oh damn. Oh. Okay,
yeah,
well,
yeah, you said 10. But no, exactly. But the thing is, the people who have, so I have in my PC, I rock a 4080, right? My PC actually is probably better than the PlayStation 5 Pro. But guess what? I'm not gonna play on it because I don't like playing on PC. Like, I know what it is. And so, in most people who have, like, the people who are capping the most on this, like, well, my PC can do this and that, it's like, okay, the people who've been gaming the most and have the both, a lot of them will say, if your thing's convenience, you're gonna go with the console. And then he says his Hellblade 2 runs way better on his PC than say your Hellblade 2 runs way better on your PC than an Xbox because it doesn't run on PlayStation. So remind you that. And then Candy Crush revenue made $530 million in 2024. True. But the actual winners of that entire mobile is guess who? Apple and Google. So again, like, that's what I don't get. Like, people are throwing in these things about what, like, I don't know. Like, what do you want to say? Like, yeah, you spent more money on it too. Like, so that's what I continue to say on this Call of Duty and Candy Crush. You spent $70 billion and you're bragging to me about $530 million. Okay, let that sit in. You spend $70,000 on something and you get $530 back a year.
Damn,
That What's that?
Because it's crazy when you say it like that.
No, but that's right. If I put $70,000 in a bond that gives me 5% interest back a year, guess how much that is? That's $3,500 for me to do nothing. You just told me you spent $70 billion to make $530 million. That's not even including the cost of operating costs. That's why I'm saying don't throw in numbers. If you're not going to throw in the full context of how a business works and what something successful is, $530 million is probably more than all of us combined are going to make in our lifetime. But don't throw in numbers when you start talking about $70 billion and what you can spend on that. Because like I said, you can get a government bond at 5% and do absolutely nothing and get interest and not have to pay taxes on it. And you will make $3.5 billion. So when you tell me Candy Crush made 2020 and that's how much, and you're going to, sure, throw in Call of Duty made $1 billion. Go ahead, throw it in there. Throw in Diablo, throw in all your things. Did it make 5%? And did the cost of doing business? Throw that one in there too. And you're going to find out that no, that's not a good opportunity cost.
You know what's cool though? Down the road, when they do recuperate, because they will eventually, right?
No.
Right?
No. No.
Well, because you figure Call of Duty is always going to make money every year. You know what I mean?
But it has to make more than the opportunity cost. That's the thing. So what do I mean by that? Call of Duty is going I continue to say Call of Duty is going to make a lot of money. 100%. How much of that is profit? Like, it's just like a simple investment. Cowboy, I give you $70,000 and you can do two things. You can either buy a business, so you can buy Lono's business. Let's use Lono.
Okay.
And you have to do everything Lono has to do to make money. Or I say, hey, here's $70,000. You don't have to do anything with that. And it's going to make you money. And it makes you more money. Which one's more successful?
I'm taking the
dude that, and that's how business, that's the success of a business. That's how you look at it. So when you and that's what I was trying to get last week with Murder Man. And we're talking about Bethesda. You're talking about everything. There's a reason why Microsoft, if it was so successful, why do we not know the profitability of Xbox? And when we do see the growth numbers, we see it's in single digits. That's not successful, man. We don't see the full number. We only see the growth of it, and it's in single digits. Yeah, Kubini said check your DMs.
What else?
God damn.
All right, let's see. Hey, Cubini, you could always pop on here.
Sleep or something. Y'all drag this on.
FCAT said, and we ain't talking about games dying. You don't got nothing
Tommy
to
has
say.
closed 7 studios this gen. Where's the same energy? Go watch my channel, Kubini. What did I say? I said Sony had a cost issue. See, that's the problem. If you have to relate your thing to Sony.
Yep. I told you he's an Xbox guy.
If you have to relate your thing to Sony, that's not a good defense. That's not a good defense of that. Sony didn't go spend $70 billion. Sony, the thing about Sony and Microsoft sold 4 of them. These aren't good arguments. They sell, no. The thing is, they don't get a pass. That's the problem is that Xbox, when you start criticizing Xbox on just the way it's how much money they brought into it. That's a way bigger loss. You just don't see it that way. Their games do not sell either. No, who said Microsoft games aren't selling? See, that's what I'm saying. You're making straw man arguments. When did I just say Xbox games do not sell? Did I say that at all?
No. I think the thing is, he's feeling. It's the console war stuff. I'm telling you, it's hard for people to have a regular conversation because they always think somebody's trying to, at the end, say, I won and you lost the conversation. That's the problem with console wars. It's always, I win or I lose. We're just having a conversation. Some stuff we can be like, oh, well, that made sense for Xbox, or it made sense for Sony or Nintendo or whatever. And some stuff you can be like, yeah, that didn't make sense. But I think the thing is, it's hard to have those conversations with some people because they go into it as it's a console war.
Well, so the only reason I brought it up, right? Kubini came in. The only reason I brought it up because Kubini said, "Look, here's the W," and he brought in one data point to say it's a W.
Right.
I then disputed that and said, like, yo, you have to show me that. Tell me that what that data point is all the way up through next April. Now, at that point, you can tell me, like, yes, you'll have more of an evidence. Right now, I'm not even saying it's a W. Right? I'm not saying it's a loss.
Jesus.
But then you bring in Candy Crush. And then the number you threw in with Candy Crush, I'm like, okay. Well, let's use
I do agree with him on the Call of Duty thing, though, right? I mean, that's
Well,
powerful, right?
to me,
They own Call of Duty and they get
you
70%
don't
of the money
want Call of
PlayStation
Duty
5
to do well
sales
on
make.
Game Pass.
Wait, say that again. Yeah, wait. If they own Call of Duty and get 70% of the money for PS5 sales. Okay,
Right,
so that's okay, but again, how much work does Microsoft have? They should get 70%, right? How much money does PlayStation have to spend to get 30% of the Call of Duty sales? Versus how much money does Xbox have to spend to get 70% of the sales? That's how you think about that. If you're if you're a platform holder, you're going to gladly take the 30%. It's just like the Candy Crush number. How much money does Microsoft need to spend to make the Candy Crush numbers? Versus how much does Apple need to spend to get their Candy Crush piece of the pie? That's why content creation in big tech doesn't make sense. Because you want to be a platform holder. You don't want to be the content holder. But people don't think like that. They're like, oh, you don't think about that cost on the other side. But you want to know who does think about that cost? The people who had to just lay off 4,000 to 5,000 different Xbox employees this year. They think about the cost. But we don't think.
You want to see when a company is struggling a little bit? They laying people off because that's the way you listen. Payroll is the best way to save money, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the biggest expense for a business is the human capital expense.
Payroll. So, you see his I want to make sure you've seen his setup he put.
No, I look. Kubini loves he does. I will say this. Kubini does simulators right. Like if you're playing simulators like this with the steering wheel, he probably has some pedals down there. He has this monitor. That's how I have nothing to say. He likes simulators. I'm not saying I am not the person who's going to be like, you're not a gamer because you like simulators. Like, if I could do that, I would do simulators. So I like it. But he also drives a truck. So that's why I'm like, he gets to drive a truck. So, yeah, you know what? Nah, I think Kubini is good people, but yeah, that's all. I'm in Kubini. I'm not trying to attack you. If anything, I just want you to be able to, when you go with your pro Xbox, make sure you can at least defend against the points I'm making. That's all. Because I know you're waving that flag into a lot of channels. So that's all. If you can just the stuff I said, defend against it. I think your arguments about why it's a winner or why it's a best value, why it's whatever, will be much stronger. That's all.
Good point.
Jesus Christ.
All right. Well, I did my job, FCAT. I maintained the stream for about like I think 2 hours, 2.5 hours longer. So I
Yes.
did my job.
Yes, you did.
We gotta get ready
Hey,
for
Purple,
the
before you
war
popped
tomorrow.
on, I literally was like, well, about to get off, watch some wrestling on time now, get something to eat. And then,
I had to do it. It was my extending the Cowboy stream for the quarter. And FCAT,
I appreciate it.
I couldn't do it if
Purple.
FCAT hadn't stayed on. So thanks,
Purple,
FCAT.
I told you that the month of October I didn't get paid, right? I told you that?
Yeah, you did.
That's crazy. I kept saying like, man, I haven't did as much content. So I've been trying to research, looking at my analytics and everything. I was trying to see like what hurt me the most. Like I just know overall I didn't do as much content. I know I just stopped streaming at all on Thursdays. Like I used to do some little early streams since I get off 3:30. But I was barely making pre-made content like videos. And so I've been looking at the analytics like crazy because I also want to help me go forward. The thing with YouTube is they show you what you've done in the last 28 days. And because I was slacking, I feel like I wanted to see before that. Now it's going to be skewed for me to really kind of see what I may do, in the future in the next 2 weeks. But I have some stuff, so it's kind of cool.
No, I'm looking forward to it. Seeing but you're moving. You're busy. We know. I'm looking forward.
We yesterday we put out all our dressers on the curb. We did the Facebook. You could pick the stuff up.
Yeah.
I put out the bikes we had, so somebody pulled up, took them, took your dressers. But what we want to do is we want to make sure we have like our house is empty, like nothing in the closets. It's crazy. Our stuff is literally in the bags that we're gonna go in on the floor, and so yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah. No, well, I'm looking forward to it. I just have one last question to you, Cowboy.
No, listen, I done got my food. Listen, we can go for another 2 hours.
Nah, you remember that time we went to like 4 a.m., 3 a.m.? It was way back in the Stadia days. We went like a long time. I can't do that. The thing just fire Phil. Look at Kubini. Stop it. So one of my moderators came to me. I blocked someone. There's only one person I ever blocked on my channel.
Sure.
And supposedly one of my moderators came to me asking, because this guy, I guess, keeps posting stuff on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I like blocked the dude. And but he's saying he wants to come on my channel to confront me.
That's your stalker. That's your stalker guy.
My stalker too, I guess so. I don't know.
His name like Adam or something like that.
What's that?
His name's like Adam or something like that.
Something. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm like, what? Because I think the dude's mentally ill. Like, right? I think the guy's like actually sick. It's not like Kubini, right? Who actually has
right.
Like he has a life. So I'm like, should I let him come on just so I can just like put it to rest? Like, yo, dude, like, what's your issue? Or should I just keep ignoring him?
Oh, that's a hard. Okay, the old me, hell yeah, I would have jumped on that. I'd have jumped on it for the drama. I would have jumped on it for the views. Like it would have been a spectacle, and hell yeah. The new me, I don't think I have anything to prove anymore. You know what I mean? And I feel like, yeah, it would be cool to. So here's my issue. I almost feel like it's kind of good to do it to get that peace of mind, get it done, over with. Hey, dude, what's the deal? Like, you want to come on? You've been going on and on. Cool. Like I could say this. Mr. Urban World was showing me something. The guy kept saying, Purple says she's a lawyer and I need her to prove it. That was like this. He kept going on and on about it, right? And again, I don't listen. Like I said, I'm not the YouTube guy. I don't even follow this stuff. But Mr. Irwin brought it to my attention. Yo, man, what's up with this girl? Oh, and he said in the thing, he was like that corny cowboy guy or whatever. And then I was like, because even FCat was like, oh, you wanna say something about this guy? I was like, bro, I don't know this guy. And Purple's grown. She can handle her own beef. I don't even know anything that's going on. So why would I have anything to do with it? Whether the guy called me corny or not. I wear a cowboy hat. I look corny. Like, let's be honest. So anyway, so back to the question. I mean, I feel like maybe you should just because I feel like if you tackle it that way, okay, a sane individual.
Yeah,
should
that's
be like,
the thing.
okay.
If it's, but I don't think a sane individual would have done this.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, and that's where I like, because I mentioned it on a live stream. I just said, yo, go get help. Like it wasn't even like a take. I just like, yeah, I was like, dude, go get it. Like healthy people don't do this.
Right.
Like if you keep doing this, like it was only like 6 minutes during my live stream. I just because I knew he was gonna watch it, even though I blocked him. I thought that was it. And then
so let me ask you this, Purple. One of my really good friends, he was in my wedding and everything, right? One of his sayings, right? He's really one of the nicest people I know, right? Helped me out big time in my life, right? He always would say, the question is, if you're gonna do anything, what good could come from it? So if you process it and you say, you know what, this might make things better, we might maybe, and again, you gotta know your audience, right? So it's like, okay, I know this, meaning the person you're speaking to, not the actual figurative audience. So is this guy seem like the guy that if I let him on, he get a chance to feel like he told me off, he got to say what he had to say, and we had to actually have a good conversation and say, okay, cool. You let me know every issue you got one. Right? And he say this, say that, and you literally were able to answer each thing, not a rebuttal like, oh, but just like, dude, that's not me, or that's not what you think, or no, you're totally wrong for that. But you know how you do it. Like you're never, whenever I see you get a little extra, I'm like, it built up, right? So obviously this still isn't going to be like, the neutral thing. This might be a little extra, but I feel like if you think, what good could come from it, if you think, you know what, I might be able to reach this guy because he wants to come on, and maybe him coming on is a sign of the white flag, right? Maybe he's getting tired of trying to harass you, and maybe he's realizing, wow, I'm not getting her attention. She blocked me. She's not even responding. Like, I'm, so maybe it's kind of like, all right, this is about to be over for me, or it could be his last stretch. But what can he do? Well, in the virtual world, right? He can't jump through the screen. So I don't know, and also you don't want somebody trying to be, I mean, I don't mind if somebody's belittling me. Like, I know if somebody's aggressive, we're going to take it to somewhere crazy. But I know me, I want to eventually, by the end of it, we bring it back full circle. Cool. All right. You got it. Cool. You good? All right. Cool. You got to say what you got to say. I say what I got to say. Move on.
I don't think any. Yeah, you gave me enough. And Kubini wants to show us his truck. And well, if you can. So the background of this situation is, this dude came from Legend. Legend 350.
Yeah.
He came from that community, or he came from somewhere in the Xbox, and nothing about this has nothing to do with Xbox, other than that's the community he came from. And he started following Cammy, like that group of people. And then out of nowhere one day he like asked me out. And you know me, I don't do this for that, like that type of attention. Right. And I was like pretty polite with him. I just said no.
Hold on, can I back up a little bit? If y'all don't know, Purple is serious. Because Purple, I remember you chopped somebody up just for saying they love you, and the way they said it just wasn't that cool. You remember that?
What with who?
That was Suave.
Oh yeah. No, we can't be doing it. We don't do that. We don't do that.
He was like, oh, and he had to apologize. Like, wait, I didn't even. Just like, hey, I'm making it clear.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So that's I can't, like, the fact that Kubini can drive these trucks is crazy to me.
Right?
Yeah, like that's crazy.
I think it's pretty though, right?
Yeah, you should take a picture inside. I always think that, because that's like a whole bed situation. I've watched YouTube channel. I actually watch YouTube channels of people who drive trucks all day. I think it's cool. So,
I admire it.
yeah, no, that's super cool. Congrats, because that's his new truck. Two-bed truck, so cool. So yeah, so I said no, and then I thought that was the end of it, right? Like, cool, like no harm, no foul. Like I'm not interested in that. He took it personal, and now he's like, like when you're dealing with a little kid, like a little boy, and he asks the girl out, and she says no, and then he's mean to her. But it's like
Right.
that's the shit he's doing. And it's like, I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll just block you. I block you. I don't even pay attention to it. But now I guess like one of my mods was like, you realize he's saying like all this stuff about you, like you're a man, you're a slut. That's how you slept in the military, like all this. Like I'm like, what the hell? And he said he's been doing this for like a year. And so that's where I'm like,
yeah, what, with that extra information, I just know him talking about you as a lawyer and you need to prove it. Yeah, that's it. I feel like, dude, like you gotta go off. I'm big on character. That's just always been my
yeah,
thing, right? You show me who you are, and I give people chances, but I don't believe his character. Like if he's saying all that stuff, then what else is he gonna say?
yeah. So
Right?
that's exactly what I was just when you
Yeah,
said what good will come from it. I'm like, he's already crazy.
no,
There's
yeah,
nothing.
yeah, like he ain't gonna
There's
come on
nothing.
there and say
Once
nothing
you said that,
constructive,
I
right?
was like, he's crazy. Nothing's gonna come of it. As soon as you said that, I was like, no, he's good. So all right, that's it. I just had to ask, like, because like he's like, because I know you're a goat, you're okay, but it's like Rouster and Holtz. It's
Right.
like he's dragging those people's name in it, and I'm like, why are you going? Like Rouster's like the nicest dude. If you
Yeah.
actually like, they're nice guys, and it's like.
Even though he's from Jersey, that's strange. A nice Jersey guy.
The roster's super or Holtz, and so I'm just so I was like, I was gonna try to let him like, okay, good. Now never come back here. Like you said what you had to say. But now I realize if I even gave him that, he would just
Yeah, because I think the thing is, right, I feel like he would probably feel like he's been so bent up. But for me, right, just observing people, it sounds like he's at the point of no return. So if he deliberately try to make an enemy out of you, right?
Yeah.
So if you get a chance, if you allow him the chance, you will be giving him a chance to like when people people kill people and then they commit suicide and or the school shooters, whatever, right? And people say don't even say their name on the news because that's what they want. You know what I'm saying? So you literally will be giving him that big stage to try to go out on you. You know what I mean? And for him to be able to say it live in front of all your audience, and then even if it was 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and you have to kick him off, that might be a big win for him. So it's like, do you chance that, or do you think like, oh, well, maybe he just want to hash it out? It doesn't seem like his personality.
As soon as you said, like, I don't think he reasons like I honestly think, and we've had these people in the community. I honestly think he's sick, and so there's nothing for me with it, right? Because it's like picking on a sick. You know what I mean? Like, there's one thing to pick on like Doc Dark or Kubini. We go back and forth, or like Maker, or someone like that, right? It's a different thing when you think about like picking on someone who's ill, like they're, you know what I mean? So you've all right, that answered that.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. Nope, don't even do it. Nope.
Right.
Another thing too, I now where I'm at. Before I went for it, but somebody had beef with me. FK, you might have to remind me. And they wanted to come on. I was like, dude, I'm not making my show a circus. Like, no, I'm not letting you come on. I'm not trying to make this. You know what I mean? So it's also that, right? We look at you like I look up to you in a different way than other people because there's a certain professionalism how you carry yourself, right? That I admire, right? I'm like in my regular everyday life, like I'm still a silly guy, but a lot of people don't really realize. Like I said, I've worked for a market research company for 20 years. I used to wear blazer all the time, right? So I work from home now. So, but you guys remember I used to come on with my clothes from work and I'm dressed up all the time, right? So for me, even I don't talk about this that much, but being black, like I stopped cursing back in 2013, right? And so I just don't. We get I get looked at, oh, you're the black guy, so I just try to distinguish myself from a certain thing. And I'm not saying it's a problem for anybody who's whatever, but I just know me. So for me, I look at you, Purple. I always look up to you, like let's say somebody like, oh, hey, if you want to meet somebody, like there's certain people like I don't want to meet them because they don't carry themselves to where I feel like it might be riffraff. I never look at you like that at all. You have a certain polish to you. I look at you like Purple sharp. Like I don't want to be watching Purple's channel and we got some dude flipping out and screaming and cursing. I'm like, wait, am I on Purple's channel? Or this is one of my old shows? Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't get this guy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No, likewise. No, and that's why I came, because I know you've done it, and you're like to your point, you're the one who would invite something like at one point, and if you're kind of like, because I was like, I think my moderators were like, well, maybe it'll let them get whatever it's out, but then we were also like, but he's crazy. So I was like, let me ask like a Cowboy or a Jeff, one of these types who would maybe at one time been around a little bit longer, but kind of talking
to the super most serious thing ever, and I only ever seen this go in almost two different ways. So the guy Brandon, right? That used to be around.
Yeah, he killed his dad.
Yes. So me and him never bump heads, but there was a couple times somebody said, "Oh, he put your name in it," and I hit on, like, listen, bro, I've always been cool with you, and I don't want no issues, because that's back when I used to. Listen, I'll make a video about you, but so I've always stayed cool with him. So whenever he had turned on Ray and all this, I was the one guy he was always neutral with, because I always just said, look, if you ever need to talk, whatever, cool. I ignored him the way I needed to, but I made sure he didn't feel like I was super ignoring him. All right. So then the second thing is, damn, who was it? So it was Brandon, and it was somebody else. Oh man, I lost my train of the other guy. But anyway, what you do? Oh, it's TK9. Some dude was like acting real crazy on TK9 thing. Now he handles things different. He was pretty much said, dude, you're off yourself, but didn't say it, but kind of said it. So long story short, what I'm saying is, God forbid you let this guy come on and he already got a thing for you, right? And it doesn't go his way live, right? It's different from being in the comments, being a keyboard warrior, but live, now you got center stage. And you're articulate. You're not a stupid person. Like, somebody got to be with it to go back and forth with you, And it might not turn out the way he like. God forbid he do something crazy. That, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
That's what I was thinking. That's what that was my initial thing. I was like, dude, go get help, man. Like, it's only go in you're either gonna die early, go in jail, or you're gonna end up in a mental asylum. Like, like, I don't know. And that's why, but I was just like, maybe, but like I said, after talking it out right now, I just realized, no, it's like I said, he's blocked on Twitter. He's blocked on my channel. I don't even see it. It's just one of my moderators was like, hey, have you seen this stuff? And of course, like as a woman, as all these other things, like you're used to a lot of things, unfortunately. And so I just had to like talk that out really quick. So thank you for the feedback. I know it's late. Thank you. And thank you, Kabini, for still being there around. Yeah. Kabini was in chat being like doing. But all right. I know I kept you on. FCAT left. I know I need to call some people before I head out for the night. So,
and one last thing, Purple, too. I think the moderator is cool for them because they're trying to have a heart. You know what I mean? So, and I get that, and that's cool. And so, kudos to them to try to figure out, like, maybe we could resolve this. And that was my initial thought. But character. At the end of the day, the guy displayed his character, and again, if he feels cornered, he's going to lash out and say some crazy stuff, and it might even be crazier after he's off the air with himself. And that you just, if you avoid it, you don't open that door. So, it's
I think it's one of those situations where, it's a lot easier to just bring him, like, what I mean? Like, just like go at, but it's actually probably healthier if he may get some other fixation, eventually something else. Like I just keep ignoring him. He just knows it's something else. Because to your point, if he now people hear his voice, may see he comes off camera, he may do something real crazy. You know what I mean? Real crazy.
Yeah, that's
And then it's gonna be like, okay, now okay, my channel's basically done if he did something super, you know what I mean? It's like my community, like that space we've curated. So no.
And, yeah, not for nothing, because he seems a little, he may take you letting him on as if you in his weird mind.
Oh, she wants this.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm trying
my
not to say it, but
goodness.
he might be like, oh, she broke. Finally.
Yeah, no, I think
Like,
that's how he would take it. He's like, "Oh, I got her now." In his
right. Like,
weird mind,
oh,
even
okay.
though I'm telling him to go kick rocks, I'm going telling him like, go whatever. But he will say like, "Oh, it worked." So then he just
Like,
does
oh,
it.
she was playing hard to get. I got her.
Dude, crazy. They're crazy. I don't know. They are crazy. That's all I gotta say. Okay. All right, Cowboy. Thank you so much. I got.
Hey, listen. You know it. Right back at you.
All right. Take care. And awesome job again on selling the house. Also with Kabini, if he's still here. Like Kabini, you know, like I know you're doing awesome stuff, you know, game with your son, you know, driving trucks, you got a new truck. I see you. And you, as you said in chat, you know, it's all fun and stuff. So I just wanted to throw that up.
He's a cool guy. He actually we're cool on Facebook. So he actually showed me those pictures on Facebook a while ago. So good stuff.
Yeah. All righty. All right. I'll see you. Yeah.
All right, Purple. Have a good night.
Bye.
All right. Guys, give it up for Purple Haze. Good friend of the show. Definitely. Give it up for my guy, F the Cat. Definitely, you know, give credit for my guy, F Cat, always coming up with stuff. Just want to reinforce that not next week, but the week after, I'm moving the end of next week to Florida, and I'm going to do a rebrand. I'm not pretty much going to put out any new content. I'm going to put out content, but it's going to be like before I move to Florida. So I'm going to try to get everything I want to do so the channel will be up and ready by Wednesday, because I would, you know, I can't miss my Wii Wrestle Wednesdays. So this should be cool, guys. It's something, something I've been waiting for, you know, I've been planning this move for 8 years. So oh boy, it's something, it's big. I'm literally moving, 8 states, moving from New Jersey to Florida. And it's gonna be epic. And then when I get there, I gotta look for a house. Right. So it's gonna be a journey. And but I'm, you know, I'm looking forward to it. And I just want to thank you guys all for being here with me. And you know, as I go through everything I'm going through. And with that being said, and now your mama knows. Guys, have a good night.
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
And now, your mama knows.
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon!